Church. Greetings, Andy. I'm trying not to get too distracted by the chat, so I'm just going to get right into filming. I got too much to do, and I keep putting it off too much, so here we go! What? 3 a.m.? That's the normal time to start a stream, right? Well, I keep meaning I want to start them earlier, so hey. Testing. Okay. We're good. We got a good. Resume your spot as a fly on the wall. Excellent. Pretend it's like one of those DVD extras where you're just watching the filming. That's kind of the idea here. Greetings, Andy, over on YouTube. Other Andy over on YouTube. It's the night of the Andes. Hope that the cats cooperate tonight. They've been pretty quiet today, so let's hope that lasts. Oh, shit, that's not plugged in. There we go. Whoa.
Bluetooth mode.
Okay. Looking beautiful as always, Emily. You can see why Victor was so enamored with you. Alright. Still haven't seen that movie. I did pick up the Blu-ray though. It will be in an update. Good. Clang, clang. I sleep during the day. I very much have a vampire schedule, which I'm sure comes as no surprise to anyone. It's kind of getting to be like the old days of when I would do video letters for Jason. I'd fire up the camera at 3 in the morning and do an entry, you know. Yeah, do we have these? Yeah, we have this. Let me just double check the memory card here. Make sure everything is transferred. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's empty. Okay, good. Church is having a munch. Oh, shoot. Oh, I was reading the booklet from season 25. big honkin' limited edition set. I like the big honkin' limited edition sets. I hope to get more of them. First, I gotta pay the rent, so let's see if we can make a dent in that dono goal today. In return for which, I will film a lot and work on more Multimedia Chronicles videos for you, because that's what everybody tells me they want. I'm happy to deliver. Here licking. Of course, the cats sit like right over there, right on the other side of this rack. There's a box that they sit on. It's the closest they can be to me without getting in trouble for sitting on all my stuff. There's a cat tree there. They could sit there. I don't know why they don't. It's an amazing cat tree that was like $400. But no, they sit on the Rubbermaid box that Rose left some of her jackets on, so they like to sit on that because, you know, guess it smells like mummy. April 28th, I haven't chosen a candidate yet. Well, definitely not Pierre. I think that goes without saying. I think Mark Carney's a pretty good bet, actually. He seems to be on the right page, and you know, from what I've seen, yeah. I mean, I'll probably just go with Carney, but that's fine. You know, I want someone that's going to stand up to certain bully types, shall we say. Don't like bullies. I got bullied a lot when I was a kid. I don't like it when my entire fucking country gets bullied. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wait a minute, are you Canadian too? Or are you just paying attention to Canadian news? And greetings, Gaming Crypt. Just so you guys know, as the title says, this is going to be kind of a fly on the wall stream, so I'm making every effort not to be too distracted by all of the delightful conversation that we tend to have here, because as much as I enjoy chatting with everybody, I think we would all be a little happier if I got more videos out, so we're going to try to make a dent in those tonight, at least over the next 3 or 4 hours. Oh, New York, okay. Well, pretty close to Canada anyway. I remember when I lived in Toronto, we would get all the New York stations, mainly from Buffalo. We would get a lot of stuff from Buffalo, like, and Detroit. Actually, one of our PBS stations was out of Detroit. Another one from Buffalo. I think it was WNED, Channel 17. Pretty sure that one was Buffalo. That was the one I used to watch Doctor Who on the most. And then there was TV Ontario, which was Channel 19, I believe, which was the Canadian PBS channel. Used to watch Doctor Who on that as well. WNED was better. They showed way more Doctor Who than TV Ontario. Church, come on, buddy. You gotta stop. He's back in the collar because he licked himself so viciously last night that he like gave himself a big sore on his his back end, like on his back, near his butt. Church, stop. 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 You're not supposed to be licking. You know that big owie you have on your butt? That's because you wouldn't stop licking. Trying to help you, you dummy. Stop hurting yourself.
Get your food. Go get your food.
Like he just emptied the bowl and now the feeder's going off. There we go. Oh, I see. It detects. The problem is he's like figured out how to kind of reach around the collar that we got him, so it kind of defeats the purpose. That's why I took it off last night. I thought, give him a break before the new cone arrives. And he injured himself even worse than he was when we started. So like, fuck's sake, cat, let us help you, So, Church, stop. Hey, stop. That's enough. Stop that. Okay, you've been chill all night. Why are you choosing right now to be like all like hyper and noisy? Stop. Just go back to sleep or something. Anyway. Call letters WNED, channel 17. Yeah, I remember that one. That's actually one of the stations that they recovered some episodes from, apparently, because they didn't have PAL Masters anymore, but they were able to recover some of the NTSC tapes that had been sent over and use those for, do the reverse standards conversion back. I mean, you're losing some color information because NTSC doesn't have as good a color. You're also losing some resolution. But hey, it's better than nothing, right? At least we've got it. But I think they used those for the color information and then used the film prints taken off the PAL tapes for the fidelity and put them together. Pretty clever. But, and I think they got some from TV Ontario as well, so hooray, East Coast PBS stations being slack on sending their tapes back. It's thanks to their laziness that we actually have some of those episodes. Now I got Eclipse licking up a storm over there. Eclipse, you gonna be much longer up there, kitty? Hold on. Thanks, buddy. He's just loafing now. So that's the first 5 hours of VOD. Oh, wow. I assume you put it on in the background while you were doing other things. And whoever it was that mentioned the Ben 10 set that coming out. Oh, it was Television World guy, I think. Yeah. I'm importing that set. It's got 2 full shows I haven't seen, but does not include... No, it doesn't have the movies. So make sure you get those too. Yeah, exactly. Can we get a tour of the room? No. I've actually done that multiple times in streams, and I'm not doing it right now. I'm just trying to get some filming done tonight. So, no distractions. That would be too much of a distraction because I would get too deep into showing everything in the room, and we can't do that. God, I already have to dust things. I feel like I just got all these computers, and now I already have to dust them. That's fine. We'll do that another time. But, yeah. Hey, Petrus, how's it going? So just so you guys know, as the title says, it's going to be kind of a fly-on-the-wall stream. Trying to, ideally get some, it shows your microwave. Oh my god, that's going back a bit. That was literally a 4chan raid. Back when they still did that. But, yeah, anyway, trying to get some filming done because I've fallen way behind. I should have had most of these done literally months ago. But I keep getting distracted. But also I was dealing with the, the mental health and whatnot, and just wasn't quite in the right headspace yet. So it's been great the past couple of weeks, just getting back into it, doing more and more. Lucky viewers who were here last night got a special sneak preview of the first cut of the first new Multimedia Chronicles episode to be completed. That was the first of the new Doctor Who updates. And then, that was the first time I had watched the edit, so me, being very cognizant of every aspect of it, noticed a few things that needed to be fixed, and thought of one or two things that I could add in to give it, a little bit more production value. And by the way, anybody curious, when we watched that clip, that barely a minute long clip from the making of Doctor Who special, yeah, that got dinged. Yeah, it instantly demonetized. Yeah, the BBC does not fuck around with that. So, currently getting stoned and figuring out how to spend the rest of my night. Oh, it sounds wonderful. Probably play some Audionauts. I am out of weed. I've been out of weed for about a month. Just haven't had the budget for it, honestly. But actually, speaking of weed, it's really helped. That helped get me through some pretty rough days, Just, some people say, oh, it makes me too paranoid. Not me. It calms me down. I take a lot. Take 500 to 1,000. I usually take about 50 or 60 in a dose, but I'll also supplement that with a cannabis drink. I get the oil, and then I have some drink mixes. I got a fruit punch, iced tea, just powdered mixes. Just add water, and Tang, good old Tang. So I get some vitamin C in there, and I'll take some of the oil. They have an eyedropper that's very limited, and they have a thing on the top that's supposed to limit the dose. I just take that off and I use my own eyedropper. Church, what are you doing? What are you doing over there? Don't go on those boxes, please. What are you doing? He's suddenly intensely interested in the boxes over there. Let's see if I can show you. There he is. Getting into trouble. So anyway, I'll put a squirt of the oil into the drink, which I think is about another 50 milligrams. Mix that up. I'll just kind of nurse that. So, yeah. On medical prescription, here it's literally like a liquor store. It's like going to buy beer or something. We just have we have liquor stores and we have weed stores. And that's it. You just walk in, get whatever you want, and then that's it. You're done. No prescription needed. So I think it was prescription based for a while before they legalized it, but they just fully legalized it here. So sweet. But yeah, it's really helped a lot. So yeah, I'll take I take oh, church, come on. Now you want to go on the cat tree. Like, where are you going? There's nowhere to go, dude. You see him? Yeah.
Thomas Wright _ donated $10. Hang in there, 5 fly on the wall viewers so far, surely we can all donate $1.
He's gonna sit there on Grandpa's papers. Are you gonna man the camera? Are you gonna take pictures? You gonna be my camera kitty? Look at this goofball. Look at this goofball down here. What are you doing? Why are you seeing? You shouldn't be seeing the light that brightly. I guess it's right on the edge. See, normally I can angle it so you don't get blinded, and I just get the light over here. But, hey, thanks, Thomas. Appreciate that. Hang in there. 5 fly on the wall viewers so far. Surely we can all donate $1. There's actually 9. I get the combined total between YouTube and Twitch. So I guess there's 5 on Twitch, 4 on YouTube currently. So hello, wherever you are in the social media verse. It's excellent. Thank you so much, Thomas, getting the ball rolling. Hoping we can knock out as much of that dono goal up there as possible before the end of the month. So, who was that dude in my Super Mega Transform video? That was one of my best friends at the time, Ben. He passed away a few years ago. Cancer. So, fuck cancer. But, yeah, quite sudden. Kind of shocked the community. He was very liked by a lot of people. But yeah, he was he was a friend and creative collaborator for a while. We had a lot of projects we were working on. Sadly, we kind of drifted apart before we really got too far with them, so that was that. So. I'm one of those rare troglodytes who doesn't have an active mobile phone, so Twitch don't want me. Fair enough, yeah. I don't either, actually. I have a phone, but it's just, I just use Wi-Fi on it. I don't have a plan or anything. What are you doing, church? I can't have you milling about right behind the camera. That's going to make a lot of noise. What are you doing? You're all like investigating and putting your nose in things. What's going on? What's on your little kitty mind? Oh, saw your big teeths. Church, stop. You can't. No. You can't do that, buddy. I know it's itchy, but you can't. You gotta let it heal. We have the basically kitty edibles coming tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, and a more effective cone, like a proper cone. I got him that one because I thought it'd be easier for him to eat and stuff. I was trying to be nice, but this clever little bastard just figured out how to like reach around it to still munch on his feet and stuff. So we're trying to help him. What did I just say? Like, why don't they go on the cat tree? So of course he goes on the cat tree, but I didn't mean right now. Because now you're right behind the fucking camera. Yeah, he's he's a healthy size. He's, both he and his sister, he's Church. His sister's Eclipse. She's a tortoise shell. She's zonked out on a box over there. They're both from the same litter, so they both just turned 3. So, they're like, not kittens anymore. They're, I don't know what that is in cat years, like teenagers. I mean, this one for sure. You know, But he's starting to mellow. He was like really hyper, like when he was 2. And both of them were when they were kittens, of course, because kittens. But he's starting to chill a bit. But problem is he doesn't let us groom him, and that's part of what his issue is he doesn't let us trim his claws. He gets like really defensive and violent if we try to trim his claws. And some cats are like that. They just get anxious, and they don't know what's going on, and they just freak out. So Eclipse, on the other hand, is totally chill. Lets us trim her claws, no problem. Lets us groom her. The only thing she doesn't like is baths. So, there have been a couple of occasions where they've had fleas or owies or whatever, so we have to, got to give them a bath. We have like some cleaning stuff that's safe for cats for their skin and stuff. But, yeah, this one doesn't mind baths so much, but he doesn't let us trim his claws, and that's part of the problem. Is he's still got, you just probably heard him using the scratching post there. He loves to like sharpen his claws, and like he's got he's our little mighty hunter. He's always, there's a spider in the house, like he'll like full on hunt it and make a game of it and stuff. But anyway, so I got these edibles coming that are basically kitty edibles that are supposed to mellow them out, primarily for him. The other one doesn't need to be any more mellow. If she's any more mellow, she'd be in a coma. But this one, we gotta figure out a way to get him to chill out so we can actually trim his claws. And then we got some spray for his owies that'll help them heal faster. So between that and the new cone coming, hopefully we can get him sorted out. And yeah, 3 cat years is about 28 human years. Okay, so it's like a little more than dog years, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense, because we think about him like a year ago, he was like the defiant teenager. He still has a little bit of that defiant streak, but he tends to listen more. Like, as he's been in this, and I've told him like, hey, you gotta stop licking, and he does. He listens. Eclipse has always listened better than that, so his parents adopted a cat from one of our neighbors that had been abused as a kitten. That's kind of what was up with Eclipse, actually, and I think that's one of the reasons why she's kind of, she was very skittish when we first got her, but she's very lovey now. Because we both had PTSD, she and I found each other very relatable. Aww, that's pretty. That's kind of sweet. You just vibed, right? You just vibed with the cat. She used to walk with me to the service station and back at night when I went to buy Coke. That's awesome. Yeah, and I mean, in a lot of ways, these two certainly helped us as well. Rose especially. Rose has had a lot of, issues in the past that she's had to deal with and work through, and I help as much as I can, and the kitties have definitely helped. They kind of gave her more of a, something else to focus on, and they're very lovey, So, yeah. I miss my cat. Couldn't afford to keep one now. Well, we can barely afford to keep them, but Rosie just kind of sprung them on us. But we manage. We can get by on minimal food for a few days if we need to, but we always make sure that these two are taken care of, So, yeah. Sub ran out, and I have no money, so I need to enjoy the ads, I guess. Well, I hope they're good ones. And good morning, Quack and Black Metal Werewolf. There you go. Through on Big Wars. Haven't seen this anime movie in years. Fun sci-fi. Alright, cool. Oh, is it wish I had that tolerance every time I tried it, whether it be gummies or other edibles, the pens or flour. I fall into the paranoid category. Yeah, I mean, I get a little bit of that sometimes, but I have fun with it because I maintain my mental acuity and awareness that it's the weed making me feel that way. So, I'm cognizant enough that it doesn't really affect me. In fact, if anything, I like to play with it where, when the weed kicks in, I'll put on like a horror game and play that. Like, you should see, there's some clips, I don't know if they're up on YouTube yet, but there's some clips of when I was playing the Dead Space remake where there was literally nothing happening. I was just like shitting my pants scared. And I'm just in an empty room, and it's just the ambient sounds of the room were freaking me out. Like, oh, there's a necromorph. He's going to jump out of that vent. I know he's going to jump out of that vent. And it just made for a funnier video, so I mean, that's fine. So I'm not a dog person, but I do like cats. They're usually less chaotic and codependent. Yes, that's true. They're, and they take care of themselves. Am I smelling weed, or am I just imagining because we're talking about weed? I think I'm just hallucinating. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I like them because they're fairly low maintenance most of the time. The only catch is, they do wreck your stuff if you're not careful. I've had a few, collectibles damaged by them by not putting them in a safer place fast enough. So, yeah. Watching Batman versus Superman is one of my favorite things to do when stoned. That film is very, very funny for me. When I really stoned. I never thought of that movie as a comedy, but hey. I'm kind of, as far as stuff that I like to watch when stoned, I mean, I gotta go with the crowd and say Scooby-Doo is a really good choice. I remember once watching an episode of Scooby-Doo while stoned, and I mean, I was just laughing to the point of having to pause the disc, and at the lamest jokes imaginable. They were just so funny to me, and then we'd carry on watching the episode, and then I'd remember that lame joke and just start giggling again. It was ridiculous. But that's what I needed, I needed that, kind of thing. Battlefield, well, I think that looks like a comedy whether you're sober or stoned. But, yeah, it's crazy. Oh, church. What am I going to do with you, buddy? I mean, I'm glad you're pretty chill right now. That's good. Being chill is good. But I can't have you sitting right behind the camera, because I can't have you bumping it and stuff. Yeah, like the arm of the camera is like just poking right into his, his big pumpkin collar there. Yeah. Always cats? Or did you have dogs at some point? Well, these are the first pets that we've had, like of our own. I've lived in households that have pets, though. Like when I lived with, I had a girlfriend back in the 90s. She had a couple of cats. It's funny, I used to be mildly allergic to cats, but since we got these two, nothing, no problems at all. So I guess I grew out of it, or just adapted. But and then when I lived with my my dad and stepmom at the old homestead, which you saw probably in some old videos, there was a ton of animals there. They had 2 cats, 2 dogs, a big Rottweiler, and a miniature Schnauzer. A very miniature Schnauzer was the runt of the litter. 2 goats, a couple of rabbits, a pig, and like 70 chickens. So, yeah, it was kind of like a small farm. We would do free-range eggs. I say we, but usually it was me running the whole damn show. But that's where my love of free-range eggs came from, because goddamn, there's just no comparison. So good. But in terms of just like domestic animals, like, yeah, cats, occasionally dogs. The miniature schnauzer, there was 2. One passed away, and then they got another one, also the runt of the litter. I don't know, they always got the runts of the litter. But we got, but they both really, really loved me. They were yappy little things, but also very lovey. You know, I'd go and sit in the easy chair to have a nap, and they'd, you know, she'd leap up into my lap and then have a nap with me. And, yeah, just really, really friendly to me and, you know, people that she knew, but not so much to strangers. You know, very defensive of their pack. And then the Rottweiler, he was pretty chill most of the time. He liked to play, like he'd play catch and stuff, and, you know, it's definitely an exercise in trust when you have to get the ball out of the Rottweiler's mouth so that you can play catch with him, because he'll bring you the ball, but then he wouldn't want to give it up. So you're like, come on, you gotta let it go. If you want me to throw it, you gotta let it go. You know, trying to reason with him, but you literally have to, like. But he was like really careful. Like, he never bit anybody. The only one he ever bit was the schnauzer, and by accident, because she was getting into his food. People our ages have lived in 2 different universes, the pre and post 2001 ones. Yeah, no kidding, eh? It's 2001 when they fired up the Large Hadron Collider and sent us into the stupidest timeline in the universe. It's the only explanation I can think of. It was that damn squirrel that got into the Hadron Collider. That's what it did. Did you hear it? There was literally, like, I don't know if it was a squirrel or a wombat or some kind of rodent got into the damn thing, and they had to shut it down. And I'm like, oh, it was the squirrel. The squirrel got into that stupid thing and then just sent us all hurtling into the stupidest timeline imaginable. Thanks, squirrel. Fucker. Yeah, I absolutely came from the Berenstain timeline, by the way. 110% remember it being spelled with an E. I refuse to believe that it wasn't. But, yeah. But I do know that Sinbad movie never happened. People are just mixing it up with the Shaq movie. But, you had a rabbit called Buffy. Not much of a vampire slayer, but a lovely rabbit. Excellent, yeah. Yeah. The Sinbad movie happened, man. See? Yeah, there we go. See, but I mean, maybe that means all of us that got stuck in this timeline didn't necessarily all originate from the same one. Huh? I come from the Berenstain timeline where the Sinbad movie didn't happen. You come from the one where the Sinbad movie did happen. And we all just got thrown in here. We got the bad superposition collapse due to Schrodinger's squirrel. There you go. Schrodinger's squirrel. That's good. Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, if you believe the whole quantum theory, like the string theory, that every decision we make creates a new reality, then why the fuck not? I mean, it just makes that theory even more plausible as far as I'm concerned. Now, if we could just find a way to harness that deliberately, and control it in some way so we can actually go where we want to go, great. We could get out of this fucking timeline and go back to somewhere a little more sane. Read all our Berenstain books. And have a special midnight showing of that Sinbad movie. See, I just want to go to the timeline where all the Doctor Who episodes still exist. You know? That's it. I'll be happy with that. Where home video happened 10 years earlier, so the BBC didn't junk anything. Yep. Anyway, this is kind of pseudo-related to the updates I'm wanting to film tonight, because they're all sci-fi. And a few, actually, I'm going to do the ones I'm thinking of, some that kind of ride the line of hard sci-fi as well. British sci-fi. I think to a degree the law of attraction definitely exists. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Most people in my country are finding it very difficult to keep their heads above the ocean of shit. I'm doing surprisingly well, comparatively speaking. Well, you know what I've found helps? Very consciously limiting my social media time. I don't look at anywhere near as many social media sites as I used to, but I mean partly because a lot of them just become corrupted beyond any degree of usefulness. But the few that I do still frequent, you know, Facebook, I basically use to keep in touch with people that I'm only in touch with through Facebook, and to steal memes. I steal so many memes from Facebook, and then I post them on Discord. So it's a great meme repository for sure. And then other than that, I'm on Blue Sky. That's pretty much it. Well, and YouTube, of course, but in terms of like actual kind of, you know, scroll until you're dead social media, I'm really just on Blue Sky. So YouTube, Facebook, and Reddit. Yeah, see, I mean, at least Reddit you can like pick the you know, the topics that are of interest to you and kind of keep it relevant to your specific interests, rather than say like TikTok or whatever, where it algorithmically feeds you what it thinks you like based on your past viewing and engagement habits. But yeah, I've definitely wrangled my YouTube timeline under control once I came to the realization that absolutely everything on YouTube is about the watch history. So if you don't want to be recommended certain types of videos, go into your watch history. You're probably getting recommended them because you watched something and forgot about it, or maybe didn't forget about it, and so it's just feeding you more of the same. That's all the algorithm does. It gives you more of the same. So you go into your watch history, delete the kind of shit you don't want to see more of, and it'll stop recommending it to you. And it's amazing how fast that works. It's literally instant. There's no like winding down period or whatever. But TikTok causes temporary suicidal ideation if I attempt to watch it. Wow. Very consistently. So I do not. Yeah. The only time I really watch TikTok, I have a TikTok page, and I tried to do some of the short form stuff, but yeah, it just didn't really. Most of the ones I do watch there, I mean, other than just kind of meme-y stuff, is like the odd commentary video, you know, and that's about it. But for the most part, like for short form content, I just watch YouTube Shorts because it's just on YouTube. And as far as my content goes, I mean, yeah, I figure using YouTube Shorts makes more sense because that's going to draw more people to my main channel, like just as a promotional tool, essentially. So that's why I use it. Why I use it. But Reddit, pick your rabbit hole. Yeah, basically. What was it? Oh, the Doctor Who? Yeah, they exist in this timeline. They're in the crates with the rest of the important ancient relics being watched by top men. What men? Top men. That was Porkins from Star Wars, by the way. William Hootkins. Yeah. Great character actor. No two roles alike. He was a fucking chameleon. Amazing. Does not get enough credit. That is not how the algorithm works at all. It's logged into a supercomputer. Your watch history does not have an effect. Okay, whatever you say. How long have you been on YouTube? So as a content creator, the trick is you want to get on as many watch histories as possible. That's really it. So, but yeah, that actually comes straight from a YouTube engineer, former YouTube engineer. And I forget what it was, a YouTube video where he was interviewed and he was talking about it. He says, yeah, the algorithm, it's not as complicated as people think. It literally just goes by watch history. It's all about the watch history. So, yeah. So I admit that I view short form video as being part of the corporate initiative to make us less intelligent. Yeah, no kidding, eh? And easier to control, so I largely try to avoid it. Yeah. Or, not short form itself, but the promotion of it. Yeah, fair enough. And it's good to be cognizant of that because, especially now where social media has been, literally weaponized to the point where it's just being used as a full-on propaganda tool to push this agenda or that agenda, or, distract you with this so you don't notice that, like it's, when you kind of key into that, it becomes so obvious when they're doing that, and seeing the number of people that just get sucked into it and buy it hook, line, and sinker is really, quite frankly, depressing as hell. Like, God, why are there so many people out there who just cannot think even a little bit? They just let the media do the thinking for them, and yeah. But yeah, no, let's not go down. I could go on a big rant about that, and I have on occasion. But let's try not to go down that rabbit hole right now because I'm trying to. I gotta focus on the filming. So what's getting filmed today? Still on Dr. Oho? Yes. We're almost finished with the. Actually, I think we're finished with the Doctor Who Blu-ray and DVD updates. But I have some stuff that is peripherally related. It's related in some way to Doctor Who's, like other British sci-fi, and some mystery, and then we got books. We got Doctor Who books and comics, books and basically collected comics. So we got some more of the Target paperbacks. Got a nice hardcover book that came out recently. Got some British comics and some American comics, because there's, the ones being done by Titan, which I'm pretty sure is an American company. So, yeah. If I say to you in a Discord call, hey, do you like noodle sandwiches? It is picked up by the algorithm and will recommend it to you on YouTube. Yes, that's a whole other thing, though. I'm just talking about within the YouTube ecosystem itself. As far as what videos it recommends to you based on what your patterns of behavior are on YouTube. I know what you're talking about. Like that's the larger internet. So that will determine what ads it serves you and things like that, but won't necessarily determine what videos it serves you, if that makes sense. So you'll talk about noodle sandwiches, and suddenly you'll start seeing ads for noodle sandwiches appearing on, everywhere. Not just YouTube. You'll see it on Facebook. You'll see it on Twitter. You'll see it just fucking everywhere. Either just some random website you go to because you clicked on an article, you'll see all these banner ads for noodle sandwiches. That, I can't even begin to crack how that all works. That is so complicated. And it just shows how deeply embedded all of that is into all of our social media interactions. But in terms of the the videos that get recommended, it is 110% your watch history. That side of it is very simple. And people don't realize that. They bitch and moan about the algorithm. It's like, well, first off, there's a variety of algorithms at play at any given moment when you use the internet. But in terms of just, what YouTube recommends to you to watch, that's all the watch history. It's based entirely on that. And you can put that to the test. Go watch something absolutely heinous on YouTube. Just watch it and then refresh your page and see how quickly it starts recommending more of the same heinous subject matter. Or not even anything heinous, just pick a random subject, find a video about it, watch it, and then hit refresh on your homepage and see what you're being recommended. I guarantee you it's almost instantaneous. You will start seeing more videos of that subject appearing. Then, to conclude the experiment, go back into your watch history, delete that video from your watch history, then refresh your homepage. All those recommendations are gone. It's as if you never watched that video, because as far as the algorithm's concerned, you deleted it, you didn't watch it, you're not interested in it, it's not going to recommend it to you again. Because what they want you to view content that is of interest to you, so then the supercomputer ad server can sell shit to you. So that's all of it in a very simplified nutshell. But in terms of what kinds of videos you get recommended, you have total control over that, and people don't realize that. So, well, yeah. I love it when someone claims the algorithm is burying them. My mental response to that is, then how did you get in my recommendations? Yeah, like you just... well, and that's why I mention this from time to time. People don't realize how much control they actually have over stuff like that. Sites like Facebook. Why am I getting so many like sad stories and stories that make me angry? Because you keep clicking the angry react. You keep clicking the sad react. If you want a more positive time, Facebook takes a little bit more work. But if you want a more positive timeline, never click the negative reacts, no matter what. Because all Facebook does, at the base level, same thing as YouTube does, it's just going to serve you more of the same. They don't give a shit if it's upsetting you. In fact, if it's upsetting you, that's even better, because that means you'll be more likely to react and engage with that content and make more ad revenue for them. They do not care about your mental well-being. In fact, the more broken you are, the more easy it is to manipulate you. So they want to break you more. So never, ever click negative reacts on any social media. Like, love, laugh. That's it. Don't touch any of the others. I swear to God. Don't touch any of the others. Do that as an experiment if you're still on Facebook. Only click the positive reacts and watch how, and it'll happen fairly quickly. It's not instantaneous like YouTube, because that one actually does get fed into more of like an engagement matrix kind of thing. So give it a few days, only positive react, you'll start to see changes. So, yeah. The power of positive thinking, right? Well, it's the power of positive reacting. Don't give them what they want. Focus on what you want. Right? I put a thumbs down on an AI shitposting video I watched an hour ago. I should have remembered that. Yeah, we all do that. I mean, even when you're sort of, when you sort of wake up from the matrix, as it were, and realize how it all works, we're only human. We still, and that's, and old habits die hard, yeah. That's the other thing. On YouTube, the thumbs don't mean a damn thing. That's just for, basically just for the viewer to see how many people liked or disliked. YouTube doesn't give a shit if you liked it or disliked it. All they care about is engagement. Views, thumb up, thumb down, comments, all of that counts under one singular metric, engagement. So it doesn't matter. So I tell this to my haters all the time. I say, yeah, I see you out there, hate subscribed, thumbing down all my content, but you know what? You're actually helping me. You watched my video, you thumbed it down, and then you left an angry comment telling me how much I suck. That's 3 engagement points you just gave me, dude. You are boosting my video. People have this mentality, oh, if I thumb it down, if we like mass thumb it down, that'll bury the video in the algorithm. Ha 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 ha. No, it won't. No, it will not. That video will get sent right to the top because, oh, look at all the engagement it's getting. And they don't care. It's the same with Facebook. They don't care if it makes you mad. They don't care if you don't like it. All they care about is the fact that this video is generating engagement. Whether it's positive or negative, they do not care, does not matter, is not a factor. It's all engagement. So, there you go. I have seen Subservience. That was excellent. I actually really liked it. I thought it was pretty good. It was kind of like Megan if she was Megan Fox. And fuckable. But, yeah, I thought it was pretty good. So, hey, John Clare. So, yeah, I watched that because, you know, I like Megan Fox. Because I'm a hot-blooded male with a pulse. Also, she's actually a big nerd. Did you know that? So she's like the obligatory hot nerd. So, yeah. Go Megan. But yeah, no, I enjoyed that one. I like those types of things, like about artificial intelligence or androids, robots, and stuff. And I think that, you know, and Megan, the movie Megan, was kind of explored other aspects of a similar theme. And I like that type of thing because, I mean, to me, the most interesting science fiction is the kind that is a cautionary tale and that kind of takes stuff that's actually being developed today and projects it a little bit into the future to say, well, this is, you know, this is the upside, this is the downside, this is how it could benefit or be a detriment. And I like that. I like that kind of stuff. So for me, that's like right in line with my interests. You know, Black Mirror. Black Mirror is like one of the all-timers of cautionary science fiction. So, first watch Megan with me on Discord. Am I still being a fly on the wall? Yes, you are, and I'm not being a good wall. I'm being too been getting sucked into delightful conversation again. All right, so some of the stuff we're going to talk about today actually falls under the category of cautionary sci-fi and rides the line of hard sci-fi. Megan has a love doll. Well, yeah, like Megan Fox or Megan from Megan. They actually do have a life-size Megan from Megan. I mean, obviously it's not intended to be a love doll, but I mean, you just know there's pervs out there that are gonna do unspeakable things to that thing. But I mean, it's just supposed to be a decoration, like, you know. There you go. People were making jokes about my my Emily animatronic, and it's like, oh, you're gonna fuck her. And it's like, well, I mean, there's no body. Under the dress is just all gears and stuff. Like, sure, you can try to stick your dick in it if you want to have it ground into hamburger. But, no. So, yeah, purely decorative, folks. Purely decorative. Not everything is, you know, like you see in the movies. But, recently watched Elevation with Anthony Mackie, Morena Baccarin, and Maddie Hassan. I think I heard of that one. Yeah, I haven't seen it, though. Thomas, everyone stop being interesting. I can't help it. I have, like, the coolest viewers in the world who just have interesting things to talk about. God damn it. Stop being so awesome, everybody. What was I going to say? I just watched the season finale of Severance, if you guys watch Severance. Man, that's actually some interesting, you know, dystopian sci-fi as well, which asks some very interesting, deeply philosophical morally complex questions. It's also very funny, and also very, has some incredible dramatic gut punches in it. I don't think I cried as much as I did during that finale in ages, man. But it felt good. Felt good. I like art that makes me feel, So definitely recommend that one if you guys haven't seen it. Only 2 seasons. First season was 9 episodes. Second season's 10, so very easily bingeable. It has been renewed for a 3rd season. Watching the pilot of Star Trek Lower Decks. I have not seen any of that yet. I know they just put out a complete series set, so I'm definitely going to have to grab that. I mean, I'm down for all things Star Trek, so. And I hear that one's actually quite good. And even crosses over into one of the live action shows. I forget if it was Strange New Worlds or Discovery. One of them anyway. But, yeah, so it is canon. But, also watch Star Trek Orville. Actually, I really want to see the Orville. I haven't seen that one either. I hear it's terrific. A lot of people were saying, like, wow, this Star Trek parody is more Star Trek than the current Star Trek. But, I mean, whatever. But I like the fact that Star Trek, which for a long time was seen as kind of stuffy and highbrow, I think, and just only nerds like that. But when they, kind of rested it for a while and then brought it back with Paramount Plus and their bevy of new shows, they had a little something for different demographics. So it really, I think, helped to expand the reach of Star Trek. Like, you had Discovery, which was kind of, like, this is some of the new direction we're going in. But then you have Strange New Worlds, which really appeals to the classic series fans. You have Picard, which is a direct continuation of Next Generation. You got Lower Decks, which appeals to the beer-drinking college crowd. And you got Prodigy, which appeals to the younger viewers. So you got all these key demographics covered. And it's all canonical to each other as well. So I think that was really clever marketing on Paramount's part, which, kind of helped to put Star Trek back on the map, which is good. I don't want to watch the first season of Picard, but I do like both 2 and 3. 3 is that's what everybody says. 3 is where it's at. It's basically another season of Next Generation. Have seen the Orville as well. Orville, Orangeville, as well. And yes, it is very good. Very cool. Yeah, I'll have to. Well, I mean, I just bought a shit ton of Star Trek, so the plan is to, start getting caught up on a lot of stuff that I haven't seen yet. So I look forward to that. The only one I've really watched of the new one with any kind of degree of completion is Strange New Worlds, where I watched the first season. I still have to watch the second. I think the 3rd season's about to start. But absolutely loved it. I thought it was fantastic. It really felt like, good old Star Trek, and I really like the cast in it. I think it's a terrific cast. But yeah, as for Picard, I did watch a good chunk of the first season, and I just never got back to it. But I have the complete series set now on Blu-ray, so I will watch it at some point. And I got the movies, and I got Next Generation, so I got it all, man. But and actually, I know Mom has a few Star Trek things as well. I know she was a big fan of Voyager, so I think she has the complete series set of that somewhere in her collection. It's not in any of these boxes, but if that's the case and I find it, I'm definitely keeping that one, because, why wouldn't I? Why would I buy it if we got it right there? So, I know she was a big fan of Enterprise as well. I got the Blu-ray set of that, so I don't know if she ever got Deep Space Nine. I don't know. Or if she got Next Generation. I don't think she got the original series set. She might have got Next Generation. I know for sure she had Voyager. So, anyway. Which was Seth MacFarlane. The Orville. Seth MacFarlane did a particularly good job making it accessible to a wide audience. He uses metaphors for things at times, like a hybrid of Trek and The Simpsons. That's cool, yeah. So it's 3 films starring Liam Neeson on the weekend: In the Land of Saints and Sinners, Retribution, and Absolution. Gotcha. So what was this? Seth did originally pitch to Paramount, but they rejected. Oh, the Orville, yeah. Then after it was successful, gee, here comes some Star Trek Lower Decks, and let's make it animated. Seth was successful in that. Well, and it kind of looks similar to Family Guy, like visually. At least plot-wise, it doesn't rip off Orville. I gotta give it that. Yes, unlike Deep Space Nine. Yeah, came out a little while after JMS pitched Babylon 5 to them. Oh no, we don't want that. But we'll keep your show Bible. Fucking hell. Yeah, the general feeling there is that Deep Space Nine was just full-on highway robbery, because not only did they have a similar concept, you know, space station as a port of call for aliens and trading and diplomacy and stuff, but a lot of the major story arcs are just lifted part and parcel from Babylon 5. So, yeah. But, you know, we kind of forgive it because I don't think everybody who was on there was aware of that. But, and it's such a great cast and has some terrific story arcs that are very much unique to to Babylon 9 and Deep Space 5. But yeah, I mean, it does enough of its own things to be its own thing, but it's so sketchy and shady that they did that. And it's kind of funny that they did that basically again with Lower Decks, but as you say, at least this time they didn't rip off the story. They just kind of did their own thing. So yeah, seen both and like both for different reasons. Yeah, I mean, and so do I, honestly. I mean, I think Deep Space Nine is great, and it's got, you know, some terrific characters. The whole Odo and Quark, you know, sort of antagonistic friendship that develops over the course is wonderful. I love that relationship, and you know, Sisko's a great leader, and yeah, I need to see more of it. I just kind of watched it on and off when it was on. I watched it a fair much during the first season, but that's definitely one that I want to properly sit down and go through at some point. But yeah, I always liked what I saw of it. And then yeah. As for Taken, yeah, I think I have all 3 of them on Blu-ray. I still haven't watched a single one of them. But that's what I hear, that Liam is a badass in that one. He is very good at being a badass. They only did 1 Q episode, where TNG and Voyager did a shit ton of Q episodes. Well, I mean, to be fair, it bummed me out that, yeah. But, I mean, to be fair, like Q was very much, you know, the foil of Picard in a lot of ways, like since the very first episode, The Next Generation. So it tracks that they would have him come back frequently to torment Picard, to toy with him, and that finale, man, where it's like, yeah, Picard, the trial never ended. It's been ongoing the whole time. And he's like, well, fuck. That's such a great finale for Next Generation. Ugh, what a great ending. But, yeah. So that Deep Space Nine doesn't really mature until season 4. It is good sporadically before that, but it only gets consistently good after that. Wait, you know, what is that with Star Trek shows? They seem to have, like, shaky first seasons. Like, Next Generation was the same thing. Like, the first season was a little shaky. A lot of retreaded Star Trek Phase 2 scripts being used. And then there was the writer's strike that impacted season 2, so they had the shortest season, I think, of any, like, of the classic Star Trek shows. 22 episodes instead of 26 or 30, like the classic series. But then season 3, it just, like, becomes, like, one of the greatest shows on television. You know? It just, like, bam, okay, we know what we're doing now. And that was it. But again, as you say, like, I mean, even the early seasons, they do have their good episodes and their good moments, and it's still kind of fun to see how it evolves, you know. But yeah, it gets really good from season 3 onward. Enterprise, yeah. See, I've seen the first season of Enterprise. I watched it when it was on Netflix. And I was like, okay, I got to get the Blu-ray set of this. This is actually pretty good. And I liked where it was going. They were starting to get into the timey-wimey stuff, which, of course, I love. So it's like, oh, they're doing time travel stuff. And they, like, went hard with the time travel stuff in that, too, with, what's his face, Daniel, or whatever his name was, that time agent guy who kept showing up. Yeah, he factors pretty heavily into Star Trek Online. He kind of guides you through some of the different timelines, and you help him out with some missions and stuff. And it's part of the reason why you can jump into other eras is because he's around and he's, like, taking you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's fun. But, yeah, I like what I saw of Enterprise, and I definitely look forward to jumping back into it. Yeah, I found, like, for me, the first season, I remember, like, it seemed like some of the characters hadn't quite been fully defined yet. They seemed to be jumping around a little bit in terms of characterization and how they would react to certain situations. But, yeah. The Zindi, the Augments, and the Kirshara are Enterprise's 3 main serials. Yeah, that was the other thing. I heard that it does get more heavily serialized as it goes as well, which was something they hadn't done a ton of on Star Trek previously. I mean, there was an ongoing continuity, obviously, but, you know, primarily it would be like the season premieres and finales where the big events would happen, and then, you know, everything else was just the diplomatic problem of the week. But yeah, so that's another reason I'm curious about it, is seeing the more heavily serialized elements and stuff. So what was this? Oh yeah, Chonker says regarding Q, he says he popped up in Voyager mainly because they were in the unexplored regions of the Delta Quadrant, and he had a crush on Janeway. Well, hey, didn't a lot of us? Russell T. Davies has been very keen over the years to do a Star Trek Doctor Who crossover. Of course, there's the recent mobile game thing. According to him, he pitched doing a Star Trek Enterprise Doctor Who crossover, but of course Star Trek ended up dying and taking a long break. Yes. We did get the comic, Assimilation Squared, with where the 11th Doctor meets up with, I think it's the Next Generation crew. That's apparently really good. But that's the only, like, official crossover I think they've done. So I still need to pick that one up. Deep Space Nine had 2 to 3 episode serials. Okay, yeah, that's cool. But see, I like that. Both of those shows are, like, you know, kind of trying to redefine Star Trek a little bit and break out of the old format and try new things. You know, Deep Space Nine, not just with that, but also with the tone of it. It was, like, much darker and grittier. And I think for a lot of people that was the appeal. It's like we're kind of seeing a bit of the seedier side of the Star Trek universe. It's not all shiny lights and Starfleet uniforms, you know. And I like that. I like that because it's not going to be all, you know, glitz and glamour. There's going to be a darker, grittier side. Then why not explore that? And then with Enterprise, you know, getting into, you know, not just the origins and the prequels aspects, but you know, jumping around, exploring different timelines, different possibilities, and stuff like that. 11 is probably the best Doctor to use for crossover. He's the most extroverted. Yeah, I'd say that. I mean, I've always described him as he is by turns very childlike, impish, kind of like Willy Wonka. Has that sort of sense of wonder and fun and playfulness, but also can turn on a dime, and then you see the ancient Time Lord. You see the wisdom of the ages in his eyes. Like when he gets serious, that's when, like, you know, his age and his wisdom comes out, and it's like he's trying not to let go of that youthful exuberance, but at the same time, you know, having to deal with, well, you know, having to grow up at the same time. But yeah, I think they dealt with that a little bit in Day of the Doctor, when the 10th Doctor and 11th Doctor teamed up, and they were both sort of talking about how they remembered the Time War and things like that, and how they, you know, because they're both in very different parts of the Doctor's personal timeline, they're at different parts of their grief, really. And I like how they touched on that in the specials, actually, when 14 meets 15, and talking about how it's like, you know, he says, we're a Time Lord, we're doing therapy in the wrong order, you know. But I like how they touch on that, and it's nice. 11 seemed like the de facto leader in Day of the Doctor. Well, I mean, which kind of makes sense. He was the current Doctor. We were talking about this the other day with the 5 Doctors, how even though the original script had Tom Baker kind of taking the lead, it made more sense really to have Peter Davison take the lead because he was the current Doctor. So I think it makes sense that was the case there as well. He's the second coming of one in a lot of the ways, which is numerically appropriate. In some ways, yeah. I would say 12 is kind of the second coming of one, a little more so, for a couple reasons. I mean, being an older Doctor again, but also being the start of a new regeneration cycle. This time with presumably no limit on it. But 11 was actually the 13th incarnation, so he was the end of that regeneration cycle, of course, as I'm sure you know. And the Time Lords granted him a new cycle. And we saw that especially in Capaldi's first season, where he was having trouble remembering certain things from his previous set of lives. He forgot Madame de Pompadour, for God's sake. And they made a big point of that. He's like, he like felt echoes of the memory, but couldn't like lock onto it. And I thought that was really interesting. And also, like, his attitude-wise had kind of been sent back as well. Like, he was having to relearn how to be nice to people, you know, and stuff like that. So I thought that was interesting how they explored that. But yeah, I love 11. He's probably, like, easily one of my favorites of the new era, simply because I love that characterization. I also think it has some great storylines, like some great story arcs that really kind of dive into the timey-wiminess a lot more than some of the other eras did. And that's Stephen Moffat making the universe his playground, you know, and basically just like, let's go full tilt boogie with how twisty-turny time travel can be, and have some fun with it. And yeah, you really got to pay attention, especially in like seasons 5 and 6. Or series 5 and 6, because things get very timey-wimey. But it's fun. It's like you get pieces of the puzzle as you go, and then by the end of the series, it all comes together, and it's like, oh, okay, now I get it. So that thing there was this, and that was it. Yeah, I enjoy that. I have not seen Section 31 yet, Stephen. So yeah, I think I've never met Section 31. I know that they've been in some other Star Treks, but I'm woefully behind on the new stuff, so I feel like I got to catch up on some of the other new stuff first, and then I can watch that. But I don't know. I'll probably end up watching it before everything else anyway, because it's just a standalone movie. But least favorite Doctor? What? 11 is your least favorite Doctor? Or are you asking me what my least favorite Doctor is? There have been a few Doctors who, once they passed, didn't have as much effect on the others. And then you have Doctors who are instrumental to the whole group. 11 was the latter, I think. I think so, too. I mean, especially even with... they even had him, like, pop in briefly in Deep Breath, Capaldi's first story, where he phones Clara. and tells her that, you know, he needs your help. Because I mean, not just, I mean, that was as much for the viewers who were like, oh, I don't know how they're going to accept an older Doctor, but as old school fans are like, fuck yeah, an older Doctor, finally. But, so there was that aspect to it, but just within canon, 11 knew that it was his last incarnation, and things might be a little difficult for his next incarnation, especially being the start of a new cycle. So he didn't know. He didn't know for sure how that was going to play out, but at the very least, he wanted to kind of put a safety net there for himself, and say, hey, you know, Clara, he might need your help, so please just try to be there for him and help him to figure things out. You know, he might be a little out of sorts. Because, I mean, you know, we all know about post-regeneration stress and amnesia sometimes and whatnot, and how that can throw, you know, the new Doctor out of whack for a little bit. And yeah, so I thought that was nice. But yeah, he's like the dude's rug, I guess. 11 just kind of ties the whole room together. So, no, as a Jonkler says, and people forget that 11 was on Trenzalore for like 600 years. Oh yeah, on in the town called Christmas. Fuck, I love that story, by the way. One of my favorite send-off stories in the new era. Essentially experiencing a second Time War, which I feel had a massive effect on 12. Yeah, possibly, yeah. Much like 9 in the Time War. I wonder will we ever get a physical release for the new one, the new Beverly Hills Cop. I don't know. It would be nice. That's like one of my big pet peeves of the streaming era that we live in, is that so many shows and movies just get trapped on the streaming service, and we never get a version we can put on our shelf. And then they go and pull it off the streaming service or write it off for tax purposes. You know, that's what happened with Willow. They got written off. So that can never be released, ever. It can't even be put back on Disney+. It's just going to sit in the vault until it rots. So, yeah. Cases like that, yeah, torrent the fuck out of that, because that's bullshit. You know? Go torrent it. Save it. Save those shows. Because the studios sure won't. It's like one of the times I think piracy is absolutely justified, because literally how else can you see that show? There's literally no other way to see it. But you know what's funny? If you don't use a VPN, the studio will still sue you anyway. So hypocritical. That whole system is so stupid. Anyway, speaking of collecting, I should do videos about my collection, because that's what we're here for today. But awesome talking to you guys. I love that it doesn't seem to matter what time I go live anymore. Like, there's always somebody up. Like, look, we got 26 people here right now, and it's 4 in the morning. Greetings, my fellow night owls and friends on the other side of the world. So, yeah. Well, I guess it's like at least 7 a.m. on the East Coast in my part of the world, so that's not too bad. So it's probably not good that I've started using streaming services now. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, I subscribe to, I got 2. I've got Netflix and Amazon Prime. Prime I have for a variety of reasons, though not just the streaming. Their streaming service, like the interface, is a little janky. I don't really like the layout of it, but their shows are really good, and they have a lot of good catalog stuff. Like we were talking the other day, one of the reasons I got it was because they had all of the original Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack, so that's pretty cool. But Netflix, funny enough, I originally got for the Marvel shows when they were on there, and now of course they're long gone and all moved over to Disney+. But I like a lot of their original programming and their original movies and stuff. So, and it's a good mix of content there, I find, still, even though like a lot of studios pulled their content to go make their own streaming services. There's still quite a lot of good stuff on there. Their anime selection is pretty good. They got some pretty good shows on there. And yeah, overall, pretty satisfied with it. For me, if I was to get another streaming service, it would probably be Shudder, simply because of my, being a big horror fan. But that's not a huge priority for me. I mean, I barely watch the ones I have anyway. I'll occasionally get the urge to binge a show, so I'll do that. But and also it'd be like, and like with Paramount Plus, I have no incentive to subscribe to Paramount Plus because they put everything out on physical media. Bless their hearts. So I just wait for the Blu-rays, and I get those. So I'm still supporting their shows. For Disney Plus, yeah, I mean Disney Plus is not a bad one. I mean they've got a lot of good stuff on there. I don't know how much catalog stuff they have, but they're putting like more of the Fox library on there as well, and stuff like that. The Star Wars shows are great. I actually enjoy most of them. I haven't watched all of the Marvel shows, but I have enjoyed the ones that I've seen. As you know, I like She-Hulk quite a bit. Probably the most divisive Marvel show ever, but I loved it as a fan of the comic. I thought they absolutely nailed it. I really liked Moon Knight. I really liked Miss Marvel. And I think that's all I watched of the Marvel ones, actually. Just those three. But, yeah. But, I mean, at least they're starting to put those out on physical as well. Like, I did get the 4Ks of the first four Star Wars show releases that they put out. And I also got the 4K of Moon Knight. So, yeah. Pretty cool. But yeah, Mandalorian's great. I liked Boba Fett. I just wish it had been a couple episodes longer. I feel like Boba Fett wasn't in his own show as much as he should have been. But I was glad that they did that. Yeah. It just ran out of steam. Did you see the finale? The very meta finale? Because I thought it was amazing. That was it was ripped right out of the comic books, where she would literally rip through the pages of the comics and jump to the next page and stuff. But in this case, she ripped out of the Disney Plus menu and jumped into the Marvel Assembled to cuss out the creative team for giving her a lame final episode. So I enjoyed that, but. Jennifer Walters from the old cartoon, yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of different iterations of She-Hulk over the years. I think the old cartoon leans more towards the Savage. Well, there was the 80s one had a She-Hulk episode, which was definitely the Savage She-Hulk, because that was all that existed at the time. The 90s one, I think, leaned a little bit more into sensational, but without the fourth wall breaking. So it was more kind of that, the more 80s, 80s into the 90s era. But, yeah. I've been collecting the collected editions of the comics. I've got quite a few. I got all the epic collections they've put out so far, and the new series that just came out. I've got all the volumes of that, and a couple of the others. I got a big omnibus of the series that Dan Slott wrote, which was formed a lot of the basis for the show. The show was kind of a mix of that and the sensational She-Hulk from the 80s. But yeah, just a fun character that I've always really liked. So I was thrilled that they did a live action show. It's just unfortunate so many people shat on it. But it's the only Marvel show I've watched twice, actually. I will watch Moon Knight again. At least I got the 4K, so I'll at least watch the 4Ks again. But yeah. Warlords of Atlantis. Recently got The Land and the People That Time Forgot on Blu-ray from Germany. Oh, yeah, I think we were talking about Warlords of Atlantis the other day. I thought there was a Blu-ray of it. I could have sworn. That's kind of a post-apocalyptic one, isn't it? Because I was watching a lot of post-apocalyptic stuff. You sound like you've become pretty knowledgeable. Well, I try. I mean, I'm very much of the... I've definitely matured a lot, probably, since you last regularly watched my content. I've been through mental and emotional hell over the past 5 years, that had a lot to do with it as well. Prompted me to learn a lot about different things, so that I wouldn't get hurt again, essentially. But also dealt with a lot of loss, a lot of grief, just all in a very short period of time. So, yeah. But also, I'm very much always been of the mindset that, of trying to learn something new every day. Doesn't have to be like an encyclopedia's worth of knowledge, just something, Always be learning, always be exploring. And I guess part of that is my ADHD. I'm just always hungry for information. And when I hyperfixate on a particular subject, I want to know everything about it. So, add that to a wealth of interests. And you just kind of amass a shit ton of knowledge about things after a while. So, yeah. But anyway, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That was it. Let's not forget the billion to control bond that Jeff shelled out. Yeah, I think... yeah, I think Bond as we know it is done. I think that's it. It's kind of unfortunate that Barbara Broccoli decided to just take the money and run. Because, she was supposed to be the guardian of the legacy. But, oh well. Guess it's done. So, that's alright. I don't have to buy any more Blu-rays. Just get the last couple that I don't have and I'll be good. Both excited and nervous for the next Bond movie, as it is the first one with no control from the Broccoli family. Well, I don't want to say I'm being cautiously optimistic, but I will say I guess we'll just kind of wait and see. Maybe it'll be great. If they get some good talent behind it, it could be great. But I feel like it's going to feel very manufactured for the purpose of generating profit. Which, technically all movies are, but, the good ones find a way to maintain the artistic integrity within that system, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Just gotta wait and see. We'll see what happens. I still haven't seen the last couple of Bond movies, so I'm not exactly in a huge rush. Alright, I'm going to go have a smoke, and then let's try to get some filming going before the sun comes up. Cats are being very cooperative and nice tonight. Even Church. Church is sitting right here. How you doing, buddy? You just want to be close? Keep me company? Yeah, you're such a good boy. Yeah, it's okay. Careful, don't scratch yourself too hard, buddy. I know it's hard because you get itchy. Yeah. It's funny, like sometimes, when the kiddies act up, it becomes like a battle of wills. It's like, just stop doing that annoying thing. But when it comes right down to it, we all, there's a lot of love. We love each other. And, you've seen, like, he'll just come over and want to sit on the desk or keep us company or keep me company or whatever. So, yeah. Load of Bond books. Oh, yeah, did you get, like, all the old ones? The Ian Fleming ones? I don't have any of those. I'd love to read them sometime. I hear they haven't necessarily aged particularly well, but that's okay. I just look at things as products of their time in that case, it's like that's just the way the world was back then, so just kind of, catch you later, buddy. Thanks for the company. I think you just went to get a munch. saying how hard is it to put together an action-packed movie with a good storyline and a few sexual innuendos in the dialogue with a gorgeous Bond girl? Is it so hard? Yeah, I know, right? Like, if anything was like the definition of formulaic, it's the Bond movies, with the exception of the newer ones. But most of them follow a very straightforward formula, and it's, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? So, love all the Fleming ones, and I plan to read the post-Fleming books, too. Yeah, there's been, I think it's much like Conan, where there was a few different authors who did kind of pastiches after Robert E. Howard passed away, and so you get like new adventures that still have the flavor of the old ones. Robert Jordan, actually a writer of Wheel of Time, wrote a bunch of Conan books. So I'm pretty sure it was if I remember correctly, it was the same kind of thing with James Bond. There was a bunch of other authors that kind of took up the mantle and did new adventures. But Dalton and Brosnan need one more movie. Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, Brosnan at least got, what, 4? Dalton got 2. Yeah, would have been nice if he got at least one more. He's getting a drink of water. He paws at the dish to make sure there's water in it, I guess. I don't know. We're pretty sure he's like got kitty autism because he has these weird little quirks that, you know, like stimming, you know, licking himself just for the stimulation, and pawing at his water dish when it's full of water, stuff like that. George Lazenby got 1, yeah, but I don't know. I will watch that one day on Her Majesty's Secret Service. But 2 of the Brosnan ones sucked. Well, fair enough. I liked, well, everybody liked GoldenEye. And I also remember liking Tomorrow Never Dies. Thought that one was fun. I mean, you had Jonathan Pryce as the sort of evil Bill Gates in that, you know? It was fun. Jonathan Pryce plays great villains. But, what was it? Paul McGann is the, yeah, Paul McGann is the George Lazenby of Doctor Who. Yes, exactly. That he is. This one is a good one, but he is the weak point in his own movie. Which, George Lazenby? Yeah, well, it sounds like, you know, you would have agreed with my mother on that. She didn't like George Lazenby at all in that one. Said he was too stiff, basically. And just his performance didn't really click with her. But I hear the story in that one is great. You know, so I don't know. Just thinking, how do I put these up there with? I'm just thinking with regards to my insert shots that we did back in January. So the insert shots, I would put the Blu-ray here next to the TARDIS. And this particular set was angled about like that. A little less, kind of like that. But now, we did this update, so these are on the shelf, pushing all of these over a good chunk, because they're big chunky sets. So now I don't have as much space in there to put the things, right? So I think what we're going to need to do is fudge it by putting these up here. We don't necessarily need to have everything on the shelf for every update, right? And I don't actually need to lean it either because it's sufficiently thick. It'll just stand up. But I'll put it like that anyway to be a little more consistent with the insert shots. We did fudge them a little bit the other day with the other ones we filmed. But, yeah. I don't think you can see the other shelves. No, the insert shots are pretty tight. They're basically right up, so you can only see the contents in this shelf. So, yeah. Alright, so we'll leave it like that. Ugh. Okay. So, anyway, the next one we're going to do is Doom Watch. Yeah. Warlords of Atlantis is where they have a diving bell, and while Doug McClure and Peter Gilmore are under the water, a giant octopus comes up on the ship and grabs the crew and a gold statue. Ah, good old Doug McClure. Yeah, Lister's least favorite actor. He was in a lot of stuff. Didn't he? He just passed away recently, didn't he, Doug McClure? Yeah, he did like a ton of those like sci-fi, fantasy, action, adventure movies. But, I feel like we as viewers need to help Z and encourage him to film rather than immediately asking him questions a few seconds after he has a spark of motivation to film. Thank you, Blaze. Voice of reason. You are correct. I may actually, when I start filming, I'm actually just going to close the chat on my window so I don't even see it. You guys will see it there. So y'all can feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Very friendly bunch. Yeah. You don't just have to talk to me. I'm not the only person. There's like 20 other people here. So, yeah. So everybody make sure to keep tabs on the chat on the screen as well, because that is the combined chat. That shows both YouTube and Twitch chat in one chat box. So you can see everybody there. So you can actually chat across platforms by paying attention to what's going on in the chat box. You know what I'm saying? So you don't even have to be on the other platform. You can just like chat through here to each other. Pretty neat, eh? Was it Alfred Hitchcock's The Beginning Blu-ray set is currently £100. I jumped on that. Oof, £100. Jesus, that's like $200 Canadian. I'm hoping there's a lot of movies in there. But yeah, I was looking regarding Doom Watch. There's actually I found out there's also a TV movie that they did in 1999, sort of trying to revitalize it. It didn't go beyond the movie. The movie got one DVD release. I saw it on Amazon UK for about £45. I'm like, that's like almost $100 Canadian. Like, I cannot justify that price for a freaking DVD of a single movie. Like, I don't think it even has any extras on it. It's just the movie. If it was a big Blu-ray deluxe set, maybe, but yeah, the only reason it's priced like that is because it's out of print and it was from a third-party seller. So what was that? There's cheaper when it released, and 10 movies. So like £10 a movie. That's pretty good. That's not too bad. How you doing, Church? You have a good drink? Sound like you were pretty thirsty. Careful. Don't scratch too hard, buddy. Oh, there's the tongue. Can you see? No, you can't see him there. He's behind all the stuff. You can kind of see him moving. Alright. Alright, well, we'll hope that he settles down. You alright? Well, he's starting to scratch. I hope he doesn't like... No, don't irritate it, buddy. You gotta take it. You gotta try to relax. I know it's hard. itchy and stuff. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I really hope that stuff comes tomorrow because I really want us to be able to help the little guy. You know, feel bad. So. You only get it on DVD either separate or in a box set with the Land That Time Forgot and At the Earth's Core. Oh. So it's one of those ones that's just trapped in DVD limbo, I guess, eh? Yeah, I must have been thinking of something else with a similar title. There's like a post-apocalyptic one that someone recommended to me, so I put it in my cart somewhere at one of the Amazons, so that I wouldn't forget. Because I knew I would forget otherwise. But, yeah. You got almost all of Hitchcock's movies? Yeah, I don't have anywhere near all of them. I've got a few. Like Psycho and North by Northwest. I have a Mill Creek set of a lot of his early stuff, which I'm sure has the most incredible transfers. But, yeah. It has like some of his really early, like his silent movies and stuff as well. And I'm pretty sure most, if not all of those, have had like high def remasters, like long since that set came out. But yeah, it was a cheap set in a cool tin, so I couldn't complain too much. Anyway, how long have we been going? God damn, almost 2 hours. Holy shit! All right, we are filming after this. So if any of you have a fear of flying, one of the things I'll be talking about in this video we're about to shoot may be a little triggering, just so you know. I'll be back. Church, really? You're starting that right now? You've been quiet the whole night. Just changing into my uniform. Dude, have you even been watching? Did you actually watch the stream or you just listen? You can see them on the shelf. Right there. In front of you. Oh, sorry, I'm like naked. Oh, I didn't realize I was on. Well, I'm not naked, but you know. Just putting my shirt on. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to traumatize everybody. Accusations of Doctor Who and the Daleks. Oh, Daleks Invasion of Earth. I don't have the collector's editions. I have these editions. From Kino Lorber. I don't know how you can see them there. There we go. Just these two Blu-ray editions. I know they did get 4K editions recently. I may upgrade at some point. So I thought you were asking about the collector's editions of just Doctor Who, like, which, yes, I have a couple of them. I'm wanting to get more. So, yeah. Alright, closing the chat temporarily. And don't forget, we're trying to knock out that dono goal. We had $10 from Thomas earlier. It'll be great to knock it down a few more percentages while we're going here. I hope that little unintentional flash doesn't get me banned. Well, if it does, I'm sure it won't be for very long. And then, yeah. I can still stream on YouTube if that happens. YouTube doesn't care. But, just so you know, if I disappear from Twitch all of a sudden, you'll know why. Shit, I don't even know how my battery is. Let me check. No, hold on a second. Yeah. There we go. We need to go over here. Gotta get my angles right here. No, I need to go over here. actually that's better because it puts it a little more in darkness. But I'm getting glare off the that's not gonna work. Oh my god. What are you doing? Oh, this battery's almost dead. Alright. Okay, battery's almost dead. We're gonna have to put this one on the charger shortly, but we might be able to squeeze one video out of it. Let's see. Yeah, so we got darkness there. That's good. Adjust the ghost girl a little bit here. Pull her up. You don't like the ghost girl, Church? Scary. Scary. How's that? What you doing, Church? Why are you suddenly interested in my shelves? Please don't be interested in my shelves. I do not want you to be interested in my shelves. Are you just gonna... You're just gonna sit on Mummy's purse? Okay, you sit on Mummy's purse. Just don't, like, claw it up or puke on it. Alright, well... Hold on. This and that should be good. Burf. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, good. I think you guys can, yeah, you can, oh, whoops, hold on, let's angle you over here a little bit, and down a bit, there we go. Yeah, I like that you guys can see the camera. I mean, of course I flipped the screen around so I can see on my end, but yeah, so let's just zoom in. Get our laser sharp focus. Lasers. Oh yeah, we can't have, hold on. I'm gonna angle this more this way. There. That's a little better, I think. Go. And pull that back. Shit. Just bumped it enough to be annoying. Okay, there we go. Let's see how much battery we get out of this one. Being such a good boy tonight, aren't you? Being such a good boy. He got lots of the healing spray on his owies, so I think he's feeling less irritable and irritated physically. So, anyway. No, we still got 2 hours left on that light. Okay. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday DVD and Blu-ray update. Now, today is not Doctor Who, but kind of peripherally related to Doctor Who, but is most definitely some British sci-fi. This time leaning more into hard sci-fi, taking some of its subject matter straight out of big hot-button issues that were relevant at the time, and some of which remain alarmingly relevant today. I'm, of course, talking about Jerry Davis and Kit Pedler's Doom Watch. Let's talk about it today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Now my battery's blinking at me. Which means we'll have to switch to the other battery. Do as much as we can before that dies while this one charges. If I had known the battery was so damn low, I would have charged it already, but alright, it's fine. Church, what are you doing? Come on. Church, down from there, please. Oh, shush you. Just don't go in there. There's nothing in there for you. It's just my movies and stuff. Do you hear the little complaint? Thank you. Such a little complainer. Complain, complain, complain. That's charging up. I really gotta get a frickin' AC adapter for this thing. I mean, the batteries are fine, but it's just I have to constantly swap them, you know? Great, we're gonna have to do our focus again, so. I do like the laser sharp focus you can get with this, though. It's really quite a simple yet incredibly useful idea. This digital zoom is strictly for focusing, so you can get right up the nose of your subject and make sure it's focused on all their nose hairs. It's great. Back, that over there, and we should be good to go. All right. Hold on a sec here. Just occurred to me I can be extra nerdy. Lisa one. Lisa one. Oh, why is it? Oh no, it's okay. It's just a rattly case. And that's terrible. There we go. It's a good one. Lisa one. Okay. I gotta start watching these discs of the Doctors, the Mythmakers interviews. Yeah, cool stuff. All right. Are we recording? Yes. Welcome back. Now, if the names Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis sound a little familiar to Who fans, well, there's a good reason for that. They created the Cybermen. Heard of them? Yeah. And specifically, they wrote The 10th Planet, the Cybermen's debut story, and William Hartnell's swan song story. The Moon Base. I think this one was just written by Kit. Yeah, this was just written by Kit. Another quite notable one, and one of the earliest Cyberman stories that I experienced, specifically through the novelization. And finally, Tomb of the Cybermen. Now, they had pitched a few other stories here and there, but the BBC wasn't really biting, so they thought, you know what? What if we just do our own sci-fi series? So they did. Church, you were way too close to the camera, dude. What are you staring at? What are you looking at? He's like staring intently at the screen over there. There's nothing on the screen. What are you doing? You're making me nervous, dude. The cat is right behind the camera. You're kind of interrupting my flow here, buddy. Just getting into it. And Cat decides, I'm going to investigate everything. What are you looking at? What are you doing? Can you see him? Can you see him? Yeah, you can see him. He's like right there. It's fine. You just sit and loaf. I don't mind if you loaf there, but you can't touch anything. Stop sniffing the tripod. What are you doing, buddy? You're making me nervous, dude. Why are you doing this to me? You guys can't see, but those in the live stream can. A little shadow with his big pumpkin thing. Are you going to sleep? Are you loafed? You're kind of loafed. You're actually kind of like a gargoyle, just hunched over on the thing. Are you just gonna chill now? Are you gonna chill? Are we good? Yeah. Okay, you didn't bump the camera or anything, did you? No, we're okay. You're like so dangerously close to it. Like, why do you have to sit right there? What? Yes? Yes, I love you too. But you're stressing me out right now. He gives me the slow blinks, and it's like, you just gonna loaf there? That's fine. I get nervous when you're like you're just gonna suddenly crash through everything. Yes, I try to reason with the cat verbally. So do you. Don't lie. Everybody does. What are you sniffing? There's nothing to sniff. I see the little nose going. What are you sniffing? There's nothing. I don't smell anything. What are you sniffing? Is there ghosts? Isn't it too late for ghosts? Aren't they usually gone by now? I thought that was a 3 a.m. thing. It's 5 in the morning right now. Alright. Where did I leave off? Alright, okay. So, they did pitch a few more stories to the BBC, but they weren't really biting, so they thought, well, why don't we just make our own sci-fi series? And that's what they did. Doomwatch. Ripped from fucking bullshit and a whole bunch of stuff. Sorry, the cat is really distracting me just by existing in my space. Alright, you need to really calm down, like, to the point of almost unconsciousness, or I'm gonna have to move you, dude. I thought you were just gonna loaf over there. Where are you going now? No, dude, no. Come on, you can't go. Now you're gonna be like climbing over my stuff and. Oh, shush you! Hey! Stop it! You're rude. Oh my god! And now we're being raided. Hello, Iceman and friends. Trying to do some filming here. The cat decided right now is when he was going to get all uppity. He's been chill all night. Yeah, why don't you go over there? That's a good idea. Oh, look at your butt. Holy shit. Yeah, he really did a number on himself last night. So hopefully the new stuff will arrive tomorrow. Alright, I'm just going to pause here and... Alright. It would have been fine if he just loafed where he was, but he started climbing over the stuff. You know, my big expensive stuff. And was heading towards the screen, which he likes to paw at. So, yeah, hold on. Sitting on the platform of the other cat tree in the hall. That's fine. He can do that. All that battery being wasted, I know, right? It's alright, we'll be fine now. Okay. Just make sure we still have our focus. Oh, no, hold on. Where the hell is it? There it is. Yes, looks beautiful. Alright. Make sure we still have our correct angle. I think we gotta go just a little bit this way. Alright, let's just start that over because that really just killed the flow. I don't have to do the intro again, we'll just do the welcome back. Welcome back! So, if the names Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis sounded a little familiar to all the Who fans out there, well, there's a good reason for that. They created some, you know, fairly notable Doctor Who fuckheads that go to hell. We gotta find the flow again. We'll find it. We'll get there. Welcome back. So if the names Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis sound familiar to any Who fans in the audience, there's a good reason for that. They created the universe. They created the entire... They are God. Alright. Welcome back. I'm fine. Welcome back. Now, if the names Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis sound a little familiar to all the Who fans out there, there's a very good reason for that. Oh my god, the flow. Get the flow. Welcome back. Now, welcome back. So if the names Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis sound familiar to Who fans out there, well, there's a very good reason for that. They created some famous Doctor Who monsters that you may have heard of. Oh, you know, just the Cybermen. Yes, they're the creators of the Cybermen. So my... And they wrote... What? And they wrote 3 of the Cybermans... And they wrote 3 of the earliest adventures to feature the Cybermen, namely The 10th Planet, which of course was also William Hartnell's swan song. The Moon Base. Yeah, there we go. Fuck, no. And they actually wrote the 3 earliest adventures to feature the Cybermen, namely The 10th Planet, which is of course also William Hartnell's swan song as the first Doctor. The Moon Base, although I think this one, yeah, it says this one was just written by, it says, no, it doesn't say, I already know that, you see. Yeah, and I do, so why would I say that? I know stuff. I hear licking, but it's sufficiently far down the hallway it shouldn't pick up on the mic. Underneath my loud, raucous voice. Yeah, they actually wrote the first 3 adventures of the Cybermen, namely The 10th Planet, which was also William Hartnell's swan song. Great last adventure for the first Doctor. And then The Moon Base, featuring the second Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler. Jerry Davis, I guess, didn't have anything to do with this one. Interestingly enough, just as a little side note, this was the earliest Cyberman story that I personally ever experienced via the Target Books novelization. And then finally, they wrote The Tomb of the Cybermen. Quite a pivotal story in cyber history. So, they did pitch a few more stories to the BBC. So, they did pitch a few more stories to the BBC, but they weren't really biting, so they just said, fuck off, and left. Oh, the editing's going to be fun on this one. Oh my god, Church, you have to stop licking, dude. Oh, it's Eclipse. Eclipse, you have to stop licking, dude. Why? Right when I start filming, they're quiet for so long. And as soon as I start, that's when they go nuts. Church climbing all over things. Eclipse madly licking herself over there. They were so quiet when we started. Ugh. Well, I'm not going to turn the alerts off. What do we get donos? Come on. Gotta leave the alerts on. I meant to push this chair back. It should be fine. Now, they did pitch a few more stories, but for whatever reason, the BBC just wasn't biting. So, after a little bit of time, they just kind of got the idea, well, why don't we just do our own science fiction series? So, with the Cybermen, of course, they were touching on some, fairly contemporary hard science theories and ideas that sometime in the future we would have sufficient technology to be able to replace limbs, body parts, organs, etc. with artificial ones, in this case, cybernetic ones. But the idea with the Cybermen is almost like a cautionary tale showing that, that can go horribly wrong because you replace so many parts of your body with cybernetic parts, how much of your actual humanity is left. So it posed some interesting moral questions and so forth, and that's the kind of science fiction that Jerry Davis and Kit Pedler really liked to dive into. Oh my fucking Christ, Church. Right now? Stop. Hold on. Stop scratching. Hey. Stop that. You're gonna give yourself owies. You gave yourself really bad owies last night. You have to stop scratching so much. I know you're itchy. But you have to just no, don't do that, please. Come on. Stop. You're just licking your collar. You're not doing anything. You're not accomplishing anything. Okay? Give your scritches. How's that? Is that good? Yeah, there's the tongue. Yeah, is that good? How's that? Is that good? There you go. Okay. Anything good? Stretch, you gotta stop. Come on. Let's try to sleep or something. Hey, stop that. Don't lick. Don't lick the collar. He's been so chill all night. Like all day, really. And then now he's like all fidgety and uppity and like licking his collar like loudly and he's got the thing of shame on and have the audio down. Thank them later. Well, I mean it's all right. It's fine. That's that. Cybermen equals ship of Theseus or triggers broom. Okay, that might be a little too obscure of a reference for me. Give it a minute. See if he calms down. Whatever. So they need to trim Trigger's broom. Do they use Occam's razor? So yeah, yesterday when we took the collar off, he licked and bit and scratched himself so badly. He's got like this big sore on his butt now. Like he just really went overboard. I did not expect that to happen. So he's back in the collar. You know, it doesn't fully prevent him from scratching and biting at himself. At least, you know, there's certain parts of himself he can't reach. So, yeah, the new cone, the actual proper cone, and the cat calm edibles should arrive tomorrow. Or today, hopefully, rather. Tomorrow for me. He's quiet. Oh, Only Fools and Horses. Yeah, that's one I haven't seen. Trigger's broom. Alright. Heard of it, just haven't seen it. Church, stop. Fucking, do you just want to have owies forever? Jesus Christ, cat. Both of them. Just going to town licking now. I love him, but I hate him sometimes. If you want to be a content creator, don't get cats. Just don't do it. You need to stop doing that to yourself. Church, stop. Just stop. Calm down. Okay? You're gonna have owies forever if you keep doing that. I'm trying to help you. Hey. Just let us help you, okay? Stop licking so much. Stop scratching so much. You gotta let it heal. Don't get all floppy and hyper with me, okay? It's not a good time for that. God. We'll just keep chipping away. A chip away, and have a smoke to calm my nerves. Hopefully by then the cats will be chilled too. You're meowing your head off. Come on, let me go. What are you doing? Oh my god. Church, get away from the window. Go sit in my window. My window's open in my bedroom. You can go look at the birdies there. You can hear them and everything. Get some nice fresh air. And this is why I haven't filmed a lot of videos. So my ADHD procrastination, plus, as soon as I get ready to go, oh, Grandpa's doing things. Must be crazy now. Church. You're not going out there. No. You're an indoor cat. You need to accept this. It is not changing. Pawing at the door, the window, to the patio. Well, you want to get fleas on top of everything else? Like, Church, you gotta stop, dude. Seriously. You used to be so quiet. When did you just become all talky? Why do you choose right now to be Mr. Talky Talky? Great time to drop some donos, guys, while we're in like kitty crazy time here. Just saying, let's knock out that goal, shall we? Let's just get to 100% right now. Go. That would make me so happy. Money buys happiness. I wonder how much of my collection was buying the pain away binges. Yeah, good chunk, I'd say. Oh, hi. You finally got that out of your system? We good now? With you clambering randomly over things, I think I'm going to move my water. Spray stuff go? Thought it was right there. Oh, it's over here. Oh, we gotta peel all the. Alright, you have a nice munch. Okay. He's munching now. So for their show, they kind of wanted to explore some similar ideas, get into some moral questions, and maybe a little bit of socio-political commentary, and in particular deal with hard science issues that were relevant in that time. Licking. Church, you're driving me up the wall, dude. You need to just, like, go to sleep or something. For fuck's sake. Can you take that somewhere else, please? You're being very distracting. Come on, dude. It's enough. It's enough. Away you go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get your nose out of there. Come on. It's the fucking litter box. Go away. Take a dump. I cleaned your litter box. Go take a dump. No. Don't go back up there, please. Church, come on, dude. Seriously. You're gonna give me, like, a mental breakdown here. I'm just looking. Oh my god, dude. You really did a number on yourself, didn't you? Well, I don't know what to do. Like, I mean, I can't force him to calm down. He's gonna calm down when he damn well feels like calming down. We have to do everything on the kiddies' schedules, you know? And the thing is, I have literally 2 items to talk about in this. I just grabbed the Doctor Who titles off the shelf just to have a couple more things to look at. You know, and I know exactly how I want to cover this. I've been, like, kind of mulling it over for a while, trying to figure out how I want to cover it, because, you know, it's an interesting show, and not a lot of people know about it, and I got a lot to say about it, even though I haven't even watched all of them. I've watched, like, a couple of them, but that was enough. That was enough for me to rush out and buy the DVDs. Well, 10 years later, but, you know. And I want to talk about them. And tell people about them. Say, hey, you might like this. Check it out. It's cool. Alright. Are you just Yeah, the cat's scratching now. I don't even know how much of this actually turns up on the camera sound, honestly, but it's enough of a distraction to me that it throws off my flow. You know what I mean? All right. I think we have some peace for the moment. Let's enjoy it while it lasts. So for their series, they wanted to kind of continue in the same direction, but deal with broader issues. So, bleh. So for their series, they wanted to kind of continue in the same direction, dealing with hard science type stuff and moral questions and things like that. But being their own, fuck's sake. So for their series, they wanted to kind of continue in that direction, dealing with hard science issues and moral questions and things like that. But being a series, they wanted to cover a Stop that. Stop. You're making it worse for yourself. Now he's all like all hyper and worked up again. You were just like a mush all day, like sleeping over there, like... Where did he go? Oh, he's here. Oh, fuck. Church, no, you can't sit there, dude. Not while I'm filming. You're like right next to the camera. No, you're kicking the camera. Away you go. Yeet. Did he bump the... Yeah, and he's bumping the camera and... I'm gonna pause again. Church, you need to buzz off. Seriously. Go over there or something. Like, of all the places you're trying to sit, you can't... No, I'm gonna put something here. You can't sit there, dude. Not right now, okay? I get 2 lines in, and then, like... This might just be a gritty determination filming stream, like... Going to get things filmed no matter what. So, when you guys see the Doomwatch episode of the Multimedia Chronicles, give it a lot of love, okay? Because you're seeing what I'm going through just trying to get the damn thing done. This isn't even going to be a long video. Like, I don't have a ton of things to say. But I need to say the things. He's gonna sit there? You can sit there, that's fine. But don't touch the camera or the tripod or anything. Okay, we good? Do I need to set up a little camera for you so you can sit in front of that and pretend you're doing a video? Would that help? I mean, they say cats like to imitate, right? Like, I'm wondering if he just wants to, you know, do whatever it is Grandpa's doing, even though he doesn't have any comprehension of what any of this is. He just wants to do the thing I'm doing. Old camera. No, we'll do it this way. Doesn't really matter, but... This can be your camera. There. That can be yours. Actually, here. Why don't I do this? I'll move all this stuff. I'll show you guys what I'm doing here. You can kind of see. So we're going to there. There you go. That can be your camera. And you can do your video from the chair there, okay? So you can work on your video, and I'll work on my video over here, okay? How's that sound? Does that sound like a good plan? Just have to see if he comprehends. This can be your camera, and you can make your video. Okay, you want to sit here? Got this whole big chair all to yourself. Right here. Come on. Yeah, come on. Here, you can even have the screen out so you can watch. Okay? That camera's dead, by the way. It is, you know. Yeah. At the most, I might sell it on eBay for parts. He's sitting right there. His collar just barely touching the tripod. I thought maybe the imitation trick would work. Oh yeah, actually you guys can see that. It's a little dark, but you can see it. The nocturnal demon kitty, no kidding. Maybe he's truly a copycat. Yes, exactly. Well, we'll see if he clues in. You gonna go? Your public awaits. Gotta make some videos, dude. Go make some videos. And then I'll make my videos. Because often when I'm on the computer, he'll, well, every once in a while, he'll get it like, he'll get like in the mood, I guess, for just wanting to be closer to the action and stuff. So, you know, I'll be watching videos or stuff, and he'll hop up and he'll sit on the desk in front of me. Where are you going? Well, just gonna go over there. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's actually better because you're over there. Just make sure they don't fight. Sometimes they fight when one of them leaps up and the other's sleeping. Alright, you just gonna chill up there, dude? If Eclipse lets you. Oh, no, they're fighting a little bit. Be nice, you two. There's plenty of room up there. Come on. Be nice. They're a little cranky. I think Eclipse is cranky because she was sleeping and he woke her up. Well, nothing to see over there, so let's go over here again. Can you see them? Oh, you can see his tail right there. See the aggressive, the switches. It's okay. Get comfy. Just get comfy. Please get comfy. I'm begging you. Be comfy. How far over are we? Can you see? I can't see around my ponderous bulk. There we go. Just get the computer in there a little bit. Pretty colors. As you can see, I don't do much with the LEDs. I just kind of leave it on default rainbow most of the time. Maybe I'll do something with it at some point, but it's not a big rush. Alright, how are we looking over here? Kitty's copacetic yet? Getting there? Alright, seem to be getting there. What was that? Screaming banshee outside? Jesus. When I went out for a smoke earlier, there was some like angry guy roaming around the neighborhood. I just heard him yelling, "Fuck!" And thankfully he didn't pass by my street. He just kind of went around, but I could hear him like I was like, please don't come over here. I'm just trying to have a smoke. Ooh, some big chunks of chocolate on there. Dark chocolate, trail mix, granola bar, chewy granola bar. I have some bok choy in the fridge, which you should probably do something with. I have 4 pork chops left. Pork chops, onions, bok choy. Could do some kind of stir fry thing with that, maybe. We've got pesto. I think teriyaki would go better with the pork. That's the last of our real food, though. Everything else is canned stuff. I got tons of tuna and bread, so I can live on tuna sandwiches, but Rosie doesn't like tuna. We got some Chef Boyardee though. Dollar store would carried them again. Good old Chef Boyardee. When the apocalypse comes, and it will, we'll all be very thankful for Chef Boyardee. Alright, I think we're good. That seems to be settling in. Alright, let's try to keep this going. See, the camera here can't see what's on my lap. That's why I can swap DVDs without, yeah. Magic of editing, it'll just look like they were all there the whole time. So for their own series, they kind of wanted to continue in a similar direction, dealing with hard sci-fi concepts and moral questions and things like that. But being a series, they needed more than just one concept. So they started doing some research and very quickly found that a lot of stuff that was just kind of going on in the world and being dealt with in the world, like environmental problems and climate change and viral outbreaks and organ transplants and even the inherent dangers of jet lag were issues that had some interesting sides to them that they could explore. But so that's kind of the direction they went in. So they came up with Doomwatch, which is basically a small team of scientists who, with the help of a computer, which is also called Doomwatch, they investigate all these strange goings-on and, you know, morally questionable scientific experiments and things like that. And, yeah. And unusual environmental issues and such that, and unusual environmental issues. That was a big ongoing theme of Doomwatch, was environmental disaster and climate change and things like that. And this came out in 1970. And it, unfortunately, is one of those sort of cautionary science fiction stories that has only become more relevant or remained as relevant 50 years later as it was when it originally came out. So Doomwatch ran for 3 series, 1970, 71, and 72. The first 2 series had 13 episodes apiece and had more direct involvement. So Doomwatch ran for 3 series in 1970, 71, and 72. The first 2 series had more direct involvement from Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis. They kind of went their own way after Series 3. The BBC continued and turned it into more of a, you know, straightforward sci-fi thriller series, and it didn't really have the same edge that it did during the first 2 series. It's kind of like what happened with Survivors, if you remember Survivors. The first series was really good, and that was the one that Terry Nation was most involved with. And then he kind of, you know, went off to do other things, and other people took over the series, and it just wasn't as good after that. So, same kind of thing happened with Doomwatch. Now, I should also mention, unfortunately, Doomwatch, despite having come out in the 70s, is one of the many shows to suffer from the BBC's junking of the archives in the mid-70s. Yeah, and the real crying shame about that is a lot of those episodes only ever aired once, never to be seen again. They were never repeated. Home video hadn't happened yet. Yeah, so as to what's left, well, we have 8 of the 13 episodes of Season 1 left. Well, as to what's left, we have 8 of the 13 episodes of Series 1. We have all of Series 2. So Series 2 is actually complete, all 13 episodes. And then Series 3 was 12 episodes, 11 of which aired, 1 of which did not air, and only 3 of which remain. 1 of which is the aforementioned unaired episode, one called Sex and Violence. And the general thinking around that is that it was a little too close to current things. There's, you know, it's all about censorship and stuff like that. And, you know, there's some characters in there that are a little too close to real-life characters at the time. In particular, there's one that's very obviously based on Mary Whitehouse. And the thinking is the BBC just kind of got cold feet on that one and decided not to air it. But on the plus side, they also decided not to junk it, which means it still exists. So, having seen a little bit of Doomwatch a few years back, it's one that I've always had on my radar and always wanted to check out. A little bit more about the missing episodes. So, yeah. So Doomwatch was exported, much like Doctor Who and a lot of other British shows. It wasn't as widely... So Doomwatch did get exported alongside, Doctor Who and a lot of other British shows at the time. There were a few episodes that were recovered from Canadian PBS channels, but sadly, I guess it just didn't have as wide But sadly, I guess it just didn't have as wide an exposure as something like Doctor Who, so there just aren't as many potential places to find those missing episodes out there, and I mean, they haven't recovered anything in quite some time. So, we have the DVD set. And the DVD set contains all 24 of the remaining episodes, including the unaired sex and violence episode. So let's take a little look there. I'll show you the. Just gotta make sure. I'm gonna watch the glare there. There we go. So I'll just give you a look at the cover there. Quite nice. There's our intrepid team of scientists. So. Actually, so who is it? Yeah. So going left to right there, we have Simon Oates as Dr. John Ridge, who is that him? No, that's not him. Never mind, I'm not even going to go into all that. And there we go. We have our intrepid team of scientists there. And then if we just take that off... What am I talking about? Just take it off. Take it all off. I have... And then if we just flip it around, I can give you a little look at... just the blurb on the back there. Give you a little bit of info. Actually, I'll read this to you. It just kind of gives you a nice summation of what the series is about. So, groundbreaking science fact series Doomwatch is a BBC thriller exploring the real scientific dangers lurking behind some of our greatest fears. Led by the gruff but incorruptible Dr. Spencer Quist, played by John Paul. Led by the gruff but incorruptible Dr. Spencer Quist, John Paul, the Doomwatch team struggle tirelessly to protect the people and planet from the never-ending threat of science gone wrong. By the way, Dr. Quist, in the story, was one of the scientists who helped to develop the atomic bomb. So one might think that Doomwatch is kind of his penance in a way, trying to put some good back into the world after helping to create something so horrible. Quist is assisted by Dr. John Ridge, Simon Oates, a chemist and notorious ladies' man with a decidedly shady past, and series heartthrob Tobias Wren, Robert Powell, Jesus of Nazareth. Yes, Jesus co-stars in this. Yes, Jesus himself co-stars in this. This is a few years before he did Jesus of Nazareth, but that was a role that I know got him a lot of attention. A conscientious researcher who is deeply committed to his job. Over 3 Dynamite series, the team deal with genetic engineering, chemical waste, nuclear rockets, pollution, wildlife culls, terrorist plots, and industrial sabotage, to name just a few. The appeal of the show lay in its commitment to exposing real scientific threats. An episode concerning the use of hormones in fish farming even sparked debate in Westminster. Doomwatch was created by Jerry Davis and Kit Pedler, the creative duo behind one of Doctor Who's most memorable villains, the Cybermen. With an audience of 13 million, Doomwatch saw popularity on an unprecedented scale for its Monday night slot, and in our current age of anxiety over climate change, the stories and fears it uncovered are as palpable as ever. Now on DVD for the first time, this series collection comes with the BBC documentary The Cult of Doomwatch. The Cult of is a wonderful series, by the way. I've got the Blake 7 and Tripods editions of that as well. They've included those as extras on a number of DVD sets. The Cult of Doomwatch, about the history and making of the program and the incredible fandom it spawned. This DVD collection also contains the previously untransmitted episode 12 of Series 3, Sex and Violence. And there you go. If that doesn't sell you on it, I don't know what will. I mean, fuck's sake. And there you go. I mean, if that doesn't sell you on it, I don't know what will. So let's just flip this around here. I want to tell you a little bit about a little bit. So there you go. If that doesn't sell you on it, I don't know what will. So let me just flip this around here. I wanted to tell you a little bit about my first experience with Doomwatch and what pretty much instantly sold me on it. Now, I love shows that deal with kind of real world. Now, I love shows that deal with real-world concerns like that, especially in a science fiction setting, like the old cautionary tales and whatnot, sort of showing, look at this piece of technology that is actually being developed today. Well, let's project that into the future a little bit, and here's all the benefits of that technology, but here's how it could go horribly wrong. That sort of thing. And that's basically what Doomwatch is, but with a little bit more of a modern science focus and environmental focus. So, my first look at Doomwatch was, well, episode 1. And let me just describe the opening scene of episode 1. I'm not going to show you any clips. I'm just going to let your imagination do the walking, and I'm going to walk you through this here. So it starts off with a passenger plane, a commercial airliner, just flying happily along. We see some shots in the cabin of the passengers and so forth, and then it cuts to the cockpit, and the pilot and co-pilot and are chatting a little bit. And the pilot notices one of his instruments is acting up. He taps it a couple times, doesn't seem to be responding. So they're, fair ways up and presumably getting close to their destination. So the co-pilot gets up and he goes over and pulls a panel out, and it exposes a bunch of the circuitry, the workings of the cockpit, and there's like it's not a wire, but like I think it's like a wire, covered wires, like one of those I don't know what you would call it, but one of those plastic tubes that kind of you wrap around wires to kind of keep them together and keep them out of the way. So he's poking around, checking the circuits. Everything seems to be fine, but then he notices that plastic covering around the wires is dripping. Like, not like it's leaking something, but almost like it's melting. So he's like, what is that? He like touches it, and it's like liquid plastic. Like, what is going on? And then it cuts back to the pilot, and the pilot like looks up at the panel, and the panel in front of him is starting to melt and dissolve. And he's like, oh my God, what's happening? And then suddenly the panel that the co-pilot is going shorts out, and they're like, shit, like something's going on. So they hit the mayday, they radio the tower and let them know that something, they don't know what's happening, but they're losing their instruments, and things are like malfunctioning like crazy. So they're going to have to come in for an emergency landing. They're nowhere near an airport. They're just over like wide open fields and stuff. So he's just trying to find a place to land that, is relatively flat. And the plane is already starting to lose control, and it's going down. The panel just continues to melt in front of them. And then the pilot is trying to steer, and he's trying to like keep the nose up and not dive into the ground. And he looks down, and the whole control yoke just melts out of his hands. And then it cuts to, stock footage of fiery plane explosions hitting the ground and blowing up, and it's quite spectacular. But how freaking terrifying is that? You know what the title of the first episode is? The Plastic Eaters. So it's something, a virus, it's something. We don't know. So they call in the Doomwatch team to investigate and find out what the hell's going on. Like, what is... Can you imagine just that as a concept, how terrifying that is? Something that would dissolve any and all plastic that it comes into contact with. Just take a look around your room right now. How many things in your room have plastic components or are made entirely of plastic? I mean, an airplane, of course, a large chunk of the control panel is made of plastic parts. And, the tubing that covers the wires and things like that. So that's pretty scary. So that's literally the first 2 minutes of episode 1 before the titles have even come. It's like the cold open. And that opening scene alone instantly sold me on it. It's like, all right, this is... I already love this because that's scary as hell, but it's also a really interesting idea. And so I like the creativity of it, and I like the fact that it was, dealing with these really unique kind of concepts. And, yeah. And I love me some scary sci-fi. So, needless to say, as well as we read on the back there, the show was a huge hit. So it was almost inevitable that we would get a movie. So 1972, same year as Series 3, Tygon did a movie version. Some of the original cast shows up in the movie, but it primarily follows a different team of Doomwatch members. And this one is to do with, I believe, ocean pollution. So this is a really nice set. Let me just give you a quick look at the cover there. There is it is a limited edition slipcover. This edition is from 88 Films. There's been a few different companies have put out editions of the movie. And then let's just turn it around here. Let's make sure we don't have any glare. There we go. And you can take a look on the back there. Very nice. So, let me just show you. It has a reversible cover as well. It has the original movie poster on the other side. So, much like I do with titles from other boutique labels, I keep the slipcover for the original art, and whatever the alternate art is on the inside, I flip it around. It's usually the movie poster. And then on the back there. And this is really nice. I actually got really lucky with this because I got the limited edition version, which also comes with a booklet. Very nice booklet. And actually, I really like this booklet. It's actually got kind of a matte finish to it. Usually with these types of booklets, they're glossy. I mean, it's a minor thing, but I almost always prefer matte over glossy, simply because glossy tends to be a fingerprint magnet. But let me just read a couple of things here. Yeah, a couple of things they said here really resonated with me, and let's see if they resonate with you as well. First, we have just talking about Kit Pedler. So first off, we have some comments. Do that. So what we have here is some comments from Kit Pedler about Doomwatch and sort of how they came about to, to do it. It said, first of all, we set out to write entertaining stories, because if you want to preach a sermon, people will just switch off. But if you embed it in a dramatic story, they may stay listening. Because, as I say, they were dealing with a lot of contemporary issues and a lot of hot-button issues, but they didn't want to come off too preachy. So it's like, well, let's talk about these things and just kind of show what would happen if this, is left unchecked or left to run rampant or what have you, or goes out of control. So that's what they did. They kind of, it's cautionary sci-fi. They're showing the consequences of what could happen if this particular thing goes wrong or is abused. You know, there's a lot of things in here about like unethical scientific experiments and so forth. So really cool. So carrying on, I had no idea of the problems of pollution. I didn't know quite what was going on. But if you, this is why they did research about it. They wanted to learn about this stuff. So, oh no, this one, yeah, this is actually someone else. Hold on a second. Who is Simon Oates? Simon Oates. Yeah. Okay. Ah, fuck. That's gonna be noticeable. Anyway. So Simon Oates, who was one of the stars of the movie, says, I had no idea of the problems of pollution. I didn't know quite what was going on. But if you do 13 50-minute programs, each one of which is devoted to some aspect of the ecological disaster, then you have to become more aware of the problems as they are. You realize more and more, and I've said this before, that in about 50 years, it's going to be too late unless something's done about it immediately. Doomwatch is an opportunity to make a meaningful statement, to push home a point, to tackle the pressure groups. It's up to the newspapers, magazines, and programs like Doomwatch. And that's why cautionary sci-fi is so important, because it kind of fills a gap where sometimes the mainstream media might not be doing their job in covering it properly and actually alerting the world to the danger. So here's the thing. This came out in 1972. It is now 2025. It is 53 years later. And I want you to think about something. You notice how bad natural disasters have been in the last decade or so? And all those hurricanes hitting Florida year after year, how much bigger they've been getting. In fact, so big that they had to modify the F scale that rates the size of a hurricane. It wasn't big enough. It was literally off the scale. Look at the wildfires the past few years. Look at what happened in California last, winter. In the middle of winter. All of Southern California just got wiped out by wildfires. I think more people need to pay attention to the cautionary sci-fi out there. It's not just fanciful stories. They're telling us what's going to happen. Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis are not just hack writers. They're doctors. They got PhDs. They know what they're talking about. And stuff like this is important. It's entertaining, but it's also important. And that doesn't just go for stuff like Doomwatch. I mean, it's just cautionary sci-fi in general. There's a reason why those stories exist. And that's because they're written by people who are observant. And they kind of look at the way the world is going. And it's like, that's not a very good direction. That could go very wrong. Let me tell you a little story about how that could go wrong. You know? Well, here's 25 stories about how that can go wrong. Something to think about. Anyway, let's not get preachy. Let's just tell entertaining stories. Thanks, Simon Oates. Anyway, and Kit Pedler, that is it for me to you for now. So, if you want to get your Doomwatch on, check out Doomwatch. It's good stuff. I'm definitely going to be sitting down and watching the rest of those very, very soon. Me. So until next time, thanks for watching, and sayonara. watch. Oh. Thanks for reminding me of that, Dan. So just before we go, I should mention, in 1999, there was an attempt to revive Doomwatch. We had Doomwatch Winter Angel, which was a TV movie. And I don't know, they didn't do any more. I guess it didn't get enough ratings. But there is a DVD release of that, one single solitary DVD release, which I was going to get, but I couldn't find it for a price I was happy with, essentially. It's just a bare bones DVD. I don't think there's even any extras on it. But also, it's DVD. Like, I mean, sure, I'll pay a little extra for the show, because that's a lot of entertainment in there, but, you know, just a single TV movie. The lowest price I found was like £46, which translates to almost $100 Canadian. No. I don't care what it is. I don't care how rare it is. I'm not paying $100 for a DVD of a movie. Like, come on. So, thankfully, the movie itself is on YouTube, so I can at least watch it. But, yeah, I'm going to have to wait for some kind of a re-release on that one, I think. Or look for someone offering a more reasonable price for the DVD. Ugh. There we go. That should answer your question, Dan. So yeah, I wanted that one. I still want that one. But unfortunately, it just ain't out there. Well, it is, but it's just too damn expensive. Alright, Doomwatch. But that's okay, we got the good ones anyway. I have no idea. Maybe Winter Angel's amazing. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But definitely curious about it. Alright, let me just put these Dr. Ohos back on the shelf here. Let's see. First off... yeah, right here. Tomb right here. And 33, this is 32, yeah. Right there. Okay. Good. Excelente. Doctor Grande. Ariana Grande. Yeah. Yeah, I have my Quater Mass stuff in the back here. So the new additions are going to go with that. Whew. Alright, considering there was only 2 things to talk about there, that was a pretty good meaty video. Got a little serious. A little scary, I think. I hope it's scary. Better be scary. Be scared. Yes, it did. Guess what did? I missed the relevance. Alright. 2 more DVD/Blu-ray updates. Technically 4, but 2 of them will be also unboxings and closer looks. So is that what track is reversing? Oh, you heard that. I think it's a garbage truck out there. Early morning garbage run. like eczema. My eczema has actually been clearing up. I think part of it is stress related. Was it? Yes, it did. Oh, it did answer your question about the DVD. Gotcha. Excellent. Yeah, no, thank you for reminding me that, because I absolutely meant to mention that too. And just out of curiosity, I had looked up the DVD again today, and yeah, 46 pounds. That was it. I don't know. I'm sure I can find it somewhere. I'll poke around a bit, because I would definitely like to have it as a part of the collection, you know. It's such a small set. Like, it's just the one set of the show, and then there's the 1972 Tygon movie, and then the TV movie, and that's it. That's all there is. It's such a shame about the missing episodes, especially considering that, like I said in the video, they weren't that old. You know, a lot of them only aired the one time, never to be seen again. You know. But at least, thankfully, we have most of the Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis episodes. That's the important thing, because I mean, those are generally considered the better ones anyway. So we don't have as much of the sci-fi thriller season, but we have the notorious episodes of that. So I mean, you know, we seem to have the most of the best of it represented, thankfully. So, look for it in charity shops. Yeah, definitely. Do you have any of the other ones? Do you have the other ones, or no? Yes, no. Yeah, it's a series I've been curious about for a long time, so I definitely look forward to diving in. Yeah, that opening scene, like, just stuck with me forever. So that made me very curious about the series. I'm like, wow, that's just like what one scene is like. I have to see the rest of this show. So, don't have them yet? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's considered one of the good ones. That's for sure. And it's another one, doesn't have a DVD release here either, so it was like kind of going import crazy over the past little while, since region coding means nothing to me anymore. I just like looked around for the best of everything. So, you know, the nice set of the show, and the 88 films edition of the movie seemed to be the best edition of the movie out there, so I grabbed that. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Are you licking and slobbering and drooling again? No, wait, don't go look out the window. Usually when I have my bedroom window open, they can't wait to go and sit there and like to listen to the birdies and get some nice fresh air, you know. It's nice. So this one, this next batch, thematically kind of loosely ties into what we were talking about with, you know, more kind of cerebral sci-fi, as we explore some of the works of Nigel Neal, a name that may be familiar to some of you. But quite an interesting science fiction author. Wrote quite a few things for television and movies. Oh. What was that? 14? 17? 14. Yeah, there's 14 episodes missing. So they have 24 of the 38. So, I mean, it's still not bad, like, as far as, you know, a show with missing episodes go. And as I say, they seem to have most of the highly regarded ones. It would be nice if there was more from season 1, but Yeah, so we have 8 of the 13 from season 1, all of season 2, or series 2 rather, and only 3 episodes from series 3. Which you know, is even more of a shame because those aired in 1972. So I mean, they would have only been like, you know, a few years old when they got junked. You know, so ridiculous. Just almost, it's like it's just criminal. Just the wholesale destruction of so much material. You know. Just awful. And for the longest time, like, I was, you know, in the dark about the extent of the damage that was done with that. Thinking like, oh, it was just Doctor Who. But no, it was Doctor Who and a lot of other shows. In fact, there's some shows that don't exist at all anymore because they got just completely obliterated. But, yeah. The destruction of art should be punishable by death. Alright, I'll be back. Which who? I think the wiping is up there with some of the worst things the BBC has done. Yes, I agree. I agree. Alright, we're pushing through. I'm tired as fuck, but we're gonna keep going because we have some peace and we need to take advantage of that while we can. How's our other battery doing? I don't know how long it's going to take to. I don't know how long they actually take to charge. I think they take like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And then you're lucky if you get an hour of filming out of them, because actually, you get a couple hours of filming out of them. But yeah, okay. Now I'm just gonna double check our focus. Actually, that's a good place. Should be fine, but doesn't hurt to double check. Hit our little super zoom. Zoom again. Let's see here. That is beautiful. Okay. Laser sharp focus. Which, if you guys saw the preview I gave everybody yesterday, will know how good it actually looks. I'm actually really, really pleased with this new camera. And I haven't even begun to explore all the features it has either. We're just doing basic ass filming on it, but looks great. Make sure there's no dust on the lens. Super glare there, dude. No, we're actually okay. I have a polarized filter on the lens there to help minimize glare. It doesn't completely erase it, but it definitely helps. Especially with all those shiny Blu-ray and DVD spines. Ow, cramp. Ow. One single toe cramping. Okay, we're good. I'm not centered. There. Blocking some of the shells, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We're not talking about those things. We're talking about other things. I'll move over if I need to. Okay, here we go. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Blu-ray update. Got some pretty cool ones for you today that aren't Doctor Who, but are definitely peripherally related to Doctor Who. Yeah, I do love all of British sci-fi, essentially, and these ones are arguably some of the most important British sci-fi of all time. However, that's not quite what I wanted to say. So, okay, never mind. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Blu-ray update. Today I've got some pretty special ones for you. A couple that I've been wanting to get into the collection for quite some time. But it wasn't until recently I started going kind of import crazy because, well, with my new setup, region coding literally means nothing to me anymore. So I thought, well, let's just scour the earth to find the best editions of everything that I want. And these two particular titles were ones that have been on my radar for quite some time because, I'm rambling. They're good, and I like them, and I got them, so goodbye. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Blu-ray update. Today, not Doctor Who, but some other British sci-fi, some of which is arguably some of the most important British sci-fi in the entire history of the genre. Now, you may have heard me mention the name Quater Mass from time to time, and a while back I picked up all of the existing Quater Mass material, the original BBC miniseries that are all in a nice box set that came out ages ago, all 3 of the movies that Hammer put out, and even the live show that they did of the first story, the original Quater Mass experiment in 2005. And yeah, so there was a couple of significant additional titles that I wanted to add into the collection to make it truly complete, and well, I finally got them. But not just those, because around the same time that I was hunting those 2 titles down, something else came out, also written by Quatermass's creator, Nigel Kneale. Nigel Kneale was a fantastic writer and really one of the true pioneers of British science fiction, because with Quatermass and a lot of the other material that he wrote for both television and film, he was one of the people who really helped to elevate science fiction beyond its kind of pulpy roots in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, where, prior to that, science fiction was seen largely as low-budget, cheesy, kind of just light action adventure fare. But when we got into the late 50s and 60s, we started to see more sort of cautionary tales and more kind of thought-provoking sci-fi that went beyond simply being a guy in a monster suit stomping around terrorizing young ladies. So what did I get? Well, let's check them out. 3 titles from the legendary Nigel Kneale, completing my Quatermass collection and adding something else that I didn't even know existed until I stumbled across this really cool Blu-ray set of it. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. So, at some point, now that I finally have the collection complete, you can darn well bet I'm going to do a closer look at the whole collection. It's something I've been wanting to do for literally years, but I've had to keep putting off because I hadn't got my hands on these last 2 remaining titles. So first off, they recently did a remaster of arguably the most popular of the original 3 Quatermass serials, Quatermass and the Pit, on Blu-ray. And the reason only this one is on Blu-ray and not the other 2, well, a couple reasons. The first one, they don't have all 6 parts because they didn't record all 6 parts back in 1955. They recorded the first couple of episodes. The powers that be decided the quality wasn't as good as they were hoping, so they didn't bother to record the other 4. So they only ever were seen live when they were originally broadcast. So they were only ever seen live when they were originally broadcast, and sadly, as a result, we only have the first 2 parts of the 6-part serial. Now that said, as I mentioned in the intro there have been a few adaptations of the original serials in different forms. Hammer did a movie adaptation, and in 2005 they did a live performance of it, which essentially told the same story, just condensed down to 2 hours instead of the 2.5 hours that the original 6-part serial would have been. So what about Quatermass 2? Why doesn't that have a Blu-ray release? Well, the reason Quatermass 2 doesn't have a Blu-ray release is because of the way it was recorded back in the 50s. Again, recording live broadcasts was still fairly new in British television at the time, and they were still kind of figuring out the best way to do it. So most of the time they would just kind of film the screen and literally record it to. Most of the time they would just film the screen of a monitor, like with a special kind of like a telecine machine, and record it to film. So they did that with Quatermass 2. So we have all 6 parts, but they used kind of a crummy deinterlacing technique, because of course the original broadcast would have been on video, and with an interlaced PAL display. So the typical way to do that is by what they call blending the fields. See, each frame would be made up of two interlaced fields, one displaying the even scan lines, one displaying the odd scan lines, and it would flip back and forth between them 50 times a second to give you 25 continuous frames. So when they deinterlace them, there's a couple different methods you can do that. The ideal method is to combine the two fields that make up the single frame, and then you have what's called a blended progressive frame, which looks very nice on film. But for whatever reason, with Quater Mass 2, they used what they called a suppressed field technique. So what it did was, but for some reason with Quater Mass 2, they used a suppressed field technique, which instead of combining the two fields that make up each frame, it only showed. So for Quater Mass 2, for some reason, they used what they called a suppressed field technique, which basically eliminates one of the fields entirely and only records the output from one. So the result is, when you have a deinterlaced or progressive image made from a suppressed field video frame, it looks jaggy, like you lose literally half the resolution, and it really shows. So that version is on the Quater Mass DVD collection of the TV shows, but and it's nice to have it complete, but the quality is definitely much lower than even the previous Quater Mass one that was supposedly low quality. I think the first one looks great. I don't know what that executive that made that decision was thinking, and it's a real shame we don't have that one recorded as well. But by the time they got around to doing Quater Mass and the Pit, which was the third one, they kind of figured out the best way to do those film recordings. Not to mention the fact they actually recorded a lot of it straight to film in the first place. So yeah, there's a lot of really high quality source elements available for this, which made it an ideal subject for remastering for Blu-ray, and that's what this is. In fact, if you go, they have a booklet here that comes with it that goes into considerable detail about the remastering process and why this particular serial was perfectly suited for Blu-ray. So, needed to get that one in the collection, obviously, not to mention the fact this is an absolute banger of a story. If you've only seen the Hammer Films version, which is also excellent, do yourself a treat and get this. This is the original 6-part serial version, complete, uncut, and I think this actually is even more uncut than the DVDs because it has a little bit of additional footage that they were able to work back in. But, so if we take a look here, just make sure we don't have any glare. Give you a little look at the cover there. Quite nice. If you know the story at all, you'll know exactly what that thing is on the cover. I won't spoil it for you because it is kind of part of the mystery. But and then if we look at the back, as you can see, there's quite a lot of additional material on there. They really did a nice job of this one, making it a properly deluxe edition and an absolute treat for Quater Mass fans. So let me just read the back here to you. We'll just kind of go over the special features. So we got brand new commentaries featuring members of the original cast and crew presented by Toby Hadoke. That is no small feat considering how old this is. When did this come out? Originally 1958, yeah. Crazy. So it's amazing that there was even people still alive from this to do the commentary, so that's a real treat. A newly compiled photo gallery including a number of previously unreleased images from the show's original production. A compilation of alternate title sequences from the BBC archives. Making Demons visual effects featurette, and archive documentary content covering the 1958 production. So yeah, I mean, that is an absolute treat. So great stuff. I haven't sat down and watched this entire Blu-ray yet, but I did take a skim through it when I first got it, and it looks amazing. Like, I've never seen this serial look this good. So this is great. Overjoyed to finally have that in the collection. Next up, in 1985, they did a fourth Quater Mass serial, simply called Quater Mass. And it was also compiled into a movie compilation. Rather than Hammer coming along and doing a remake, they just did their own movie version based on the serial, which is about half the length, honestly. The original serial was 4-hour-long episodes in this case, rather than 6 half-hour episodes, so it does run a little longer than the other ones. Stars John Mills and Simon McCorkindale, who's an actor I've always really liked. But so the movie version was retitled The Quater Mass Conclusion, which is actually kind of a fitting title because this was the last Quater Mass serial. That's it. Also written by Nigel Neal. Now, a lot of fans of the Quater Mass serials seem to be of the opinion that this one isn't as good as the others, and I can see why. It doesn't quite have the same bite that the other ones did, but it's still very good. And this Blu-ray was the first time I'd ever seen it. I was really lucky to get it, too, because it's actually a release from Network, which was a wonderful British boutique label that sadly closed their doors a few years ago. I've talked about them before, I think, but a great company that had some terrific releases of British movies and TV shows, a lot of which you couldn't get anywhere else. In fact, I don't think this has had a re-release since the Network release. I'm sure it will at some point, but it's great to finally have it in the collection and to have finally been able to see it, because it was the only piece of the Quatermass saga that I hadn't seen yet. So it's great to finally have it and have the collection properly complete. So let's spin it around here and we'll take a look at the contents. Again, quite a lot of stuff on here. It's a very nice set, and I like that it gives you both versions, the original uncut miniseries version and the cut down feature-length version. So we'll just quickly go over the special features. The Quatermass Conclusion, an alternative feature-length edit, newly restored in HD. Brand new 5.1 mix for the episodic version. By the way, these were just shot on film, so it was really easy to do the the high def conversion for it. It was all shot, as it says right on the back there, shot on 35mm, and this is all restored from the original negatives. Music only tracks for all 4 episodes, episode recaps, textless titles, image gallery, trailer, and a booklet by archive TV historian Andrew Pixley. So I guess actually not a lot in the way of actual extras. They seem to be just kind of listing the features as special features. But anyway, it is cool to have both versions. So the booklet, yeah, this is actually, and then it does list the contents of the discs on the inside there, and yeah, so it has the miniseries on disc 1 and the movie version and other special features on the second disc. Well, special features such as they are. So what do we have here? Yeah, so Quatermass Viewing Notes by Andrew Pixley. So essentially this gives you like a bunch of info about the making of it and sort of the history of the Quatermass series and whatnot. But the reason that I say Quatermass is kind of Doctor Who adjacent is, well, Season 7 of Doctor Who recently came out on Blu-ray. Maybe, I'm sure a lot of you out there already have it. But if you're at all familiar with the Quatermass stories, how essentially he was a character who was often brought in as a scientific advisor for strange goings-on, often of an extraterrestrial or supernatural nature. That may sound a little familiar to you. There is absolutely zero doubt in my mind that a good chunk of the early days of John Pertwee's era were pretty heavily inspired by Quatermass. In fact, Pertwee, where are you? Whoops. In fact, I would... What are we up to? 19, we're good, okay. In fact, I would go so far to say that the Season 7 story, The Ambassadors of Death, could very easily have been a Quater Mass story. The Mind of Evil would be another one that has a very Quater Mass vibe to it. So yeah, if you like the early seasons, like in particular like Seasons 7 and 8, of the classic series, the first two John Pertwee seasons, I would highly recommend you watch Quater Mass. You're going to see so many little, like, thematic connections and so forth that, yeah, and that's one of the reasons I was so curious to check out the Quater Mass stories, was because I had heard about that, how, like, yeah, in a lot of ways, this is considered kind of a prototype for Doctor Who in a lot of ways, but more than that, this is actually, like, the original Quatermass serials were basically the birth of British sci-fi as we know it today. It didn't really exist before then on British television. So, yeah, you want ground zero for British sci-fi? Quatermass, baby! Yeah, it's great stuff, and I highly recommend it, especially if, as I say, if you're a Doctor Who fan, or you just like some really well-written sci-fi. And the thing that was great about them was they weren't just guys in a suit. When the alien menace or whatever was finally uncovered and you know, they figured out what they were dealing with, it wasn't just a guy in a suit. It was often something more, well, alien than that, and often influencing other humans and so forth. And like, some of the, like, it's scary. It's really, like, genuinely scary science fiction because the threat is so alien. And I think that's something that Nigel Kneale was really good at, was presenting threats that were beyond the kinds of threats that you typically saw in science fiction. And not only that, but he also deals very heavily with character motivations and moral questions and so forth that, you know, the human characters have to deal with while they're trying to figure out this alien menace or whatever it is. And I'd say, I mean, if he set out to elevate science fiction and make it a little more thought-provoking and serious, and, you know, the idea that science fiction could also be serious drama, he succeeded in spades. I mean, there's no question that he absolutely helped to pioneer that and elevate science fiction far beyond its pulp roots. And now, thanks to pioneers like Nigel Kneale, we have a whole variety of science fiction. We still have the pulpy, fun, action-adventure-y stuff, but we also have more thought-provoking stuff, cautionary tales, you know, like cautionary tales, and, you know, it's blah, blah. Cautionary tales and, you know, deep morality plays and so forth. I remember one that he did for, that he wrote for Hammer Films. Yeah, funny enough. I remember one that he wrote for Hammer Films, which I think a lot of people approached expecting something different, and some were pleasantly surprised, others were disappointed, and that was The Abominable Snowman of the Himalayas, which I think it may have suffered a little bit from mismarketing because it came out just as Hammer was really getting into the monster movies and stuff like that. And I think some people approached it expecting it to be a straight-up monster movie. You know, the Abominable Snowman rampaging around, killing people or what have you. Yeah, they weren't expecting a Nigel Kneale story. Yeah, it stars Peter Cushing and Forrest Tucker of F Troop fame as two men who were hunting the Abominable Snowman, but for very different reasons. And the story is a lot more about them and what their motivations are and how they're, you know, helping or hindering each other. And the moral questions. Forrest Tucker more wants to hunt it, whereas Peter Cushing more wants to study it and understand it, approaching it from more scientific perspective. So you get both sides of that. And yeah, and it's not really about the monster. It's about the men hunting the monster. And who is the real monster? Man or the monster? So, you know, when the Abominable Snowman does finally show up, it's a moment. Like, it is a real moment that, you know, you feel the weight of because you've spent so much time with these characters and such. Is my battery seriously about to die? I'm not finished. I have another thing to talk about. Fuck. So, that's definitely one I recommend. I think I did a video about it a while back, and if not, well, I will at some point. But there's a little sneak peek for you. So, yeah, The Abominable Snowman of the Himalayas is another one to check out for sure. It's, I think it's kind of a hidden gem, and I really enjoyed that one a lot. And, I mean, just generally, I'd say, thanks to Quater Mass kicking it off, I've become a huge fan of the works of Nigel Neal, and anytime I see his name attached to a project, that's basically an instant sell for me, which brings me to our last item, but certainly not least for this update. The stone tape. And I'm going to have to pause because our battery's dying. But at least I got the intro to that part out of the way. Wow, you guys are really, like, embracing the fly on the wall thing. Thank you so much for not distracting me while I'm filming. Look at how much work we're getting done now. So we're going to actually have to put a pin in this for the moment because battery's almost dead. Let's see how we're doing here. What the fuck was that? The other one isn't charged yet, so we'll have to wait a little bit. Oh. I know basically where the spot is now, so I don't have to. Oh my god, just get in there. There's not a lot of give. There we go. It's pretty tight in there. Alright, well hopefully that other battery won't take too long to charge up. I hate this shit of having to wait. And I don't have like a dual charger, so I have to wait for one to charge before I can put the other one on. This one's from 101 Films, also 1972. There's a lot of heady sci-fi coming out that year. I love this. The stone tape was shot on videotape for broadcast. Please approach the technical quality of this upscale with empathy. Empathy. Yeah. This one's Region B locked, by the way, for anyone curious about it. It is a 101 Films release, and I just happened to catch this when it was still a pre-order. It is out of print and unavailable now. I think there's a standard edition coming, so if you want to get it for your collection, you can at least get the standard edition. Or you might luck out and find the limited edition somewhere as well. Sometimes that happens. Hey, greetings, Thomas. Yeah, so we've almost got 2 in the can. We finally managed to struggle our way through the rest of Doomwatch. That's going to be a fun one to edit. That's sarcasm. It will not be fun at all. But I'll get it all wrangled and pieced together. And unless you were here to see the chaos, viewers will be none the wiser as to what hell I went through to get that video done. And we're just in the middle of Quater Mass and Nigel Neal, just generally singing the praises of Nigel Neal. And we just need to talk a little bit about the stone tape. Not going to say too much about it because I'm actually going to do a closer look and unboxing of that one at some point. So, yeah. So we can get the battery going. I got 2 mystery sets to cover, which I should... I got some books I wanted to show as a part of that. Oh, Jesus. God, there's so much food in their dish right now. My massive member is knocking things off the table. Okay, there we go. Very good. Oh. Had to pull off a stack of books that are related to one of the sets I got. God, I love these covers. Well, you can't see them at all. How's this coming? I don't know, while we're waiting, good time to drop a few donos there if you're enjoying the content. Every little bit helps. Doesn't just help me to buy more stuff, it helps me to, you know, live. We had $10 from Thomas a few hours back. I think sufficient time has passed. Can we maybe get a few more going there? Help knock out that goal there. Right there. Right there. You see that goal? We're running out of month. I mean, I guess until I get a power adapter for this thing, this is just how we're gonna have to do it. Just do as much as we can before the battery dies, and that's it. what was I saying? Oh, we got about 2 hours out of the battery. No. We're lucky if we get an hour, actually. So, great. Hopefully it won't take too much longer. We'll just have to wait. I mean, there's just nothing else I can do except wait. I need to figure out, like, I need to actually time it and see how long it takes to charge a battery. So maybe when I pop the other one on, we'll take note of what time that is. And then take note of when it's finished charging. Sun is coming up. I think it is sufficiently overcast, though, that we shouldn't be getting blazing sunlight through the window, thankfully. So hopefully we can carry on for a little bit and see how we're doing. How many hours have we been going? Oh, only 4 hours. Yeah, we got lots of time left. And thank you so much for not being distracting, guys. I mean, I hope you're enjoying just kind of watching the chaos and, you know, dealing with the kitties, dealing with the brain farts. Yeah, some days I just get right into the flow. Other days we got to go through a few takes before we kind of get there. But, yeah, it's all in the name of just having a better quality video in the end. That's, you know, gets all the thoughts out coherently, hopefully. And, you know, we make it as visually interesting as we can. Let's check something with the, yes, okay, dishwasher finished. I was running the dishwasher earlier. But, yeah, good stuff. So what this stack of books here is, I don't know how well you guys can see from there, but it's, you can barely see. Maybe if I show you the big hardcover, you can see a little better. Minette Walters. This particular one is The Echo. Yeah, I've got most of her early books. I don't have all of them. She didn't do like a ton of books, honestly. Like, I was looking her up as I was sort of prepping for this video. This is her first book here. I love these covers. Matte finish, dark, embossed for the title and author name. Gold on the spine, you know, just really good. And honestly, this sort of dark style really fits the stories too, because they're quite dark a lot of the time. But yeah, I love these. Good, you know, fairly light reads too, and good page turners. So if you enjoy a good mystery with a bit of a dark side to them, I definitely recommend the works of Minette Walters. Great stuff. You have The Ice House? Yeah, The Ice House is great. The miniseries adaptation they did stars Daniel Craig, actually. Pre-James Bond Daniel Craig, doing kind of a almost like a lilting Irish accent. It's quite strange to hear him speak in a higher register. But that's the character, right? So, such a versatile actor. But, yeah, and I think I've only actually read the first two, The Ice House and The Sculptress, and I've seen the adaptations of them as well, both of which are excellent, by the way. They're fantastic. We watched The Sculptress on Discord a few months back. Well, probably like a year or more ago now, but yeah, The Sculptress miniseries was the first I'd ever heard of Minette Walters. I'll probably mention this in the video actually, but and there was just something about it that seemed really different from sort of your typical murder mystery. I didn't watch it when it was on, but I remembered seeing the previews, and I think I saw like a few clips. And it just really kind of got me curious. So, a couple of years passed by, I think, and it might have been when I was working at Chapters, actually. I just decided to buy the book. And I saw that she had a few books out by that point, so I just bought all of them. There was like the first 3, I think, were out at that point. So I bought the first 3 books. And absolutely devoured the Ice House. It was great. And then I think I just went straight on to the Sculptress from there and devoured that one. That was great too. And I just haven't got back to them, but I definitely want to read more of her stuff. Yeah. I recommended them to my step uncle at the time, and he really enjoyed them too, actually. So, yeah, the DVD set, this one. Hold on. Yeah, I think this is the only DVD set, actually. It's because they only adapted the first 5 of her books, and this set has all 5, and that's it. That's all she wrote. No, the Scold's Bridal is the 3rd one. I'm gonna swap these around. I don't know that they were adapted in the same order as the original books were published, but I like to put them in book order, even though there's no continuity between. They're all standalone stories. But yeah, Clive Owen's in one of these too. Yeah, Daniel Craig, Clive Owen. There's a lot of like familiar faces in these. Great stuff. But yeah, again, I don't know that we got them on DVD here. I think we got VHS releases of a couple of them, but I don't think we ever got them on DVD. But, I mean, being British shows, I want the PAL versions anyway, right? So, yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, so that's one of the things I'm going to talk about because, British mysteries. And then the other thing is a little more directly Doctor Who related. So it was the only place I could kind of fit it in that, I figured otherwise I'm just going to do an update of one thing. And that just seems kind of lame for an update. So I thought, well, we got the British mystery connection with these 2 items. So we'll go with that. How are we doing here? Come on, battery, charge faster before I pass out. Jesus, I gotta keep my energy levels up. Get these going. Get her done. Get her done. I have not done insert shots for any of these books. So I might do that. But I can't do anything right now because we need power. Yeah. Baby's not ready yet. I'm questioning if I want to eat something or I don't know. I don't know what I want to do to sort of wake up. Sounds like the upstairs neighbors are awake. Well, I mean, it is 20 after 7 in the morning. I'm surprised more of our regulars aren't here. I mean, it's daytime. Where's all the day people? Thought they'd be happy I'm streaming during the day. Man. El Beardo followed. I just saw that. El Beardo. Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't... That was last night, I guess. Or when I was not live. It says it was 10 hours ago. 10 hours ago. So that would have been 6 hours before the stream. Yeah, no, I think I was awake. I was just wasting time, as usual. Or I might have been talking to a friend. I think I was talking to a friend. You're a day people? Well, true, I guess, but usually your day is my middle of the night. But I guess at this point, it's day for both of us, right? Because what is it? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2... Yeah, it's like the middle of the afternoon for you. Wow. We found the time for synchronicity. But, that's alright. It's alright. In it. In some good news, I think I may have found a solution to my Skyrim VR problem, i.e. that the controllers weren't working. We've not put it to the test yet. I'm trying to stay away from gaming at least until we get this stack of updates done. And then we can, you know, I can reward myself with a gaming stream or two, and then we'll get back to filming. There's going to be a lot of filming and editing streams over the next few months, probably. So hope y'all enjoy them. But that's okay. It brings everybody into the entirety of the process, you know. I know a lot of you enjoy that, and that's cool. I like this angle is weird. Like it's wide angle. It's almost like a subtle fisheye. It makes my head look gigantic, like I'm a fucking bobblehead. I don't know, but like if I sit down, see, then I just kind of look normal. But like up here, I'm like, hi, how's it going? I don't know. I'm losing it. I'm losing it, man. So yeah, anyway, Quater Mass is fucking great. So we're going to talk about that in a closer look more at some point. Maybe I'll do that as a part of this batch of videos because we're almost done with the ones that I'm doing from the chair. And we're going to be getting into some stuff that I'll need to bring out the closer look table for. And also a couple of things that are just going to be closer looks right out of the gate. So, like the Prisoner set and the Jodie Whittaker set. So we're going to do unboxing, closer look, all in one fell swoop. You see the Dark Shadows? Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you can see it up on the shelf there, next to the Alien model kit. Yes. Needless to say, there will be a big video about the Dark Shadows set. But, yeah, we're putting off the horror stuff for a little bit. I mean, technically, like, Doomwatch and the Stone Tape and Quater Mass are kind of horror adjacent. Like, I'd say they delve a little bit into sci-fi horror territory. Quater Mass, like, some of those are fucking terrifying. Like, they were like the shows that gave kids nightmares back in the day. I remember, actually, I worked with a British woman when I was working for the Calgary Health Division. Really cool lady. Always wore a leather jacket, and she was. We got to talking about British science fiction, and she says, "Oh, there's one I saw when I was a little girl that just scared the hell out of me." And she said, "What was it called?" Quater Mass. And I was like, "Oh, Quater Mass." Yeah, I was like, she was like really surprised that I knew what it was. I'm like, "Oh yeah, Quater Mass is great." And it's like, it scared the shit out of me. Like, it was pretty funny, but I think both of us were surprised that the other had heard of it, because at the time it was still pretty obscure. You know, only like hardcore sci-fi nerds like me would even have heard of it. And in her case, she had heard of it because, I mean, that was part of her childhood, right? So, I mean, it was one of those things that scared the shit out of her as a kid that just stuck with her, even though she hadn't seen it since she was a kid. She just like carried that memory with her of the experience of seeing it. I didn't find out exactly like if she'd seen all three of them or if she'd just seen one of them in particular, but even if she had seen the original miniseries or if she'd seen the Hammer movies. Most people have only seen the Hammer movies, so for me, I really wanted to make a point of tracking down the original serials to see them in their original form. Also, the serials are like 2.5 hours long. The Hammer movies are like 90 minutes, so they really cut out a lot of stuff. I mean, they move at a pretty good brisk pace, and they're fine, but they're pretty solid adaptations, honestly. But the serials, I think, are a little better because they give the story more time to breathe, and especially when so much of it is steeped in mystery as to what's going on, it gives more time for that mystery to build and for more layers of it and so forth, and to really, get the tension going over the course of those 6 episodes. So, yeah, it's great stuff. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. It just finished. Holy shit. It just finished. Alright. I'm going to go out for a quick smoke, and then we're going to continue. But meanwhile, let's take note of the time here. It is 7:25 a.m. I'm going to put the other battery in, and we're going to see how long it takes to charge, if I notice. Alright, it is charging. So I noticed the little blinky light on the charger starts flashing faster when it gets closer to being done. And literally, as I was looking, it went blink, 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 and then green. When it's green, it's done. It blinks orange when it's charging. So 7:25, we put it in. Alright, we'll see how long it takes. I'm going to go smoke, then we're going to finish this one up and see if we feel up to doing another one. bump the camera around too much. Just take a quick swig of water. Skeleton's hat fell down. Let's just fix that. And our light turned off. Let's fix that.
Bluetooth mode.
And I'm itchy. Let's fix that. One of those itches you just barely reach. Alright. Alright, nothing else in the chat. Okay, carrying on. Fuck. I just bumped the camera. Well, we gotta refocus anyway, so. Fuzzy. Let's just go right to the super zoom. You guys see how fuzzy that is? Look how fuzzy that is. You can't even tell what it is. It's just this blur. Oh, here we go. Beautiful. Whoops. And there we go. Okay, the battery's charged. I think we're good here. Okay. Now, I have not watched the Stone tape. I don't know anything about it, so. So I think it's Paranormal Investigation, this one? Yeah. Okay. Well, that sounds good. Oh, produced by Innes Lloyd. He was a Doctor Who producer. Cool. Starring Michael Bryant, who was he was also in Doctor Who. Anyway, how long is this one? 90 minutes. Oh, it's just a movie. Okay, I thought it was a miniseries. But it was a TV movie, I guess. Alright, cool. I can't remember if I was wearing glasses at the end of the last segment. And of course my battery died as soon as I mentioned it, which is kind of appropriate given the subject matter. I don't remember if I was wearing my glasses in the last shot or not, so hopefully it matched up nicely. The magic of editing. So the Stone Tape was a TV movie that was broadcast in, was that Christmas? I think? Yeah, Christmas Day, 1972. Wow. This is as old as me. That's kind of scary. I had not heard of this before. I just was browsing various boutique labels back in the fall and winter looking for cool stuff to buy. And as soon as I saw, you know, Nigel Neal, yeah, I didn't even need to know what it was. I knew it was going to be something special. So I have not opened this yet. So we're not going to look at the contents today. We're going to do an unboxing and closer look in the very, very near future. So keep an eye out for that. Meanwhile, I'll at least take a look at the cover here. So I got really lucky with this one because 101 Films put out this beautiful deluxe limited special edition of it in a hard box, and it's got loads of extras and everything. I was checking up on my order. It was sold out before it even shipped. Like, this thing just flew off the shelves. I'm pretty sure they're putting out a standard edition of some kind, so if you missed out on the limited edition and you want to get this for your collection, I'm pretty sure there's a standard edition coming. But, yeah, so pretty cool. And let me just show you the back here, and we'll go over the extras and whatnot. I think that's good. You don't have any glare there, do you? No. Okay, we're good. So let's take a look at the contents. I'll read the back of it to you as well, just so you kind of get an idea of what it's about. This sounds really good, and I'm actually really looking forward to watching this. I've heard nothing but good things about it. People have been just going nuts ever since this got a release. So, Nigel Neal's The Stone Tape. 101 Films presents Nigel Neal's The Stone Tape from 1972, released on Blu-ray for the first time. Broadcast by the BBC on Christmas Day to Broadcast by the BBC on Christmas Day 1972 to critical acclaim, The Stone Tape sees Neal employing his trademark fusion of science fiction and supernatural horror to terrifying effect, and ranks among the legendary screenwriter's best work. A team of scientists, eager to discover a new recording medium, take over a brooding Gothic mansion recently purchased and renovated by their employers. On moving in, however, they find one room unfinished and the builders refusing to work there. Claims of strange noises and feelings of unease are dismissed. However, the scientists soon discover that the renovation work on the mansion has disturbed something hidden beneath the stone walls, something ancient and malevolent. Well, that sounds amazing. I'm totally sold. I gotta say, the boutique labels write some of the best copy for stuff. Like, man. Anyway, special features. We got brand new extras. Children of the Stone Tape, documentary on the lasting legacy of the Stone Tape. Out of Darkness, a visionary Manx man, short film on writer Nigel Neal. Commentary with filmmakers John Deere and Sean Hogan. Limited edition rigid box packaging. A set of art cards. A script booklet. Another booklet including Place Memory by Andy Murray and Weird Science, The Stone Tape at 50 by John Doran. And an archival extra, commentary with Nigel Neal himself and film critic Kim Newman. That is so cool. And I noticed it's produced by Innes Lloyd, who was actually a Doctor Who producer. And I love this little blurb in the green box there. The Stone Tape was shot on videotape for broadcast. Please approach the technical quality of this upscale with empathy. So there you go. I mean, that sounds amazing, and I can't wait to check that out. So I'll probably be doing that closer look fairly soon, because I want to open this up and watch it. Also, the extras in it sound absolutely fantastic. And just taking a quick look at the box here, you can see on this beautiful cover, nice and creepy in there. And the artwork actually continues on the top and the bottom. Kind of cool. And if you look inside, you can see there's, we got the Blu-ray case, we got the art cards, and then big honkin' book, and two books actually. I'm guessing the big one is the script book. But I thought this was a mini-series like the others, but it looks like it was just a movie, just a 90-minute movie. And anyone wanting to get this for their collection, know that it is Region B locked. So make sure you have a multi-region player, or if you're in the UK, hey, you're good to go. So really looking forward to checking that one out. And I guess that's about it. So yeah, that's why I said it kind of has a bit of relevance that my battery died right then and there, because anyone who knows about paranormal investigation stuff knows that ghosts love to interfere with electronics. So just kind of funny that happened exactly when it did. Anyway, it wasn't ghosts. I just babbled a lot and used up the battery. Great to finally have the Quater Mass collection properly complete. There will be a big-ass closer look about the entire Quater Mass saga coming your way, along with a closer look at this as well. Oh yeah, we're going to go closer look crazy with some of this stuff. So, yeah, that is it from me to you for now, folks. Hope you enjoyed. So, until next time, thanks for watching, and sayonara. All right. Good. Done. Which what? Who? 90 minutes. Not 9. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. That's a short movie. Let's put that there, I guess. And we'll put this here. Actually, we'll do this because these are, yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, all the Quater Mass stuff just barely fits. And actually, no, I'll put this here. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but here we go. So what do we got for Quater Mass? We got my old ass DVD that misspells it as Quater Mass. The Quater Mass Experiment live show. The original serials, Everything That Exists. The remastered Quater Mass in the Pit on Blu-ray. Quater Mass and the Quater Mass Conclusion on Blu-ray. And then we got the 3 Hammer movies. Quater Mass Experiment, Quater Mass 2, and Quater Mass in the Pit. Quater Mass, Quater Mass, Quater Mass, Quater Mass, Quater Mass. Right. Excellent. And then Doom Watch. Actually, we probably want to, here, we'll move Thunderbirds up and we'll put the stone tape next to all the Quater Mass stuff, I think. That's a good spot for it. Because it's Nigel Neal. There we go. Put that there. Bring Thunderbirds out here. And put it all next to Doom Watch. Actually, is that even going to fit? Oh no, I think it will because we got the, here, we'll move these. And then I'll put Blake 7 in here. I gotta find a better place for Thunderbirds, but that'll do for now. And there we go. Okay. Those there for now. Just keep having to shuffle things around. That's alright. It's alright. I'm not losing consciousness. You're losing consciousness. What next? Well, we got a few more. I also do these mystery DVDs, get them done. To do Minette Walters first, because it's a big one, and then save the other one for the end to kind of build anticipation. What's the Doctor Who related one? Well, keep watching and find out. Maybe we'll do insert shots of the book covers because they're pretty nice. They're pretty. Alright. We'll do that. We'll do those last. What did I just do? Oh, yeah. Okay. There's a flimsy plastic Halloween decoration on the floor behind me. Kind of tucked in between the Doctor Who shelf and the CD tower. You can't see the CD tower, it's behind me. There be CDs. Sorry, what was that? Hey, Kokomo Gaming, greetings. Sorry, I'm not paying too rapt attention to the chat right now because I'm doing a bunch of filming, but feel free to hang out and watch the movie magic. Alright, we gotta angle this different. Can we stop, like, just... Yeah, maybe if can I put this, like, over here? Yeah, I'm crunching it just straight. It's this thing. One of my decorations. It's very cool, but it's very flimsy, like vacuum formed plastic, you know. So put that back there. There we go. It's not in the way anymore. All right, here we go. Is that correct? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Can I move back a bit? Yeah, there we go. Greetings everyone and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday DVD update this time. Yeah, no Blu-rays this time around, just good old-fashioned DVD because, well, the stuff I got isn't available on Blu-ray, so what are you gonna do? Well, not specifically Doctor Who this time around, but certainly Doctor Who related. At least one of the two items I picked up is, in a pretty significant way actually, but both of them are mystery related, and you know I love a mystery, especially British mystery. British mystery is just the bee's knees. So, been wanting to get both of these collections for a very long time, and having recently gone on a big shopping binge and imported a lot of stuff from the UK, I decided to throw these two into the mix. Got a pretty good deal on them, can't complain. So, yeah, so what are they? Mysteries. So what are they? Mysteries. Kinda related to Doctor Who, huh? You got me curious, Z. Tell me more. Well, I will. Right after the titles. Mysteries. British Mysteries. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. How many times can I say mystery in the intro? Welcome back. So, a while back, welcome back. So, the first collection I picked up is a series of adaptations of novels. Great. Welcome back. So the first collection I picked up was, oh my god. Welcome back. So the first collection I picked up is one that's been on my radar for a very, very long time. And in fact, yeah. Welcome back. So the first collection I picked up is something that's been on my radar. Wow, I'm just losing it. Okay, let's get back in the groove here. And fucking eczema, can you just stop being annoying? Thank you. Welcome back. So the first collection I picked up, holy shit. Welcome back. So the first collection I picked up is something that's been on my radar for a very long time. It's a series of adaptations of a bunch of mystery novels by one of my all-time favorite mystery authors, Minette Walters. So let me just show you quickly the collection here. Really, Now, Minette Walters is a mystery author that first came to my... Oh my god. Minette Walters is a mystery author that first came to my attention via one of the movie or miniseries adaptations of her books, specifically one called The Sculptress. I remember it was being shown on Showcase Television here in Canada, and I kept seeing promotions for it, and it was getting a lot of attention, a lot of press. I don't think I watched it when it was originally on. I might have seen a bit of it, but I'm pretty sure I didn't see the whole thing when it aired. It wasn't until years later that I found it just in my wanderings on the internet and finally got to see it. But before that, it kind of stuck in my head for a number of years. And then I was working at Chapters, a Canadian bookstore chain, and decided to pick up the original novels and check them out. I thought, well, why don't I read the novels first, and then I'll see if I can track down the adaptation. Yeah. So then, So then a few years later, I was... So in between first hearing about it and then finally seeing it years later, I was working at Chapters, which is a Canadian bookstore chain, and the name just kind of crossed my mind again, I guess, when I was browsing the mystery section. I thought, oh yeah, Minette Walters, the sculptress and stuff like that. So I noticed that she had published quite a number of books, so I picked up the first few. Let me just show you here. And decided to read them in the order that they came out. So we have The Ice House, which was her first novel. And I'm actually going to give you guys a closer look at the covers of these books, because I think they're just gorgeous covers. Yep. Hold on. Just got to spread the pages a little bit there to stand it up. But look at that. I mean, beautiful embossed gold letters for the author title. The title of the book is also embossed, and it's all in this. And the majority of the cover is this beautiful matte finish, and I just love this sort of surreal artwork. And I just love the sort of surreal artwork. And most of her books, at least the initial publications of them, follow a similar kind of design philosophy. So this is The Ice House. So I bought this and just devoured it. It was absolutely amazing, and I could already see why she was such a highly regarded mystery author. So, having read this, I went straight on to The Sculptress, the one that actually put her on the map for me. Let me just give you a little look at this. And there we go. And look at that. Winner of the Edgar Allan Poe Award. And that kind of leads me to why I enjoy her stories so much, is because they kind of ride the line between mystery and horror. There's a lot of elements in these books and in these stories that are dark and disturbing and, you know, twisted. And a lot of the mysteries don't necessarily have definitive answers to them. Sometimes there's elements of the solution that are left kind of ambiguous. This is a good example, actually. And a lot of the mystery of this one, for example, is, did the person who appears to have done the murder actually do the murder, or is it something else? So it's not just a whodunit, but it's sometimes a matter of, you're told who did it at the beginning, but are you? You got to read the book to find out. It's great stuff. I love the sort of twisty-turny nature of it. And here we have her third book, The Scold's Bridal. The scold basically being a scold basically being, I guess, a British term for, you know, an unpleasant, loud, obnoxious woman. And in this case, the obnoxious, loud woman in question is put in a bridle, essentially muzzled. So, yeah, so she touches on a lot of subjects like that. Like in this case, kind of elder abuse and stuff like that. And then in The Sculptress, it's, you know, murder. In this one, it's, you know, quite contemporary. It's a group of women who live together in a big old mansion, and there's a body discovered in the ice house that, you know, one of them may have had something to do with the murder or not. Gotta read the book and find out. But I love that it keeps you guessing and has those darker elements to it. The other thing is the way the books are laid out is they have things like, they really, and also the way the books are laid out is really interesting. They're not just played as a straightforward narrative. So like here, for example, we have a map of the house and the grounds surrounding the house. But you have the narrative, but you also have, let me just see if I can find an example here. Am I just crazy? Did I hallucinate it? I swear there's things in here. Nope. This one is just a straightforward narrative. Okay. Hold on. Maybe it was this one. I swear there was... Oh, hold on. Is that it? No, there's something... Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Yeah. It's actually from... Oh, there's... Fuck, what am I... Trying to... There's like something specific I'm looking for here. Oh, here we are, here we are. Yeah, so the interesting thing about these books is they're not just the straightforward narrative. I mean, for the most part they are, but they include additional material. Like this, for example, we have newspaper clippings about, you know, events that occurred around the house that the women live in and things like that. and other things relating to the characters. And then we have like a map of the grounds and whatnot. So there's little extra bits added in there. Sometimes there'll be newspaper clippings or notes that are found, or police reports and things like that, that almost make you feel like more a part of the investigation as the characters are trying to figure out the mystery. So it's great stuff, and I can't recommend them highly enough. I might as well show you the other two here. I pulled these 5 books off the shelf specifically because these are the only ones thus far that have ever been adapted for the screen. So here we have The Dark Room, which is her 4th book. Very nice. This one actually doesn't have the matte finish. It has more of a glossy finish on the cover, but still you get the nice embossed author name and title. I do like that they all kind of follow a uniform style. Like it very much, they all have these surreal covers. And then finally, I'll just have to hold this one up. We have The Echo, which I have in hardcover. I think I got this as like a Christmas gift. But again, same cover style, just this is the hardcover edition. But really nice. So anyway, I show you those just kind of as a curiosity. And then, of course, I got the... So I show you those as kind of a lead up here, just to show, you know, what a fan I am of Minette Walters. But I've been wanting to get the miniseries adaptations for a very long time. So the first 5 books, but I've been wanting to get the miniseries adaptations for a very long time because, I mean, let's face it, nobody does miniseries adaptations of books better than the BBC, you know. They're usually pretty rock-solid adaptations. So I was kind of curious to see how the adaptations would compare to the books. And having read the first 2 books and watched the first 2 screen adaptations, I can say they compare very nicely. They're actually pretty much rock-solid, perfect adaptations. So I don't know that they were ever released on DVD here in North America, but I think 1 or 2 of them got VHS releases like a million years ago. So the only option really to get them on DVD was to get the UK set. But as they were all originally done in PAL mode anyway, why not get the PAL DVDs and see them in as close as possible to their original quality? So the first 5 books were adapted. Let me put it up on the shelf here for you, and you can get a look at the cover. There we go. So we have the Ice House. They adapted them kind of out of order. I don't know if that's the order they adapted them, listed on the cover there. But I've arranged them in my set in book order, just because I'm kind of anal that way. So we did the Ice House, the Echo, the Dark Room, the Sculptress, and the Scold's Bridal. And then if we look at the spine there. No, hold on. And I'll just spin it around so you can see the spine there. There we go. And then finally we'll take a look at the back, which is actually exactly the same as the front. So there's really not much. Oh, hold on. And then we'll just turn it around and show you the back there, which is kind of pointless because it's exactly the same as the front. But then if we look at the side, there's all the individual titles there. So I don't think so. If we just pop them out here, I'm not going to line them all up on the shelf for you, but you get basically the idea. We got the Ice House here. starring a very pre-James Bond Daniel Craig, by the way, doing like this kind of strange, almost lilting Irish accent, I think, sort of. Yeah, I'm very different from his James Bond voice, but you know, he's always great. And then of course we have The Sculptress. This is such a good adaptation. I highly recommend it. I recommend both of them, actually. Now, I haven't watched the other three because I haven't read the other three books yet. I might just jump ahead and watch the adaptations. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. So then we have The Scold's Bridal. And then we have The Dark Room. Oh, there we go. And finally, The Echo. With Clive Owen, no less. Yeah, got some famous faces in these. And there we go. And who's the... Oh, and Joel Lee Richardson. Yeah, yeah. So we got... definitely have some familiar faces in these adaptations. It's wonderful. Where are we going here? So we go there, and there, and there. So each one of these adaptations was 2 90-minute episodes. So basically a good solid 3 hours of dark, disturbing mystery to enjoy. Very cool. Love those. Can't wait to rewatch the ones I've seen and see the ones I haven't seen, and probably give me incentive to read the books too. The books themselves are like super fast reads. Like you can just they're real page turners, to coin a phrase that's far overused. But yeah. So last but most certainly not least, this is something that's been on my radar for a very long time, and well, it was kind of hard to find for a while. It only just recently got a DVD release, I think. Yeah, 2024. So that could be why I didn't find it. Although I think it did have some other releases previously. But I mean, this was the one to get because it just has everything together in one package. I'm, of course, talking about Who Done It? Or Doctor Who Done It? Because you might recognize the chap in the magnifying glass there as none other than Doctor Number 3, Jon Pertwee. Yes, and here you were wondering, when's the Doctor Who connection coming? Why is this on a timey-wimey Tuesday? Well, that's why. Let's take a look at that here. So Who Done It was a mystery series, kind of like those Evening of Murder type of things. So there would be... So you would see a dramatized account of some kind of heinous murder, often with very familiar faces and British stars. Well, actually, hold on a second. We'll go back a little bit. So there's the front cover. And there's the back. Not a lot to look at there, but quite a lot of information about the show. So let me just spin this around here, and I'll tell you a little bit about what this is. So Who Done It ran for, what was it, 4 series? 5 series? Something like that? Anyway, it has everything. Every single episode exists. Huzzah! A British series with no missing episodes. So what Who Done It is it's kind of like those Evening of Murder things where... So what Who Done It is it's kind of like one of those Evening of Murder things where there would be a bunch of people playing like particular roles. In this case, you know, one will be the inspector, one will be the person who gets murdered, and then there will be a whole bunch of people who are the suspects, usually played by fairly recognizable British stars of the time. The series originally came out in the 70s. I can't remember the exact year. Does it say on the back here? Yeah, from 1972 to 1978. So I guess 6 series. Yeah. So the first season. So the first series was hosted by the Equalizer himself, Edward Woodward, about 10 years before he became the Equalizer. And then Series 2 until the end was hosted by Jon Pertwee. This is basically what Jon Pertwee went on and did immediately after Doctor Who. In fact, in his very first episode, he says, "Hello, I'm your host, Jon Pertwee, and welcome to Who Done It?" Or if you like, Doctor Who Done It. Little nod to the fans. But, so what it is, you would see a dramatization of the murder, and you're supposed to pay attention for any potential clues. And then, you know, the inspector will show up and will be talking to everybody and trying to piece together the mystery. And again, listen to what everybody says, try to piece together the clues. And then during the show, they would have, you know, a couple of guests who would interrogate the characters from the dramatization. So you'd have all the actors who were in the dramatization present in the studio, in character. So this is why I say it's like one of those Evening of Murder things. And then the guest panelists would question them and try to figure out who the killer was. And it's great. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of laughs to be had along the way and stuff like that. And it's just a really fun show. I saw a few of them online a number of years ago, and I was like, oh man, I really got to get, like, they got to find a DVD set of this. And then, so again, just as I was kind of searching around and looking for stuff to, looking for British stuff that I could import that wasn't necessarily available here, I found out they just put out a big complete series set of it, quite reasonably priced. So I was like, score, I'll just get that. So, yeah, I've already watched a few episodes from it, and it's just such a hoot. It's a really fun series, and if you're a fan of John Pertwee, it's an absolute must-watch just to see him kind of hamming it up as the host and having a grand old time. But also, just generally, seeing all the familiar faces in the cast. I mean, a lot of Doctor Who alumni show up in the cast, and a lot of characters, a lot of actors from other big shows of the day. I mean, you'll recognize a lot of people if you know your 70s and 80s you'll recognize a lot of faces if you know who the sort of big stars were from that era, especially television stars in Britain and stuff. So it's pretty neat to see. So yeah, pretty excited to have that one in the collection. Because you know me, I mean, the Third Doctor is one of my favorite Doctors, and I'm just generally a huge fan of John Pertwee. I think he was just one of those terrific, larger-than-life personalities, and always a delight to see in interviews, and, of course, as the Doctor, and in just about anything that he's ever done. So this is a big one, because, you know, he was the host for darn near the whole series. So, there you go. If you're a John Pertwee fan, definitely check that one out. Also, if you're an Edward Woodward fan, he hosts Series 1. So, very cool stuff. Well, folks, that is it from me to you for now. Got a lot of mystery to dive into this week. And, yeah. Well, folks, that is it from me to you for now. Got a lot of mystery this week to dive into, and holy fuck, what am I even trying to say? Well, folks, that is it from me to you for now. A week of mystery. So until next time, thanks for watching, and sayonara. How's this guy? Still blinking? Still blinking. Okay. Well, this can go here somewhere. I'm going to put it up here for now. That's good. And then the Minette Walters collection. I actually have the books in my horror section. So this isn't really Doctor Who related. I only did a big spiel about it because, you know, I would have only had that one item otherwise. This is almost like a mini closer look. Anyway, I'm going to put all this stuff back over here. Ugh. Yes, I got 3 more books of hers in addition to those 5. Great stuff. Put these right by the books for now. Put these back in here. One, two, three, 4, 5. Yeah. Wow. Actually, I have 10. I have 10 of her books. I didn't realize I had that many. Sweet. So that's about half, I think, of the ones she wrote. Very cool. $21. Okay, bro, I was close. 20. So I have almost, well, basically half. Cool. I should get the other 11. Well, that was good. What next? Yes. These. Oh shit, we're gonna do, I forgot, we were gonna do insert shots, weren't we? I have to pull those off the shelf again. Let's do those now while I'm thinking of it. Then I can put them back on the shelf. Yeah, okay, hold on. So, get it right up there. Ice house. Okay. No, hold on. Cropped a little bit. Crop. There. Okay. Oh. Pause. It's the pause that refreshes. I just aged myself with that one. I generally do about 30 seconds for these insert shots. And I don't just do them as stills because you can tell when it's a still versus a video clip. So there's that little subtlety of motion, you know, the digital, the grain or whatever, that your brain picks up on almost subconsciously, where you can tell if it's a picture or a video. So I like the look to be consistent, so I do it as video clips instead of as stills. It's about having a consistent presentation, right? So we got the Scold's Bridal. Best crime novel of the year, it says. That remains to be seen. Fuck! God damn it. Your nice thick books, why don't you just stand up? Alright. Hold on. Can I just slightly... Okay. Is that cut off? Hold on. Looks alright. Okay. In the dark room. So it's been almost an hour for that battery that's charging. It's still going. And we still got lots of juice left in this one, so we're doing pretty good so far. Looks like the longest 30 seconds ever. Alright. That's good. And now the tricky one. I'm going to have to refocus, I think. Fuck. It's too close. I can't get it. Alright, so there. Yeah. So now okay, and then just while I'm kind of on a roll here, do these. Oh well, we might not have that much juice left. I just lost a bar doing these insert shots. Maybe because it's starting and stopping a lot? I don't know. I almost wonder, actually, because the camera also powers the mic. I wonder if it would help if I unplugged the mic when I'm doing the insert shots. I don't need the sound for them anyway. I don't know. Just a thought. Beautiful. This will be good. So this is for a new batch of Target paperback novelizations. So I got a few more, just a few more for the collection. Not really making a huge dent, but there's a couple new ones that came out that had never had adaptations before and stuff like that. And I got a couple of old editions of ones that I used to have that I wanted those specific editions because they're what, you know, they're special to me. Special. This Minette Walters, the 21 bucks going off her website. There's mini summaries too. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know how long it's been since she wrote her last book. I feel like she's been kind of out of the spotlight for a while, which is kind of makes me sad a little bit. She made her money, you know, like she was very successful. Or it may just be she's just not writing them as often, you know, taking her time. That's cool. It just occurs to me, has Streamlabs been posting anything? Usually it'll post the... Fuck, it hasn't been. Is it off again? Fucking Streamlabs, man. Stop logging me out and turning shit off. Twitch inactive. Why? There. God, so stupid. I hate how it just randomly turns shit off. I did not tell you to do that. Alright. Sentai Rainbow says, I watched your old pickups when you bought the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy 1981 on Blu-ray. I'm thinking of purchasing it. I know the video is an upscale. Do you think it'll get picture quality and what will ever get improved, or is this the best we'll get? Oh, it's absolutely the best we'll get. Yeah, I can't see it looking any better than that. I don't even think they have a ton of the original source material, so it's very much an upscale. But I mean, I was pretty pleased with the quality. It's pretty solid. It's got a good selection of extras, mostly carried over from the DVD, as I recall. So, yeah, I mean, I would say go for it. If you're still here. I don't know if you're still here. That was a comment from a while ago. But, yeah. Let's power that off. Feeling a little warm. We might just let it cool off a bit, and we'll see how our other battery is doing. Still got a fair amount of juice in that one, but let's take a look. It seems to be blinking faster, so that must mean it's getting close to being done. It's been a little over an hour. Are you serious, Kerlatin? Dude, I've done so much filming tonight. Just did a bunch of insert shots for both a video I just filmed and a video I'm about to film. We've done 3 so far. Pretty meaty ones. Yeah, we did Doom Watch. And we did Quater Mass. And we did Minette Walters and Whodunit. And we're just about to do, and that actually finishes the DVD and Blu-ray updates, other than the 2 that need to be also closer looks. So, yeah, it's actually been a pretty productive night. The cat's finally calmed down, so even though I'm tired as balls, I'm kind of pushing through and doing a few more. I thought you claimed you were going to have a mental breakdown from church making noises. Yes, and then he calmed down about 20 minutes after that. And we were able to get some filming done. Actually, quite a lot of filming. So 3 in the can so far, and a bunch of new insert shots. Some for one I did tonight, and others for the next one to be done, basically. So, yeah. Yeah, so shortly after that, he went and jumped up on the box, and Eclipse beat the shit out of him, and then he's just sleeping now. I think she beat the shit out of him for waking her up, and now, oh, that was interesting. Yeah, okay. Just saw the time is it? It's like fucking 8:30 in the morning. You're 5 hours too late, Ghost. I just saw the hint of what can I describe it as? Like a night dress. Like, you know, one that's like it's all white, right? I just saw the hint of an arm just like pop out for a sec, and then when I looked, nothing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have seen a little girl running around here that is not Rose. Wouldn't be the first time. And ironically, one of the shows I was talking about, or I'm hallucinating, yeah, absolutely. But that's not as fun of an explanation. Earlier I was talking about the Stone tape, which is basically a movie about a TV movie about a paranormal investigation. And as soon as I held it up and said the stone tape, the battery died. Right when I'm talking about the paranormal investigation one. Perfect. Perfect timing. Keeping an eye on this battery. I want to see how. I'm trying to get a read on how long it takes these batteries to charge. So that'll give us that's valuable information. So this one's been in there a little over an hour. Since 7:25. It's currently 8:37. If I can keep my energy level up, I can keep going. And we can just kind of push through as much as we can. Getting low on food. We're starting to having to dip into the canned stuff. Got some fresh stuff in the freezer and the fridge, but not much. I was thinking I've got 4 pork chops in the freezer. We still got some bok choy left from the other night. I won't do this now, obviously this would be like a dinner thing, but I was thinking I could do, and we got some onions, so I could do like a simple teriyaki stir fry with the pork and some onions and the bok choy, and put it over some rice or something, perhaps. We don't have any chow mein noodles left. We used them all, so. Alright. I feel like it's getting close, so I keep checking. I want to get like as accurate a reading as I can on how fast those charge, or slow as the case may be. But we do have about 2 bars left on this one, so we might still be able to crank out a thing. What is that? Is that a face eating things? Noodles, yes. I don't know. I don't know what we have. Actually, we do have some chow mein noodles left. We have a little bit of chow mein noodles left. Not really enough for a full stir fry, but you know, I don't know. Do something. So I mean, that's one meal basically for the night. Ugh. Almost 9 a.m. This is the time I've been going to bed as of late. Go to bed at 9 a.m., wake up around 4 or 5. I'm getting about 7 hours of sleep a night. Procrastinate for fucking ever and then finally get some work done. Did you sleep? Or did you just get called away for bullshit again? Oh, I'm going to post this link again because I think people have forgotten that, yeah. Behind the scenes, lol. So funny. Yeah, I know. Hilarious, eh? I've not not seen the new Nosferatu. I haven't picked up. I won't be picking up anything new for a bit. I got like enough already that I need to go through. Oh, and Star Carsey said he saw the Savages animation. That's cool. I didn't know it was out yet. And I do not own any Looney Tunes Collector's Vault titles. To my knowledge, there might be some. I got a package from Frank. There might be some of them in there, which is why I haven't bought any yet, because he tends to send them my way a lot. So, but needless to say, I want them. There's that big set coming out that has like 50 or something. The what? Oh, the Terminator in the webcam. Talking about the AI. Yeah, I mean the focus drifts in and out. It's typical autofocus. I mean, it's better than most autofocus that I've had, but you know, yeah. I'm totally not passing out. So maybe we can crank out one more. I think I have enough. I think I can manage one more. We got a nice little update, nice easy one actually, of several Target books. I got 3 new ones, 3 old ones. Oh no, actually 3 new ones, 2 old ones. But one of the old ones that I have here is related to one of the new ones. I pulled it off the shelf for that purpose. And we just did insert shots, nice high-res close-ups of the covers of all 6 of these. So, that'll be nice. Get to it before you hallucinate a whole family. There's people everywhere. How'd you people get into my apartment? Yeah. Oh, actually, this one. Shit, I didn't do an insert of this. I will do this Target Books update, and then that is the date I will post the Jet Blast package opening, because he sent me the paperback version of this, which is pretty cool. So, where is it? There it is. Okay. Still blinking. Ooh. I would think my suffering for everyone's entertainment would be worth a few donos, but what do I know? Anyway. Yeah, so apparently CloudBot, for some reason, was only turned on for YouTube all night, and none of the alerts are set up for YouTube specifically. It's supposed to just mirror whatever Twitch shows. So for some reason, the Twitch side of CloudBot had switched itself off. For no reason whatsoever. I did not ask it to do so. I really fucking hate how it keeps doing shit like that. Like, can you just stay on forever? Or like sites randomly logging you out. Or you have to log in and do the 2 factors. Like, why? I'm on the same computer that I'm always on. Why do you have to reconfirm me? Nothing has changed at all. I'm dead. It's always something random. What? Oh, when I tripped? Like almost face planted into the shelves. Yeah, I know. You love a bit of slapstick, don't you? I'm just going to put all these books back on the shelf so I can enjoy seeing the piles reducing. It's very nice. how we have our little family here. We got Emily, Skeleton, and I guess they had a kid. Ghost Girl. Yeah, I had to take her off the wall because, well, I mean, if we move the Doctor Who shelf over there, when we're all done here, God, we're almost at that stage, aren't we? Fuck me. Not looking forward to that. Not looking forward to that at all. But gotta be done. Gotta be done. I have a Doctor Who jigsaw puzzle. I should just do a fucking jigsaw puzzle for one Timey-Wimey Tuesday. I'll do that jigsaw puzzle, and we'll just do like the whole thing in real time. People would totally watch that too. I bet they would absolutely watch that. Like, it would be like a 5-hour video of me doing a jigsaw puzzle. I might actually do that just because. Why not? How many pieces is that one? 1,000? It's 1,000 pieces. How many hours do you think that would take? It'd take a while, I think. Yeah. Thomas said people would watch jigsaw content. I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would. How many battery changes would that take, I wonder? Oh my God. That's hilarious. Yeah, I think that's something we'll do at some point. Just a marathon jigsaw puzzle. You've watched people put together crazy big ones, yeah? But, I mean, I imagine it's edited down, like, or is it real time? I'm sure people do them in real time as well. I would do it in real time, just because. Fuck it. See if you can make it to the end. Get zen with me, people. Let's do a jigsaw puzzle. And then just, like, say nothing the entire time. So it's just, like, ASMR jigsaw puzzle for, like, 5 hours. Absolute silence. No, I wouldn't do that. You can't. You know me. I wouldn't be able to keep from gabbing. And I mean, I talk about Doctor Who stuff. I just, like, off the cuff ramble about Doctor Who. It's a jigsaw puzzle that features all the Doctors up to Jodie. There's the picture there. So, yeah. Could do that maybe as I uncover each Doctor. I could talk a little bit about, you know, what some of my favorite stories of theirs are or something. A lot of things we could do. Yeah, we got them all. Even got the War Doctor on there. That's wonderful. And there's a poster, apparently. Oh, yeah. It's just a poster of the cover, basically. Or of the picture. Oh, it's been partially done. Well, we'll break all those pieces up and mix them up real good. So, yeah. Maybe that'll be a little... So maybe that'll be our reward after I finish all of the updates and closer looks for the Doctor Who section. We'll cap it off with just a freaking marathon jigsaw puzzle. Oh yeah, I got that vinyl set too. I was going to do a closer look at that. The one that Vermin Art sent. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to make sure I have a lot of timey-wimey Tuesday stuff in the queue because I don't know how often I'll be able to update the collection. Because Doctor Who stuff is kind of pricey sometimes, especially the Blu-ray sets. And the steelbooks. So what's coming out? So there's 3 releases coming out that I absolutely have to get. There's the limited edition of Season 7, which is already out. There's the steelbook of the Savages animated reconstruction. And there's the steelbook of the War Games in color. So, those three are next on the list. High priority too, because especially for the Season 7 set, don't want to wait too long on those limited editions. Wee. Woo. Wow. I love how I'm actually getting work done and there's barely anybody here. It's like people only come when I'm just faffing about and just shooting the shit about whatever, and I don't know. I'm just babbling now. I'm gonna go pee. Oh yeah. Put that with the anime. Got a bunch of anime updates to do too. Those can wait. I think also when we do some of the other updates, because we're doing them by theme, so you know, we're doing like a batch for each theme. Might change what's on the shelves in the immediately visible background just to kind of relate to whatever the theme is. Obviously another day, not today, but yeah, I figure if we can do like one more day of the Doctor Who stuff, we'll actually be done. And we could bang out some closer looks. Yeah. See, I need to do, I have some oversized graphic novels. Like these ones. And this one. And some big Panini ones. Panini! So I wanted to do not just insert shots, but like some closer look style insert shots. And for that, I think we need to bring out the table. So I was going to use the the fold out table to do the closer look stuff. So I figure we do that, and then while we have the table out, we do the other ones. So do the 2 limited edition sets, do the Quater Mass collection. What were the other ones I wanted to do? Oh, the stone tape. Do that, the unboxing and closer look. And I got the Prisoner set and the Jody set. So we do that. I can do my intro and outro segments here by the shelf, and then we can do all the, or I can do all the segments there, and then come back over here and do those. So that could be what we do tomorrow, like as soon as tomorrow, which would be great. And that's going to give us just a ton of stuff for Time in Miami Tuesdays that I can then, dole out over the next 3 or 4 months. And yeah, that'd be good. So that covers Tuesdays. So then we just had to fill up the other 6 days of the week with tons of stuff. Which is fine, because I've got tons of stuff that we can do. We just have to film it. We're getting there. We're getting there. Alright, smoke break. Just also to wake up a little bit, just so we can bang out one more. Whoa. What the hell was that? Oh, hi. You just get a swig of water here. Delish. delicious. So, one more, and then I think I'm going to bed. Like, immediately after this one. Oh, is the thing finished? Oh, now it's doing a triple blink, which I think means it's almost done. How long has it been? Almost exactly an hour and a half. So we'll get that one charged up, and then I'm going to put the other one on the charger overnight. Well, night. Over day. And then we should have, then we'll have 2 full batteries to start off tomorrow. Well, today. And then, yeah, should be good. Should be good. And hopefully the stuff will come for church today. We get him nice and stoned and finally get his nails done. And put him in, hopefully, what I'm hoping will be a more effective cone of shame to keep him from scratching himself to death. So, scratching, biting, licking, chewing. Yeah, he really hurt himself last night, so I feel awful because it's my fault for taking the collar off, but I was feeling like it was useless, but there were certain areas that he still couldn't reach even with the collar, and well, yeah, poor little guy. We'll get him fixed up. That's fine. It just needs time to heal and to not be picking at it, you know. And I hope the new cone should hopefully help with that. I got one that was a little bigger than what we likely would need, just to make sure there was enough clearance there. And he should be able to eat with it without too much difficulty. Almost done. I just keep watching because I want to see how long it takes, right? I want to know definitively how long it takes those batteries to charge, because well, meanwhile, let's get this last one going for today. So this is the 4th video we filmed today. And, yeah, we made some good progress, actually. Really good progress. Shall also transfer over all the footage. What the hell's going on? Why are we so far? Oh, are we pulled back? Oh, that's why. Okay. Never mind. I see what the problem was. And up. Go. And do this. Where's the chair? There it is. Alright. Get right in close. You guys can, yeah, you can kind of see that. You can sort of see what I'm doing. So it has like a super zoom, for those of you who haven't seen this before. It has basically a super zoom, specifically, you can't use it when you're filming, but it's specifically for the purposes of focusing. So you zoom all the way in, and then get a nice tight focus. Alright, here we go. I didn't do an insert shot for the hardcover book. That's alright, we'll do it like we did that Minette Walters one. And I will do that before I go to bed, so that way literally everything is done for this video. Alright. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Doctor Who update. This time around, I finally picked up a few more additions to the Target Books collection. Yes, as you know, I've been slowly... Can you see these? Yeah, you can kind of see them. I'm slowly pulling together the collection of Target Books novelizations of the classic series. I've got all of the First Doctor, about half of the Second Doctor, a chunk of the Third and Fourth, most of the Fifth, about half of the Sixth, half of the Seventh. Yeah, I've got a lot of gaps to fill, is the point there. But, yeah, some of you might recall a story that I've told many, many times over the years. Of back in the 90s, I had a box of books and comics and audiobooks, and, well, that box went missing during a move, and I lost like a whole bunch of stuff from my collection. Amongst those things were my Target books. Yeah, now I didn't have anywhere near a complete collection. I've actually got way more now than I ever had then, but, you know, I've always kind of wanted to collect. But I've always wanted to reacquire the specific editions I had, so that's part of what today's update is I got a couple of those back in the collection for the first time in literally 30 years, so pretty excited about that. These ones are particularly important to me personally in my journey through Doctor Who fandom, being a Whovian, and these ones are particularly special to me personally because they're some of the first Doctor Who novelizations I ever read, and in some cases were my introduction to those particular Doctors and their legacies. And then in addition to that, I got a few of the more recent novelizations, some of which had never been published. And in addition to those, I also got some of the more recent novelizations of classic stories, some of which had never been novelized before. So, kind of cool to finally have those gaps in the collection complete. For many people, for the first time ever. And really, for the first time ever, because those gaps had never been filled before, other than, you know, there were some fan novelizations and such. Anyway, enough preamble, let's get to the update. Doctor Who Target novelizations, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. So, first up, we have what was... Welcome back. So those of you who know my sort of history of discovering Doctor Who and kind of learning about it over the years in those glorious early days will know that one of my first exposures to Doctor Who was a photo of the Cybermen in a book about robots that I got. If you go back and watch my video, Journey of a Whovian from 2013, it was a video I did for the 50th anniversary, I go into considerable detail about that. So, needless to say, I'd always been curious about the Cybermen. I hadn't really seen them in the show other than Revenge of the Cybermen, and I don't think Earthshock had even come out yet. So, I wanted to learn more about them, and in particular the earlier adventures. So, the 60s episodes just weren't available in my area in any form at the time. They hadn't come to PBS where I lived at the time yet, so I hadn't seen any. There was no way to experience those stories other than the novelizations. So I took a look at what was available and grabbed what I thought was the first Cyberman story, going solely by the title. We have Doctor Who and the Cybermen, which is not the first Cyberman story. It's actually the second one. This was based on the Moon Base, and the novelization's written by Jerry Davis, which is great because he was one of the original authors. Yeah, Kit Pedler and Jerry Davis, creators of the Cybermen, actually wrote the first 3 Cybermen stories: the 10th Planet, the Moon Base, and the Tomb of the Cybermen. So pretty cool that I got, a novelization by one of the original creators. And it actually does have a prologue that tells you all about the creation of the Cybermen. So even though this was not the first Cyberman story, it at least gave me more information about their origins. And then we get into that wonderful base under siege story, the Moon Base. I should mention also, this is one of those ones that has a lot of illustrations in it as well. Not all of the novelizations had that, but some of the ones from, I guess from the 70s, I think, did. And it was wonderful. So it kind of gives you an idea of what the story might have been like visually. So it wasn't until years later that I actually saw the story, and I think it was actually when it was incomplete. So I just saw the, as a matter of fact, was it this one? No, it was not. There was, no, it wasn't that one. Hold on. It was this one. Actually, hold on a second. Let's go back. As a matter of fact, yeah, it's right here. We have Cybermen, the early years. Yeah, this is one of the famous years tapes that came out in the 90s. So this contained episodes 2 and 4 of the Moon Base. And of course, I immediately recognized it as this. So actually, this is kind of interesting. So why don't I give you a little peek at the cover there. So hosted by Doctor Number 6 himself, Colin Baker, it serves as a sort of time capsule, the early history of the Cybermen, at the time presenting a lot of orphaned episodes from early stories that either hadn't been recovered yet, or had yet to be given the animated treatment, because of course back in the 90s they hadn't started doing the animated reconstructions yet. But then, of course, with the DVD release, they animated the 2 missing episodes. So the first time But then, of course, for the DVD release of the Moon Base, they animated the 2 missing episodes. It was one of the earlier ones they did, actually, and we could finally see it complete for the first time. Let's give you a look at the back there as well, and you can kind of see what the contents are. So, as you can see, we have the very first appearance of the Cybermen in Episode 1 and Episode 2. Oh, wait. So, as you can see, we have a selection of clips presenting key So, as you can see, we have a selection of clips which present sort of key moments in the history of the Cybermen, such as their first appearance from the 10th Planet, Episode 1, their first words in Episode 2, and we have some clips from Tomb of the Cybermen and The Invasion. I think this is around the same time that they discovered Tomb of the Cybermen. I think this is around the same time they discovered Tomb of the Cybermen for the first time. Yeah, 1992, because I remember picking that up on VHS as well. And then we got 4 full episodes, including the 2 existing episodes of the Moon Base and the 2 existing episodes of The Wheel in Space. But that was a few years later. So until that came... But that was a few years later. So until that came out, this was my only experience with the Moon Base story. And honestly, I loved it. I thought it was a great, tense, suspenseful story. So it was quite a thrill when I was finally able to see at least some of it on this years tape. And then, well, years later, seeing the complete version with the 2 missing episodes animated. So, great stuff, but, you know, not the first Cyberman story as I initially thought. So let me just give you a quick look at the cover here, and you can see. Now this is one of the 80s editions, of course, with the neon logo, and a wonderful painted cover by Andrew Skilleter, who did quite a lot of Doctor Who artwork over the years, posters and book covers and so forth. But there was an earlier edition of this that came out, which I did not get.
I don't think I have that one.
Yeah. Actually, I do. So this, of course, is an 80s edition, which you can tell by the neon tubing logo on there, with a wonderful painted cover by Andrew Skilleter, and I absolutely love it. So I wanted to get that specific edition because that's the specific edition that I had back in the day. But as I was replacing titles from the collection, I did pick up an earlier edition of Doctor Who and the Cybermen. I forgot I had this. So this has the old diamond logo, so you can tell that it's an earlier one. And let me just pop this up here as well, and you can see, you can take a look at that cover too, just for the sake of comparison. So this one, I think, is this a Chris Achilleos cover? Doesn't say. So I think that particular cover is done by Chris Achilleos, who was quite a prolific Doctor Who artist who did a lot of the artwork for the earlier novelizations. And actually a lot of the more recent novelizations kind of mimic his style, which is pretty interesting. And there we go. So that's Doctor Who and the Cybermen doubly represented. So, I mean, it's neat to have both editions for the different covers, but this is the one that's definitely more nostalgic for me. Now, by a similar token, my introduction to the Third Doctor, again, before those episodes aired in my area, at the time when I was watching Doctor Who, when I got this particular book, only the Tom Baker episodes were being shown, and then I think they went forward from there to show the Peter Davison ones on the weekends as omnibus movies. And then, you know, a year or two later, they finally started showing some of the older ones. They brought the John Pertwee episodes over again, and I was able to see them for the first time. But until then, much like the first and second Doctor's adventures, the only way I could experience the Third Doctor's adventures was through the novelizations. So, I picked up this one, Doctor Who and the Auton Invasion. Now, again, different title from the televised story. The televised story is called Spearhead from Space. So I had no idea of any of that. In fact, I don't think I even knew that this was the Third Doctor's premiere adventure, like his first adventure. I just bought it because I thought the space squid on the cover looked cool. Again, wonderful cover by Andrew Skilleter. Why don't we take a closer look at that as well, and you can see it in all its spooky space squid. You can see it in all its spooky space squid glory. That's a bit of a tongue twister. Spooky space squid. And I should say that this one, again, also has illustrations. There we go. I'm pretty sure you can find scans of all these illustrations online. I'm not going to go all out for it, but yeah, pretty neat. So this particular one is written by Terrence Dix, probably one of the single most prolific authors ever in the history of classic Doctor Who. He was also the story editor for the show for a while and wrote quite a few scripts for the show. So, very cool. But I always really liked this one a lot. I read the novel, I think, a couple of times and just really enjoyed it as a story. And again, it was quite some time before I saw the televised version. So when I did, it was interesting because having, and same with the Cybermen, the Moonbase adaptation, both of these stories kind of lived in my head as novels, and I kind of visualized them a certain way. So when I finally saw the actual televised version, it was interesting to me to see how much was close to how I imagined it and how much was different, you know, and sort of remembering the verbal descriptions of certain actions and then seeing those things played out on screen visually, but almost hearing the descriptions in my head because I was so familiar with the novels. So interesting way to experience those stories for the first time. So next up, this is actually a new novelization of a Fourth Doctor story. We have Warrior's Gate and Beyond. Now, before we take a look at this, I just wanted to point out that I do actually have the original novelization of Warrior's Gate. The original novelization was written by John Lydecker, but I think the author, Steve Gallagher was the author of the original story. And this new novelization is actually by Steve Gallagher himself. So just for the sake of comparison, we'll take a look at the covers here. So here, I believe this is another Andrew Skilleter cover, actually. And it's quite a lovely painted cover, as you can see. Very nice. I love these painted covers. They're just so beautiful. So much better than some of the lazy photo covers that they use during a lot of the Fifth Doctor's adventures, for example. Just literally using a screenshot from the show for the cover. Like, wow, put in a lot of effort there, guys. But I love when they would do actual proper custom artwork like this. I mean, that's a beautiful cover. I love it. So for Warrior's Gate and Beyond, I'll just show you the cover first, and then I'll tell you a little bit about what exactly this is. So take a look at that. And there you go. As you can see, they're kind of mimicking the Chris Achilleos style. And there you go. You can see they're kind of mimicking the Chris Achilleos style again. And we once again have the glorious return of the Diamond logo with the 60th anniversary and Ncuti Gatwa era version. Quite nice. So, couple things about this. First off, it's a brand new adaptation of Warrior's Gate by the original author. So, taking a quick skim through both and just doing a bit of comparing, there are some passages that just appear to be almost exactly the same as this, and there's others that are quite different indeed. But the general consensus is this is just generally a more thorough adaptation and a little bit truer to sort of the nuances of the original story because it's by the original author. I've always said, like, you know, if you can get the original author to novelize his own screenplay, do it, because you're going to get so much more out of it because he's so much more intimately familiar with those characters and situations, right? But the and beyond part is interesting because we don't just have the novelization of the story, but we actually have a couple of short stories that take place after the events of Warrior's Gate and kind of tell us what happened to some of the characters after the fact, such as Romana and K9 and the Therals and stuff like that. So there we go. So we have the Kairos Ring and the Little Book of Fate. So two additional short stories that tie into Warrior's Gate, again by the original author. So very cool, very neat idea there. So obviously I had to pick that up. Plus I've always just really liked the story of Warrior's Gate. It's a very like almost surreal kind of story about you know, traveling to different dimensions and stuff like that. And it was the culmination of the E-Space trilogy, which originally comprised Full Circle, State of Decay, and concluded with Warrior's Gate. So it was where the TARDIS had slipped into a parallel universe, essentially, and got stuck there for several stories. So the Therals, who were a race of cat people, kind of like the Thundercats, but they were able to navigate the gates between dimensions, so they were able to help the TARDIS get out. So next up, we have a pair of adaptations that have been a long time coming. For whatever reason, the original author of this story just would not authorize it to be novelized. Until finally, a couple of years ago, he novelized them himself. And we finally have them. What are they? Resurrection of the Daleks by Eric Sayward. The 5th Doctor Dalek adventure from season 21, which is a great Dalek story, by the way. I really like Eric Sayward's writing and his the stories that he contributed to Doctor. He was the story editor for a couple seasons as well. I just love the sort of dark edge that he gives to these stories, in particular the Dalek stories, which, if you get down to the nitty-gritty of them, have the potential to be quite horrific, especially with the genetic mutation aspect and so forth, and just the ruthlessness of the Daleks as a race of aliens just want to kill everybody. But we'll just take a quick peek at the cover there. So quite nice to have this after so long, because it's been a long-standing gap in the Target Books range, because it just never got adapted, and for whatever reason he just refused to give permission. I don't know what the whole story is there, but I'm glad that he finally softened, I guess, on it, and just adapted it himself again. Get the original author to adapt his own work. So that's one of them. But that's not the only one, because Eric did another story, this time for good old Sixie. We have Revelation of the Daleks. So again, this has been not adapted for the longest time until now. So finally, we have, I think, every story between this and all the Douglas Adams ones that came out a few years ago. We finally have novelizations of every single classic Doctor Who story. These two have been very conspicuous gaps. In fact, they were unadapted for so long that there were fans who did their own novelizations and just made them available for free to fans. So never underestimate the fans. If you don't give us what you want, we'll make it our own damn selves. So I'll give you a quick look at the cover there. So as you can see, these are both the newer style Target books. They've kind of brought them back as an imprint of BBC Books. Target isn't its own company anymore. They're long gone. But yeah, pretty neat. I love that they're doing these, and they've actually been reprinting a lot of the older books as well, which is terrific. So you can get nice new editions of some of the older books. I think I have another one here somewhere. Yes, and the same thing. So I have this, the Web of Fear, right, with second Doctor story, and then I also got this edition a while back, which is the one that I used to have, again with the lovely Andrew Skilleter cover. So this is the reprint with the old Chris Achilleos artwork on it, and this is the version that I used to have that went missing in that box. Anyway, that is not it. There is one more, because a very interesting adaptation came out very recently. And I should mention, it was one of the later adaptations originally. We have Evil of the Daleks. This is not the one that I got recently, though. I've had this one for a little while. This was difficult to acquire because this had a fairly low print run, and I was just lucky to get a good deal on it at one point. So this is the wonderful, thorough, meaty adaptation by John Peel. He also adapted Power of the Daleks. Just to be complete, I also have that. I've talked about these before, but recently we got another pass at Evil of the Daleks written by Jamie himself, Fraser Hines. How cool is that? So the idea here is that it's a different perspective on Evil of the Daleks. Specifically, it's Jamie telling the story to Zoe. So it takes place when Zoe first joins the TARDIS team, and they're looking at the time viewer thing. What is it called again? Time thing. What the hell is it? It doesn't even say. So the idea is, it's when Zoe first joins the TARDIS team, and the Doctor's telling her about, some of the dangers that she might face, and he asks her, have you ever heard of the Daleks? And originally, that's just kind of where the Wheel in Space ends, and like we all kind of, it's just like a sly wink to the audience, like, oh yeah, he's going to tell her about the Daleks, and she's going to be scared and stuff. So this actually kind of picks up where that leaves off. And so the Dalek story that they tell them, so the Dalek story that they tell Zoe is the story of Evil of the Daleks. But here's the interesting thing about this. This isn't just a straight up adaptation of Evil of the Daleks. It's Evil of the Daleks as seen through the eyes primarily of Jamie. Because, the Doctor's telling the story, and at one point Jamie cuts in and he's like, "Aye, you're not telling it right." So he takes over the storytelling, and, the Doctor kind of takes a back seat while Jamie continues to tell Zoe about how it all went down. And so we get a lot of Jamie's perspective on that particular adventure, and it's just a really fun idea. So I thought, yeah, that sounds great. And I mean, anything with Fraser Hines, I mean, Jamie was one of the all-time great companions, right? So this is too big to fit here, but I'll just hold it up so you can get a look at the cover. Yeah, it's quite nice, a very classy hardcover. But yeah, I heard about this. I thought, wow, what a great idea. Like, sort of revisit this familiar story from a fresh perspective. And there you go. So I highly recommend this if you want to revisit the story from yeah, so there you go. Kind of a fun idea, and couldn't resist grabbing that one, even though I have the other novelization. I'm just about out of time here. And that is it for this this update. So some nice additions to the Target Books collection. Pretty happy with that. Great to get a couple more of those long lost editions back in the collection as well. There's still a few I need to track down, but I think I've got most of them by now, which is good. Feels good to finally get those back after they've been missing for so long. There's still quite a lot of stuff from that box that I have not recovered and possibly never will. But, it's nice at least to be filling in the gaps of the Doctor Who collection again and kind of rebuilding the older titles back to their former glory. Alrighty, well that is it from me to you for now. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. Oh, I don't think I sounded too tired there. And this battery is almost dead. This one is still charging. We need to do a few more insert shots, don't we? Alright, so we're going to do a few more of those. Won't do those. Yes. Do this and this. Did I forget if I did that one. I didn't do that. No, I need to do that one. Okay. So, alright. We'll do these, I guess. Fuck. And this battery's almost dead. I don't think it's going to have enough juice to do the insert shots, so we're going to have to use a bit of juice off of that one. But at least we'll get that done, and then we can go to bed and rest assured that we have accomplished things. Well, let me put the ones on the shelf that we have done. Let's see here. I'll bring these up. Put them here. And let's see. So, alright, hold on. I'm just gonna move these. I always put them in story order. Alright, so where does Resurrection of the Daleks go? After Frontios and before Planet of Fire. Here. There we go. And then Revelation of the Daleks goes here, I think. Right at the end. Okay. Right before they have the Nightmare Fair, Ultimate Evil, and Mission to Magnus, like the missing season. Hold on, 6th season. Yeah, Revelation of the Daleks. We got Attack of the Cybermen, Vengeance of Varys, Mark of the Rani. Yeah. All right, I am actually missing a ton of 6th. I've only got 3. I've got Vengeance on Varys, Mark of the Rani. I mean, if you're only gonna have a few, those are definitely 2 to have. And Revelation of the Daleks. I thought I had the 2 Doctors. Well, I had the 2 Doctors. It was one of the ones I had back in the day. I need to re-get that one, I guess. All right. What else? Warriors Gate. E-Space. Where are ya? Leisure Hive. State of Decay. Oh, I just need Full Circle, and then I'll have the whole E-Space trilogy. So how many? I got quite a few 5th Doctor. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Will you please stop saying that?
Death Ray!
You maniac! Oh, I need the other Warriors Gate in there, which means we gotta pull a couple out of here to make room. That's alright. Thanks for the bits. There we go. Oh, it's so nice to have these like filling in spots, and oh, it's beautiful. I love it. And then these are all 2nd and 3rd. Okay. So, 3rd Doctor right there. actually didn't have any edition of that one. The thingy. Okay, where does the moon base go again? Right before the macro terror. Okay. Alright. And then Web of Fear. After Enemy of the World, yeah. Enemy of the World. There we go. Right. Excellent. I think that's it. Okay, then we just need to do 3 insert shots, and we're golden. I can literally hear that from here.
Did you hear that?
Sorry about the sound. That's just how frustrating my week has been. Fucking tech. Technical issues, eh? Well, that's okay. I don't have, I'm not doing like anything audio. I'm just doing a few insert shots. And, I'm just waiting for this battery to finish. I mean, I guess I can see if we can get enough juice out of it. Hold on. Let's find out, shall we? Oops. Unplug the microphone just to save that little sliver of juice. Good. There we go. Okay. I don't know if this camera even has a built-in mic. I guess we're going to find out when I watch this footage. I don't think it does. Yeah, that looks good. And the battery just crapped out. We got 30 seconds, one insert shot. Alright. Now all the power you used to say change the battery, you probably could have, not needed to change the battery. Use that to film a few more seconds. Just saying. So we won't be using too much more juice. Literally 2 things to film. Is this done yet? Oh my god, come on. Literally 2 insert shots left, and that's where it crapped out. You know? Fuck's sake. So your iPad Pro screen is dented. Oh no. And the right side feels like the glass can cut your finger. Oof, that's not good. To run to Apple tomorrow during your free time. Gotcha. That's annoying. Don't cut your finger. I knew it was you before even looking at the chat. Oh, I know. It's like his calling card. Evil and Elf Burp. Look at that. Already back in the #1 spot for bits. That's why we need self-repair. Well, yeah, I mean, you can. Do you mean like so you can fix it yourself? Or that it fixes itself? Oh shit, I forgot he gave me this. Yeah. Doctor Who Scratchman, written by Tom Baker and read by Tom Baker. I might just have to listen to the shit out of that. Listen to the shit out of it. The shit. I have the book too. What am I waiting for? Oh yeah, that stupid thing. It's doing fast triple blinks now, which means it should be almost done. One hopes. What? I'm hungry. Ow! Ow! Well, not really, JL. The pandemic was like 3 years ago. If people still haven't recovered from it, they're never recovering. Holy shit, Crichton, why do you miss everything? Yes, I got the last video done. I was in the middle of doing the last couple of insert shots. Literally got one. And the battery crapped out. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for the other one to finish charging. The blinky light is blinking really fast now, so that must be... Well, you know the best way to prevent that, JL, if you're worried about me getting mad at you for bringing up the pandemic again? Stop bringing up the pandemic. Guaranteed to work. Then you never have to worry about it, and I never have to get mad at you about it. I know. But it doesn't help. It doesn't solve anything. No point in bringing it up. Somebody get into a bits battle with jail so we can better. Or you know, even better? Let's get a dono train going. It was just $1. Just a bunch of single dollars. Just $1. Just a parade of dollars. We've had $10 all night, guys. I've been working my ass off to you, literally to the point of physical exhaustion, almost falling over. All for you guys. Is that worth anything? Anything at all? I've filmed more in this past week than I've literally filmed in the past 3 years. Well, what would be the point in erasing everybody's memory about it? It doesn't change the fact that it happened. And, you know, you just need to stop obsessing over it, dude. Life goes on. Move forward. Hey, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Bam. I think that... Did that just bump us up a percentage as well? No, not quite yet, but getting close. Yeah. Just got to increase the size of our audience, I guess. Law of averages. Get enough people. A few of them got to have money, right? Support the content and I'll keep making it for you. Simple as that. Oh yeah, comic strip adaptations, yeah. These are ones I wanted to see for a long time. We got the Iron Legion and the Star Beast. I wish they'd done more of these. Did these just not sell particularly well? I don't know. I don't know. It's like there was a lot of Fourth Doctor. Hey, Vermin Art, coming back.
Vermin Art donated $10. Fucking donate please people, this is not free entertainment. Come on, support your favorite content creators or you lose them. Get stuck watching shitty 10-second meme videos forever. If you donate $1 each I will think about 1% of a Norker.
1% of a Norker. Oh, hey, I can't remember if I told you or not, but you know what my bedtime reading has been for the past week or so, Vermin? Oh, just a little bit of Rogue Trooper. Yeah, I'm about halfway through the first book. Thoroughly enjoying. Definitely going to play the game soon. I have it on PC as well, so we'll play the PC version so we can just crank the visuals. But of course I do appreciate you sending me the disc version so I have it in some physical form so I can touch it and feel it and fondle it. And then of course we've got the movie coming out. No, I'm not on Funk. I'm actually just I'm a VOD. I'm not live at all right now. I knew you'd come in and ask roughly around this time of the stream, so this is just a really clever part of the recording, making it seem like I'm live and lying about it being a VOD, but really, I'm just a VOD. Oh yeah, you're on YouTube, what the fuck? You said, I'm here because my Twitch sub ran out. Do you have no ads on YouTube or something? Do you have like YouTube Premium or something? See, they're skirting the ads on YouTube. I know, like even, it's like I can't win. If I crank up the ads on Twitch, like we did a while back, out of necessity, I get a little bit more ad revenue, but lower viewership because nobody wants to look at ads. Although it did prompt people to sub. Just like irritating them into subscribing. But I definitely like lost potential new viewers from that. So they're at the bare minimum now. The absolute lowest level I can possibly put the ads at and still qualify for ad revenue. Which, if you're wondering, is 3 minutes per hour. So really, Funk, you can't handle 3 minutes in an hour. That's 57 ad-free minutes out of 60. I mean, if that was a university exam, you'd be passing with honors. You know. No, 3 minutes, that's too much. No, No, can't do it. Can't do it. Well, that's it. It's literally set at 3 minutes per hour. Absolute bare minimum. So, I'll buy you some scratch-offs, Sean, and we can scratch together. Oh, sounds exciting. 97%. Or if you think of it in Norkers, it's 97% of a Norker. Yes. Why do you look scared? Hey, you charged yet? Yes, it's charged. Okay, how long was that? We started it at 7:25. Oh, Jesus. Basically an hour and a half. Alright, so it takes 90 minutes to charge those camera batteries. Now we know. 90 minutes. Literally takes longer to charge them than it does to use them. How is that fair? I call shenanigans. Alright, 2 more. And then we're done for tonight. Well, shit, that's not gonna work. Oh, no, that's fine. It's alright. We got it. We got it. Okay. 90 minutes to get how much out of it? About an hour, I think. It's about an hour of recording. So, you know, if you figure an average video is around half an hour of footage, what am I doing right now, Funk? He literally asks, have you filmed? Why do you think I keep running out of battery? I'm not just like letting it run dry. It's because I'm filming. I'm using it. The battery drains when you film. So if it just sits there idle, it doesn't drain, doesn't do anything. It just sits there. So anyway, the non-snarky answer is yes, I have filmed. How many did we do tonight? 4. 4 and a shit ton of insert shots. Of which these are the last for the evening. Double check that that's in focus, because that is text that we want to be able to read. That's a little better, actually. Yeah, because see, with the 4K resolution, you will absolutely be able to read all of that text. Alright, second one, because the focus was ever so slightly off, and this is better. It's a note for me, which I won't even hear because I'll delete the audio from the insert clips before I even put them in the timeline, so I don't know why I'm bothering. I'll know. Always go with the second take. Unless it's photos. Photos is like, you know, take 6 of the same thing and pick the best one, you know. $21 for 7 hours of work. That's so that literally works out to $3 an hour. Alright, we're moving up in the world. We're making more than Napoleon Dynamite did on the chicken farm. So that's something. 606. 39% completed, the same number of percentages as there are episodes in old seasons of shows. Alright, so that is done. Put that up there. We did Doctor Who and the Cybermen. Hold on, we gotta put that down here somewhere. I'm dying. Where the hell? No, it's up here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so there. Okay. Whoops. Now, I think this one we gotta move back a bit, don't we? I swear I did this one already. Well, in case I didn't, we'll do it anyway. Just because. Because. What are you doing, church? What? For fuck's sake. On. No, don't record. Hold on. God damn it. Stop. No, I gotta physically move it back. That's okay. Hey, thank you.
Verminart donated $6. Spin my nipple nuts and send me to Alaska. Smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for breakfast. Just let me check. Thermos, sandwiches, corn plasters, telephone money, dandruff brush, animal footprint chart and 1 triple thick condom. Donate.
Up. Yeah. Hold it for 30 seconds. This is really awkward. Cat, you licking your crotch is not helping me concentrate. Alright. Fuck. Just gonna put this down here for now. Yeah, good enough. Whew. All right. actually... Okay. Done. Thank you for the YouTube sub, Neo Bowler, and thank you for the sixer, making it an even 600. Vermin Art. You are a gentleman and a gentleman. And connoisseur of Norks. A little less harsh. Oh, well, folks, that was a very productive evening. So, what did we do? How did we do? Oh. Sun's up. Time to go to bed. Why are you seeing that so vividly? It's like not even... It's pointing... It's like pointing away from the camera. Like, I don't even understand. Anyway, whatever. I don't care. Fuck it. Replay the dono. Yes, I'll replay it so I can hear the message. Hold on a second. Where was it here? Oh, God. Crichton.
Verminart donated $6.
And Dwayne Dibley.
Spin my nipple nuts and send me to Alaska. Smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for breakfast.
Ace.
Just let me check. Thermos, sandwiches, corn plasters, telephone money, dandruff brush, animal footprint chart and 1 triple thick condom. Donate.
You never know. Yeah. That's great. From, what was it? Was it Back to Reality? I think that was all. Or no, that wasn't Back to Reality. That was, I think that was the Polymorph 2, Emo Hawk. That's what it was. Yeah, I remember that. When all those characters came back. Oh. Yeah, we got to get back to watching Red Dwarf. We were watching it. And then we didn't get back to it. We were watching it, well, we were also, Vermin and I were watching the remastered versions, which are an interesting artifact. Or any horror screening, just anything. Yeah. Any screenings. Well, and a lot of other shows, yeah. We did a whole entire 2 weeks of Dark Shadows. Woo! We should get back to that. No, we're not doing Dragon Ball. I have enough massive shows. Not everything is about Dragon Ball. Also, like, it's the anniversaries of stuff. You know? 2025, 1985. A lot of things turned 40 this year. 1985 cartoons. Well, we have the second season of Transformers. We have the first daily season of G.I. Joe. That's when it actually got a regular series. It was just a couple of miniseries prior to that. And then shows that started and ended that year. We got Thundercats is 40. Mask is 40. Jason the Wheeled Warriors is 40. All of those came out in 1985. So, yeah, I would like to watch that. Never found out the fate of Roger Collins. Will he have a brandy again after his fatal car crash? I know, right? Well, you know, he had that horrible car crash and has that big bandage on his head for like 7 months. And the assassination one, yeah, Ticket to Ride, that's what that one's called. Street Sharks, I don't know, sometime in the 90s. 600 is not 39%. You could be right. Let's I don't know. Hold on, if I go to a screen where it's off and then come back. Well, I don't know. 39%. Well, yeah, maybe. Because I mean 50% would be 500. So I don't know. Might be. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I've seen that promo. Vin Diesel just like so enthusiastic about Street Sharks. He just was like, I love them. Oh, because of is it the 99 cents that's fucking it up? I bet it is. It's that 99 cents. That's what it is. It's just under the threshold for 40%. Looks like Peter is finally going to be getting his... Where? What? Who? I don't know. In what? Where? You know, there's like a million different Spider-Man things right now. Like... I'm talking about the show? The cartoon? Oh, the MCU. Okay. You just... Where did you hear that? For Secret Wars. Oh, well, actually, that would make sense, because in the original comics, that's where he got it, was the Battle Planet, where they went for the Secret Wars. I actually have the issue. I have the original Secret Wars 12-issue miniseries, and issue 8 was the one where he got the black suit. He found it in like an alien lab, and yeah, he didn't know it was a symbiote. He thought it was just a cool telepathic suit. Severin Films, eh? Really? They're going to do a nice big box set, I assume. We were just talking about that earlier. Someone was asking me if I had the collector's edition. There's been a few collector's editions of those. They did, there was a couple of UK releases. They did like steelbooks, and I think they were 4K. I can't remember. Nothing is factual until you see it with your own eyes or ears. True. Until then, it's just hearsay. Whoa, Jesus. There it is, 40%. Oh, and there's no, of course, it was under $5, so no text-to-speech message. So, no Norkers. Says Kralatin. Oh, yeah, he even said, Kralatin better be right about the percentage, or he is a fuck. This won't even get read out. Norkers, 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 Norkers. There. I read it. I know, now it's $5.99. Now it's great. We cleared out the percentage issue, but now it's an annoying, uneven, odd number. Needs to be 500. I'll be down with that. Yeah. Sure. Let's make it 500. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, I should be transferring all the footage over. Camera's all the way over there. Hold on. I gotta extend the mic a bit so I can reach. Actually, probably not bad I waited, because now it's cooled down nicely. Whoops. You know, for such a small camera, that thing has a lot of weight to it. A lot of electronics jammed into that little frame. Alright. Having supper, eh? You are supping? Supping? Supper. You must sup. So how much did we film today in terms of running time? Let's find out. Two hours, 36 minutes, and 19 seconds of footage. That goes out to all of you who were asking if I filmed anything today. Yes. 253 gigabytes. God, I'm going to need to get bigger hard drives sooner than I thought. Actually, holy moly, Daniel Moore coming out of the shadows. Oh no.
Danielle Moore donated $6.46. Snow White is a bigger joke than I thought. The prince doesn't exist anymore. He's an activist now, lol. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
I like. Why didn't you just say raffle? Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate that. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really keen on seeing that Snow White for a variety of reasons. I mean, I can live without it. I've got the Blu-ray of the old Disney cartoon. That's all I need for Snow White. I don't need 18 versions of it. You don't understand what Disney is doing anymore. They're milking all of the cash cows as much as they possibly can. That's what they're doing. And I mean, this kind of goes in line with what they've been doing for the past several years, where, you know, like you remember, I mean, it's basically just milking the classics over and over again, right? Because they did, first they did a bunch of direct-to-video sequels to all their animated classics, right? And then the past few years, they've been doing live-action remakes of all their animated classics. So it's just any way they can kind of re-milk the same stories over and over again. It's honestly annoying, because when I was growing up, back in my day, Disney didn't do that shit. They were always doing new things and trying new things, right? Like, if a new animated movie came out, it wasn't going to be a sequel to something. They did, like, one sequel, The Rescuers Down Under, and that was it. And that was a good sequel. But, yeah, it was like anytime an animated movie came out, it would be something new. It would be a new story. And they kept doing that for a while, like even up to the early 2000s. But since then, they just, I don't know, it's just like they've run out of ideas, or, you know, it's funny because one of the things that I thought of even as a kid was like, well, what happens when they run out of fairy tales? It's like, well, I guess now we know. They do a bunch of shitty direct-to-video sequels, and then they do a bunch of shitty live action remakes. But I mean, at least the stuff like Maleficent, they tried to do something different. It's not just Sleeping Beauty in live action, you know. But yeah, they just remake. That's what I mean. It's like how many different versions of Cinderella do we need? Like, seriously. I don't know. It's that low because of woke review bombing. Woke review bombing. God. It's not even anything to do with woke or whatever people want to paint it as. It's just a lack of creativity, honestly. Like, there are other fairy tales out there they could adapt. Why not adapt some fairy tales from other cultures? You know? There's got to be some great stories out there. I mean, at least with Hercules, they kind of dipped a little bit into Greek mythology, you know? That was a good idea. A lot of great stories in Greek mythology you could adapt. I mean, I don't know how many of them would really be suitable for a children's movie, but hey, a lot of those fairy tales arguably weren't suitable for children's movies either. They just did a little tweaking to make them a little more family-friendly. You know. But, what about Little Red Riding Hood? Did they ever do why do they never do a Little Red Riding Hood? That's like one of the most famous fairy tales of all time. I mean, I know there's not much to it. It's pretty short, but what about Hansel and Gretel? You know? There's still more fairy tales to do. They don't have to remake things. I don't get it. But I guess they have done some stuff from other cultures. Like Brother Bear was very much inspired by native culture and stuff like that. Loved Brother Bear. But, I don't know. Could do like an epic saga culminating in the events of the famous nursery rhyme, all about the life and times of Little Miss Muffet. And just have it all leading up to that iconic moment when she sits on the tuffet and a spider sits down beside her. Yeah. And then when it scares her away, just make it like, you know, a terrifying, nightmare-inducing chase along the lines of Sleepy Hollow. You know. Disney's Taxi Driver. Disney's Pulp Fiction. Disney's Medusa. Disney's Jason and the Argonauts. I know, right? So they start doing animated adaptations of their old live action stuff, like the Black Hole. You will know they've truly run out. They will live action it again, or do animated remakes of the live action remakes. That's true. There is that. That's not Disney though. But yeah, see, like that Hansel and Gretel looks like fun. I haven't seen it, but I would watch that. Disney's Schindler's List. Oh my God. Disney's Salo, 120 Days of Sodom. Actually, isn't that one on Disney Plus, or was that just a meme? I might be believing a meme. Disney's The Erotic Awakening of O. Disney's Emmanuel. Oh my God. Jail, that isn't the joke. It's just things that are inappropriate for Disney to put their name on. That's the joke. Disney's Catch Me If You Can. Well, sure. I don't think you're quite getting what we're doing here, but thank you for trying. Oh, yeah, that kind of thing is bullshit. TNA Dan. some racial bullshit going on with it as well, where some people lack of intelligence saying you should be playing Snow White. I have no problem with the actress playing Snow White. I think she looks great, honestly. Like, she looks terrific, but and you know, I guess having like the CG dwarfs, I guess is what they went with, is fine, but you know, again, like I don't know. Just a really shit reimagining. I don't know. I mean, I've seen people on the other side of the fence too that said they actually really liked it. So I don't know. Disney's Eraserhead. Disney's a Serbian film. Disney's bad taste. Oh my god. Yeah. Song of the South. It's funny, after watching Ethnic Notions by Marlon Riggs, I now understand why Song of the South is considered racist as hell. And it's not that it's particularly bad. How can I describe it? It's not that it's in particularly, you know, that it's like outright offensive. It's just that it perpetuates certain stereotypes. I think Uncle Remus being one of them. The uncle is a black stereotype that, you know, goes right alongside like the Sambo and the Mammy and, you know, I forget what all the other ones are, but, yeah. For some reason, I can actually see a Disney's Cannibal Holocaust. Really. See, here's the thing, and others have said this, and I agree. If you're gonna remake classics, hey Disney, why do you seem to keep forgetting that you own the Muppets? Do the classics with Muppets and one single human character who just, you know, acts like, you know, the Muppets are just regular people. That's it. There's your box office gold. You know, everyone in this room would watch anything you do that meets that criteria. Classic fairy tale remake starring the Muppets. In fact, they used to do that back in Jim Henson's day. They would do fairy tales with the Muppets, and they were great because they were like twisted with Muppet humor and stuff, and hilarious. I would love to see more shit like that. Remake a Clockwork Orange with Muppets, and Malcolm McDowell would be the one human. Amazing. I'm pretty sure I've seen memes of exactly that, like fan art and stuff. The Muppets, or the Muppet, or like the Muppet, Kermit as Malcolm McDowell's character. I think, yeah, Dan, I think it's not just Uncle Remus, but I think there's other stereotypes as well. Even though, like, the story of Brer Rabbit and everything, that's basically straight out of black culture and sort of their, you know, fables and whatnot. But those characters themselves are very much patterned after stereotypes, like black stereotypes. And, yeah. Yeah, if you ever get a chance to see Ethnic Notions by Marlon Riggs, I highly recommend it. Huge eye-opener. Holy shit. It's crazy just how deeply rooted racism is in the fabric of American history. And in popular culture, especially. Stereotyping from the types of music as well. Possibly. I don't... yeah, I think so. Yeah. Which is funny, though, because, like, even, like, after the movie was taken out of circulation, you'd still see Zippity Doo Dah appear in like Disney compilations of songs and stuff. Beaker is the main character. Yeah. I have a version. I have like a Laserdisc rip of it, I think, somewhere. They released it on Laserdisc in Japan. And I think that's the last time it ever got any kind of physical release anywhere in the world. So. I know I had one that was supposedly a 35mm film scan in high def, but when I looked at the resolution, it was like 480p. But, I mean, it looked okay for 480p, but, you know, don't say it's high def if it's not high def, you know? Come on. Welcome back, Jonkler. You missed all of the Doctor Who updates. I've got... What do we got left? 2 graphic novel updates and the Jodie Whittaker set. And then that's it. All the updates are done. But the only reason I haven't done those is because I need to bust out the table for that and do, like, close-ups on the table and stuff, so... Yeah. Well, that's not racism, though. You're just saying race doesn't exist, per se. It's just pigmentation of the skin. Racism absolutely exists, and anybody who says it doesn't is living in a fucking cloud of propaganda and bullshit, or just stupid ignorance. I mean, look at what's going on in the U.S. right now. All the anti-DEI bullshit, that's racism. Right there. Firing all the black people, that's racism. Deporting all the immigrants and even non-immigrants, U.S.-born people who, in the eyes of ICE, look a bit immigrant-y. That's motherfucking racism. Any way you slice it. It's crazy. These are really dark times we're in right now. And the amount of people that are still, like, just ignorant of that fact is astonishing to me. European racism, yeah. Well, I mean, James Baldwin seemed to think France was okay. He lived quite a happy life there. But he even back in the 70s, he could see where things were going in America and could not wait to get the fuck out. We live in a meritocracy. Yeah. How does one judge merit? How does one put a value on things? And if you just say a dollar value, then that's, well, that's a kind of value, but I don't know that it's a value that really matters. I make a lot of money. Okay. But are you a good person? Do you help your fellow man? You know? A few people or tribes that are actually from that land, America, nowadays. Oh, I know. Yeah, it's almost all colonists and descendants of colonists. On another note, ironically enough, in regards to Doctor Who, I've been reorganizing my collecting. Probably just going to sell most of my DVDs. Oh, were you talking about, like, kind of what I'm thinking of doing? I'm not going to sell the DVDs. I'm going to keep them, at least for the time being. But like the Blu-ray sets, switch over to the UK sets. Are you thinking of doing that as well? But I really sold everybody on that, didn't I? You're not the only one to say that. There's been a few people since I've been doing the updates and doing my rants about, you know, how shitty the North American sets are compared to the UK sets. They're like, wow, that's a pretty, like, completely obvious point now that you actually show, you know, you see the difference, and it's like, well, fuck me. We really got screwed. Yeah. Well, good luck to all of us trying to track down all those limited editions. Unless you're just going to go with the standard edition. It's probably the easiest and cheapest way to do it. not everybody's as crazy as me. But, yeah. In 70s US, we're not nearly as racist as 50s, 60s. No, they weren't. But, I mean, that was also, like, when the civil rights movement was in full swing. Yeah, I really wish you had been there when we watched that documentary, Curlatin, Ethnic Notions. It's a really good one. Might have to do a rescreening of it. It's only an hour long, too. It's pretty short. But, goddamn, like, so eye-opening. Mainly for space, with some exceptions like the TV movie Trial of a Time Lord, early 60s stuff, Lost in Time set. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, definitely keep the Lost in Time set. I mean, even though a lot of that material has since got, you know, other releases or animated reconstructions, it's a nice little time capsule of, you know, all we had. It's like I still have the 3 of the Years tapes, you know, the Years VHS tapes. I got the Hartnell one, the Troughton one, and the Cybermen, the early years. Some of those have been re-released on the Blu-ray sets. But, yeah, for the most part, there's a website you can go to that actually lists the extras and mentions when DVD stuff has been ported over or not, or if it's been moved to a different set, like if it's more relevant to a different season. Because, you know, the DVDs did not come out in any kind of, like, season order. They were just kind of, they went by individual stories, and bounced around a lot. So some of those extras aren't necessarily related to, you know, that particular story. It's just they put it on because that was the current release. But with the Blu-rays, they kind of shuffle things around a bit to keep them, to put a lot of those archival extras, like from the DVDs and stuff, onto more relevant sets, or paired with more relevant stories. So some of them have been held back, some of them have been moved. And I don't know that all of them have been ported over. Like, I still haven't seen any of the Stripped for Action featurettes, which was one of my favorite segments, actually. It was a series of featurettes about the comic strips, going all the way back to the first Doctor strips in, like, TV Action magazine and stuff like that, all the way through the third and early fourth Doctor strips, and then up to the creation of, you know, Doctor Who magazine. They brought in all the 2000 AD guys to do the Doctor Who strips, and then it was, like, the most awesome Doctor Who comics ever at that point for a good number of years. So it gives you all that history, and it goes by Doctor. So yeah, like the anniversary seasons. Basically what I did. Get the anniversary seasons. Yeah. Yeah, season 10 would be a good one. Kind of what? 8 as well. The Master season. Yeah. I mean, really, I want as many of the deluxe seasons as I can get, because they're just so nice. But you get basically everything with the standard editions in terms of, like, package art and stuff. The only stuff you don't get is the things about the behind the scenes stories in the booklet. You just get the disc contents. But you at least have that. We don't even get that here. It's like, what's on the disc? I don't know. Put one in and find out. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you of all people, I was surprised you wouldn't go for season 8. Because that's a great one. All Master, all the time. So, yeah, I was doing my overviews of the Doctor's collection, those compilations of the Mythmakers interview tapes. And I went to check the Real Time Pictures website. Every single one of them is gone. They're just gone. So, fully discontinued now, I guess. Which is unfortunate. So now if you want the Mythmaker stuff, you gotta buy them individually for like $20 each. $20 per episode. Yeah, maybe they'll bring them back at some point. It was a really nice compilation, like collection, and I liked how they grouped interviews together that were relevant to each era or what have you. Kept everything very nicely organized, and there was a ton. They must have put out darn near all of them across all of those volumes. Maybe they did put out all of them. Well, no, I think there's still a few like more recent ones that didn't carry over, but yeah. You can still find some on the other online retailers, but I'd say if you're going to get them soon. Anybody who's interested. That goes up to everybody. Anybody who's interested in those interview discs. Get them while you can. Yeah. I got lucky because I got about half of them from Jet Blast, and then I got the other half from that fire sale they had in the fall. I guess it really was a fire sale because I went back there last night or a couple nights ago, and they're just gone. Nothing. They do have a lot of the standalone documentaries, and actually I'd really like to get the Panopticon tapes. They've got like a 5 or 6 volume set of footage from the Panopticon conventions. So convention panels with all the doctors. They got an episode. They got a special about the John Pertwee years, they call it, which I'm guessing is a lot of his appearances and probably some water gun fights with Pat Troughton and stuff like that, because that's where a lot of that happened. So I'd love to get those. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So those are still available, and the Longleat 83 discs are still available. And yeah, they got a whole bunch of convention stuff. But and a lot of standalone documentaries, like, you know, they got Patrick Troughton in America, which is a pretty well-known one. Lust in Space. You can still get the Sergeant Benton wartime special. I forget, there's a bunch. So yeah, my main thing was getting the Mythmakers interviews. So I got all those. Now I can slowly, you know, collect the other side stuff. Oh, and I got Syl and the White Witch. You can still get those. You can still get the Syl special and the White Witch special. So, how much have I got left to film for just Doctor Who or in total? Oh, I don't even know in total. Hundreds, literal hundreds of videos. Literally hundreds. Plural. By my calculations, there's about 100 non-horror updates and closer looks to do. That's not just Doctor Who, it's Doctor Who and everything else that is not horror. And then horror is probably about double that. About, by my estimation, about 200. So, what have we done? I think we've done about a dozen so far, maybe a little more. Maybe like say 15, I think. So yeah, woohoo! 85 to go for the non-horror stuff. So, wow, it's good you're on a steamroller then at the moment. Yeah, I mean, but the way I see it is I basically have to be. I'm already terribly behind. I should have been filming. I should have started all of this months ago, but I just wasn't in the right headspace yet. So now I, got all gung ho. I'm excited. I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying going to bed, feeling that I've accomplished something. A lot of editing for you after all the film. Well, yes, obviously, but that's fine. That will be more streams. I will do editing streams as well. I figured out the problem with Vegas, so we can quite comfortably edit while I stream. Church scratching at the scratching post there. Church uses the scratching posts. Eclipse just scratches random things and just doesn't quite get it yet. Sometimes she uses the scratching post, but that's okay. The editing process, that's not stressful for me. Like, ideally, if I have the budget for it, I just get some edibles, get nice and high, and just chill, and we'll just hang out and edit and talk about geeky shit and, piece everything together. But I actually enjoy the editing process because that's when I'm taking all the pieces of the puzzle, like all the, cutting out all the bad takes, putting it all together, and bringing in the insert shots, dropping in some overlays, just seeing all the pieces of the puzzle falling into place and it all coming together. Like that first one we did tonight was just hellish. The Doomwatch one, that's going to be a fun edit because of all the distractions, and it threw my vibe off right away, so I was like fucking up what I was saying a lot. And yeah, so but we got through it. I just kept pushing through, and then eventually Church zonked out, so we had peace and quiet for several hours. But he just, happened to go into batshit crazy mode as soon as I fired up the camera. And, but he's quieted down now, so... Well, he's awake now, but that's okay, it doesn't matter, we're done. We're done for now. Oh my god, dude. I don't think you fully understand what is around here. No, I'm not going to do a quick there's no such thing as a quick collection video with these. I am very aware that they are popular, so they are some of my most popular videos. But right now, they're this whole mess, the shelves behind me, the 4 shelving units behind me, complete disaster. I need to reorganize them, and I need to clean them, I need to dust them, and yeah, so that ain't gonna happen anytime soon. But oh, the 90s one, yeah. See, but that was a nice easy addendum. Like, I just saw your comment about it, asking if there was a DVD of it. It's like, oh shit, the 90s one. Yeah, I knew I'd forgotten something. I mean, honestly, a lot of the times I'll be editing and I'll watch these and I'll think of 6 more things I could have said. But I think we did pretty well tonight. I feel like I was sufficiently thorough with all the different subjects and touched on all the things that I wanted to touch. And I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I missed. Also, the fact that these DVDs have been there, or these titles have been sitting there for so fucking long. I've had so long to think about what I was going to say about them that it was, I basically already had scripts in my head for what I wanted to say, for the most part. Doomwatch, I was a little fuzzy on at first because I hadn't seen it in so long, so I popped on the first episode earlier today, actually, yesterday. And I knew I really just wanted to talk about the opening scene, so I watched that opening scene again to kind of refresh my memory, and I was like, yep, still terrifying. But, yeah. I am definitely ready for the Land of Nod, yes. No, I didn't do the every 6 years. I guess we'll do it every 10. Once a decade, I'll do an update. Yeah. Whoa. Hearing thumping. Maybe I'll have a bologna sandwich before bed. I did that yesterday. It gave me interesting dreams. It'll make us wait till 2028. Well, hey, by then I might be almost through all these updates. So is it a shelf? Like just do a random shelf? Well, I would, but again, the collection needs to be reorganized. Like I could pick a random shelf. It's like, here's the disaster that's on this shelf. Here's the disaster that's on this shelf. Like, I just don't feel comfortable giving close-up looks at that until I actually properly organize it. That will be a stream at some point where we organize that. So basically, doing all the updates first. That's the first order of business. Getting everything kind of into or close to their permanent homes. And then we can start like more deeply diving in and organizing everything and looking at doing a new overview video and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of new additions. Have I been stockpiling players? No. Why the hell would I do that? I had my old faithful Sony from a decade ago go on me, and now using an LG might pick up while thrifting any players that seem complete and working. Yeah, I mean, if you're concerned about that, sure. But I mean, I mostly use my computer drives these days. I have two players. I've got a region-free Blu-ray player and a Panasonic, a Sony region-free Blu-ray player and a Panasonic 4K player. Just dedicated players. And then I've got two Asus DVD drives for the computer. Actually, you can see them right there. That one and that one. But, well, I mostly use the DVD drives, the computers, or Blu-ray drives on the computer. And I just rip stuff as I want to watch it. The only time I use one of the other players is if it's a 4K disc, because I can't watch 4K, or I can't rip 4K. But I can rip Blu-ray and DVD, so I usually just rip it to the computer. And don't even need to worry about a player. So, I wonder if they ever did a Laserdisc drive. Not in the way that you're probably thinking. But they did have, like, multimedia controllers for computers where you could program a presentation and you could have a Laserdisc player in the mix for that as one of the multimedia components. We still haven't gotten a kitchen utensil overview. I didn't know there was demand for one. God, it's almost 11 a.m. and we have hit 8 hours. I think it is time for slumber. So, hopefully... What was it? Oh, did we? Wow. Okay, well, you remember more of that than I do. The 2018... Honestly, the 2018 overview is so fuzzy for me. Because that was when everything went south. It was right in the middle of rendering a bunch of them. And then everything went kablooey. That was the start of the shitstorm that lasted for 5 years. So, underwear drawer. Yeah. And greetings, wannabe newfie, by the way. Sorry I didn't say hello. One shot, just 4 more shelves. That I do remember. That I remember vividly. That's like burned into my brain forever. Oh, Jesus. What the hell was that? What are you doing over there, cats? Where'd they go? They disappeared. Hold on. Oh, hi. What are you doing? Was that church? Was that you? Did you fall or something? You okay? Did you fall down? Or are you just hyper? Are you just hyper? Yeah, he's just... That's fine. He's just being crazy. Woke up and has the crazies. Oh, and Sean, there's 4 more fucking shelves. Yeah. Night Owls Unite. Got my nice cyberpunk lighting going here. kind of like it. No, this isn't live. This is totally pre-recorded. This is VOD. It's very clever VOD that you know, seems live. the jizz detector light. Well, if it was, this is, I have it on pink right now. I wanted like kind of cyberpunky 80s pink, but yeah, I can put it on purple, and then it would be the jizz detector. The jizz detector. Really? Is it live or is it Memorex? Yeah, that takes me back. How's it going, Commandy? Aw, Church. What's up, buddy? What you mowing about? You sound so sad. It's been randomly Gabby. Yeah, he's not doing too well. He's got some owies we're trying to fix. Should have a better cone coming today. And some kitty edibles to help chill him out a bit, in the hopes we can trim his nails and groom him. Yes, well, if it arrives today, I hope it does. Let me see. Let me see if there's an update on that. Everything was shipped like the day after we ordered it, so. Arriving today by 10 p.m. Says it's out for delivery, so it could be here literally any minute. Probably the second I start to doze off, that's when the buzzer's gonna go off. Well, hopefully Rose will get it. Take care of it. Had to be home catching you live. Well, I guess I'm not usually on it this time. I'm usually asleep. So, enjoy it while it lasts. I'm actually about to knock off for the day. I've been going for over 8 hours. And we got a lot of filming done tonight. So every day I've been trying to get a little something done. Just trying to chipping away at the new batch of Multimedia Chronicles episodes. Either filming or editing. Or both. But try to get one or the other done at least. Every day. What in the world, Church? What's up, buddy? What is it? Wow, wow. You gonna puke? Or are you just lamenting? Oh, you have no idea, dude. You're gonna be even more miserable later today. But you'll be really chill because you'll be stoned. I don't even know which ones I got him. Which ones were the edibles I got him? I think they're hemp based. Is it hemp or was that a different one? No, chicken liver chews. Yeah, there's like, yeah. There you go. Chicken liver. Oh, he should love that. And there's 80 chews in there. I hope he likes them. If he doesn't, I mean, I can mix them in with some mayonnaise or something because he likes that when I make the tuna. Delicious chicken liver flavored chew made without corn, wheat, or artificial ingredients. Well, we'll find out. Takes about 30 minutes. Alright, yeah. So it's basically, it's kitty edibles. Kitty edibles. Perfect. I hope it works. Because our main concern is just that he won't let us trim his nails. Chicken, yay! Liver, boo. Yeah, liver's alright. I just find it has a weird texture. What's up, buddy? Come here. What's wrong? Meow. Meow. What is it? What you mowing about? What's up? Maybe he wants Mummy to get up because it's time. We'll just pass like ships in the night. She'll get up as I'm going to bed. Having proper conversations. I know, it sounds like it, eh? How miserable. What? What's miserable? 2009. Yeah, it's been a while, eh? Time flies. Keep getting older. Hopefully wiser, but definitely older. What's miserable? Liver? Never the wiser. Well, that's only if we manage to successfully pull the wool over someone's eyes. I am going to go to bed. But I'll have a nice, relaxing bologna sandwich to help me sleep. Will I be streaming tomorrow? I don't know. Probably. I promise nothing. That's why I basically just call myself a pop-up streamer. It's like, you'll see me when you see me. Keep your alerts on. We just started, yeah, 8 hours and 14 minutes ago. Yes. Also, I mean, trying to conserve what food we have. Right now, we're just trying to pull together rent. And once we pull together rent, then we can start amassing food money and add more food to the food pile of food. Food! We at least have potatoes and onions and tuna. Rosie likes at least 2 of those things. So as much as I like the Chef Boyardee, I might just leave that for her because she doesn't really like a lot of the other stuff that's in the cupboard, so yeah, we'll figure it out. You don't need to know all that. I'm oversharing. We get the Dono Gold to $5.90, like $2. That'd be great if we could. Nice even $5.90. Last call for donos. And then I'm going to bed. I'm too tired to wait. Just send that $2 tomorrow. I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for also, being good little flies on the walls and not distracting me too much with excessive, delightful conversation. But also, thank you for all of the delightful conversation. All right. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. $2. I want my $2.